A very good morning to all of you. Once again, for the second day of NEP 2020 National Seminar, I hope our knowledge base will have value addition today with the deliberations that are taking place on the seminar front. Today's session theme is pedagogical transformation. Pedagogical transformation under NEP 2020, the National Education Policy 2020 marks a historic shift in India's educational landscape, moving from rote learning to competency-based, experiential, and multidisciplinary education. Pedagogical transformation lies at the heart of NEP 2020. It emphasizes student-centered learning, critical thinking, creativity, flexibility, integration of technology, and holistic development. The policy encourages innovative teaching methods, formative assessment practices, research orientation, and the integration of Indian knowledge system with global perspectives. This seminar aims to deliberate on how educators, institutions, and policymakers can effectively implement these transformative approaches in classrooms and beyond. It provides a platform to exchange ideas, research, insights, and best practices that will shape the future of education in line with NEP 2020. So, on this auspicious occasion, I would like to introduce today's session chair, Dr. R. Venkatrao Garu. It is a great honor and privilege to welcome Professor Dr. R. Venkatrao, an eminent academician and distinguished leader in legal education, who joins us today as the chairperson of this NEP 2020 conference. Born on 15 March 1954, Professor Rao brings with him over 45 years of rich experience in teaching and research. He previously served as the Vice Chancellor of National Law School of India University, Bangalore, one of India's premier institutes for legal education. He took charge as the chairperson of Vivekananda School of Law and Legal Studies and Vivekananda School of English Studies, Vivekananda Institute of Professional Studies, New Delhi. Professor Rao's academic credentials are exceptional. He holds a BA Honours Literature, MA Literature, ML, PhD and LLD from Utkal University. He has authored 6 books and more than 130 research papers and has successfully guided 3 LLD scholars and 21 PhD scholars. He has received numerous prestigious awards, including Professor N.R. Madhavan Menon Best Law Teacher Award in 2018, Attorney General K. Prasanna Award 2019 for Outstanding Scholarship in Legal Education, Best Vice Chancellor Award for Outstanding Contribution to Education in 2014, Gold Medal for Best PhD Thesis, Best Research Award, Best Teacher Award from Government of Andhra Pradesh. He has served on several national bodies, including the Board of Governance of the Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs, Indian Law Institute, Indian Institute of Public Administration, and has associated with institutions such as UPSC, UGC, NAC, and Bar Council of India. He has also served as an independent director in prestigious public sector undertakings like Bharat Electronics Limited, Hindustan Aeronautic Limited, and Goa Shipyard Limited. His visionary leadership and deep understanding of higher education reforms make him exceptionally great. And the discussions on NEP and the future of Indian education will have an impact on future of Indian education. We are deeply honored to have him with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in extending a warm welcome to Professor R. Venkatrao Garu. Sir, please.
Of the introduction.
Sir, please. Now I feel honored to express a brief profile of Dr. I. Vijay Babu Garu. Dr. Vijay Babu is the principal of Dr. V.S. Krishna Government Degree College and PG Courses Autonomous Visakhapatnam. He also serves as a chairman of Nodal Resource Center Visakhapatnam and district coordinator for education, collegiate education. Academically, he holds a PhD in African American literature from Andhra University with research on Black consciousness in the poetry of Brooks. He completed his MA English in 1994 and is certified ELF Master Trainer in Communicative Teaching in English, organized by US Embassy and CCE, Andhra Pradesh. He also completed an international course building teaching skills through the interactive web from the University of Oregon under the RELO scholarship. His areas of specialization including American literature, English language teaching and British literature. He has extensive teaching experience in EG and PG levels, has served as a teacher, trainer in CLT methodologies. Dr. Babu Garu is a noted textbook writer and was authored books on communicative English, business English and communication skills and textbooks for UG courses. He has organized several academic workshops in collaboration with RELO, US Embassy, including programs on 21st century English teaching methods and conceptualizing grammar teaching. He received the Best Teacher Award in 2011 from the Government of Andhra Pradesh and the Best Principal Award in 2024 from the Council for Skills and Competencies, registered with Niti Ayog. Sir, we are honored to you are here with us, sir. Please. And now it is my time to formally introduce my friend and colleague, Dr. Venkataramanamurthy Nadiminti. So I am pleased to introduce Dr. Ramanamurthy Garu Nadiminti, an accomplished academician, researcher, and an innovator in the field of artificial intelligence and machine learning. Dr. Murthy holds an MTech in computer science technology and specialized in AI and robotics from Andhra University and a PhD in computer science and engineering from Rayalaseema University. He has more than 17 years of teaching experience, 27 years of teaching experience and 17 years of research experience. At present, he serves as a professor and head of the department CSE AIML and director of research and development at Gayatri Parishad College for degree and PG courses Autonomous Visakhapatnam. He has also served as controller of examination and held several academic leadership positions earlier. Dr. Murthy has published 74 papers in reputed national and international journals and conferences. His research primarily focuses on AI-driven expert systems in healthcare, including lung cancer diagnostics, sickle cell disease prediction, liver disease detection, cardiology, expert systems, and medical image analysis using CNNs. His work has received international recognition, including the Best Research Paper awarded at the WCMRI conference held at Singapore 2023. He is a renowned reviewer and an editorial board member for multiple peer-reviewed journals. He also authored 2 textbooks in artificial intelligence and machine learning, and has filed a patent on AI-based human memory detection, currently under the examination. Dr. Murthy is also a founder of SMS IT Solutions, a startup established in 2025, focusing on AI and ML applications in medicine. He is a fellow member in several prestigious professional bodies, including AAAI, CSI, SCRS, and the Institute of Engineers. His contribution to the education and research have earned him several accolades, including the Best Teacher Award, Innovative Technological Research Award, and the Master Teacher Award in 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, I request everybody to join me in welcoming Dr. Ramanamurthy onto the dais. So now it's time to introduce Dr. Dharma Rao Garu, a senior medical educator, researcher, and academic administrator with over 20 years of experience in general medicine. He currently serves as a professor and head of the department, of General Medicine at GVP Institution of Healthcare and Medical Technology, where he leads super specialty services, ensures NMC compliance for MBBS and postgraduate programs, and he oversees the faculty development initiatives such as CISP and CBME, and he contributes for medical education unit and institutional ethics committee. He has previously held a key leadership roles in the same institution, including professor and additional medical superintendent and professor and head, playing a major role in establishing super specialty services and strengthening regulatory compliances. Earlier, he served at Mamata Medical College and Maharajas Institute of Medical College, where he supervised clinical services, postgraduate training, research activities, and public health. Dr. Rao Garu holds an MD in General Medicine and MBBS from Assam Medical College. His research portfolio includes funded projects on virtual reality-based stroke rehabilitation in insulin resistance in offspring of type 2 diabetic patients. He has authored several medical textbooks and published over 60 peer-reviewed papers. Now I request everybody to join hands in inviting Dr. Rao Garu onto the dais. Please, sir. Thank you. Now it's my honor to introduce Professor D. Vishnumurthy, Professor and Dean, Aditya Institute of Technology and Management, Item Tekkali, an autonomous institution accredited by NAC A+ grade. Dr. Murthy brings him with 31 years of teaching experience with very valuable industrial experience as a project engineer and project manager. He holds BE in Mechanical Engineering and MBA with distinction from Andhra University and a PhD in Strategic Management with a specialized research on small and medium scale industries. Throughout his distinguished career, he has served in several key leadership roles, including head of the department, principal, director, dean, and various capacities. He has authored 3 textbooks and published several research papers. He is also a master trainer. He has trained thousands of government officials and youth in leadership, personality development, and entrepreneurship. Beyond academics, Dr. Murthy deeply committed to social service and rural development, actively contributing for the societal causes over a decade of time. Sir, we are happy to have you here today, sir. So now I request Dr. Venkatrao Garu to address the gathering.
Now, is the sound sound? That's what the Philips advertisement says. With Philips, the sound is always sound. Okay. Because my professor used to tell me that if there is a communication gap, the result will be excommunication. Therefore, the first thing that a teacher must strive to see is that the sound is sound. Thank you very much. Ernest Hemingway says, when the heart is full, the lips will be silent. My heart is full today. And I'm in the precincts of an institution where I have my umbilical cord. Both my sons were the distinguished alumni of this wonderful institution. And the mentors who have started the institution have also mentored me. With all humility, I submit, I'm what I am today because of Gayatri family. There's no doubt about that. And this morning you have thrown me into the distinguished company of a galaxy of specialists from a portrait gallery of disciplines. My immediate neighbor is a doctor. Sir, I come from a family of doctors. And in 1970, when I got a seat in medicine, my father said, we have enough of doctors, please do law. Okay. My second brother is a cardiologist. If I start narrating from geriatrics to pediatrics, all specialists we have in the home. Okay. Okay. Therefore, today I'm in your company, sir. And of course, I'm very grateful to my father for having given me a sound advice of not joining medicine. And okay, this morning I'm here with you to share my personal experiences and also about national education policy. See, national education policy speaks about only one thing: to restore the glory of Bharat Mata. Remember, the rightful place that belongs to India by focusing on Indian knowledge system, okay, by focusing on our cultural ethos, most important by focusing on ethics, and to give universally qualitative high education to everyone in India is the objective of national education policy. To strive towards excellence. As a law professor, I would say even the fundamental duties say you have a duty to strive towards excellence in your individual sphere of activity and collective sphere so that the nation constantly rises to higher levels. But what do you mean by excellence? Excellence in the product or excellence in the human being? Always we should remember, academic excellence without human excellence is disastrous. So, getting a university gold medal by plagiarizing, is it excellence? Getting an Olympic gold medal by doping, is it excellence? Ask for yourself the question. Therefore, it's not only excellence in the product, but excellence in the human beings. The focus should be on how to make our youngsters good human beings first. In fact, I'm reminded of what former Chief Justice of the United States Supreme Court, Al Warren, while addressing Yale Law School graduates, he said, after he completed the address, a question was asked to him, from among these brilliant law graduates, whom would you like to appoint as judicial officers? You know what he said? A good human being who also knows a bit of law. He did not say, I will take gold medalists. Therefore, what we require is a good human being. And is the education policy driving towards that? I will just share my personal experiences with you. Okay. Education is not information. It is formation. Formation of a complete human being. English poet T.S. Eliot long ago said, where is the wisdom we have lost in knowledge? Where is the knowledge we have lost in information? Are we producing only informed individuals or wise individuals? Ask for yourself the question. There are parents here who will be sending their children to the school from LKG to 12th standard, okay? And then when a mother, after completing her obligations in Gayatri Vidya Parishad, when she goes home, when her child comes back from the school, the first question that she asks her child is, oh little one, what is that you have learned today? First question, isn't it? What is that you have learned today? That means you expect your child to learn something every day when he is in the classroom. And at a macro level, a student from our classroom should go back wise and not otherwise. Have you ever, for yourselves, asked the question, Why should you have another feedback by some other agency? I don't understand. Take the class, go back, sit in front of the mirror and ask for yourself the question, have I done justice? Remember, that's the best feedback. Is my student going back wise or otherwise? Okay. And therefore, I gave the title, A Teacher Should Teach, not just from the book, but from the heart. Because, please remember that National Education Policy says education. And what did Swami Vivekananda say about education? Not manifestation of perfection that everyone knows. But actually a question was put to Swami Vivekananda. Swamiji, you speak, you daily interact with Mataji, goddess. We are ordinary mortals. How does goddess look like? You know what Swami said? There is no God. Who said there is goddess? But he did not stop there. He said, perfect human being is God. Imperfect God is human being. How beautifully he has put it. Perfect human being is God. And imperfect God is human being. And education is that removes those imperfections. Now, okay, education is that removes those imperfections. That means that is what you mean by education. Education is that removes those imperfections and brings out the divinity in you. That means we are all spiritual beings undergoing human experience. We are not human beings undergoing spiritual experience. We are all spiritual undergoing human experience. Oh, well, that's good. Okay. They are my old friends and colleagues. Okay. And therefore, perfect human being is God and imperfect God is human being. And we are all blessed that Goddess Saraswati has entrusted us with professional responsibilities to bring out the divinity in the youngsters in the classrooms. Therefore, I always say when young teachers walk into the classroom, there must be a total transformation in their personality. Because in my opinion, the most sacred place, more sacred than the altar of God, is classroom. Please remember, you see. Okay. And therefore, from an enlightened self-interest perspective, look at the concept of education. So, when education is not information but formation of a complete human being, what is that a teacher is supposed to do? Now, I said the job of a teacher, follow me very carefully. I have 50 years of experience, but please remember, good judgment comes out of experience, but experience comes out of bad judgment. So when I say I have 50 years of experience, I have 50 years of committing mistakes. Remember, bad judgment. But Bernard Shaw said, wise people learn from the mistakes committed by others. Fools don't learn even from their own mistakes. It is for you to decide to which category you belong. And therefore, when I say I have 50 years of experience, I used to commit a fundamental mistake in the first phase of my career as a teacher. What was that? Andhra University Law Department was the first department in the entire country to have introduced a semester system. Way back in 1972. Okay, 100% internal. And semester system, you have the pressure of completing the syllabus. Even now, my young colleagues will say that. So we'd like to take extra classes, finish, and then come back and say the head of department that, Madam, I have completed the syllabus. Okay, you feel relieved. But I now realize the job of a teacher is not to cover the syllabus, but to uncover the syllabus. I think you have understood it. To remove the cover of darkness, to remove the cover of ignorance, to remove the cover of transience, tamaso ma jyotirgamaya, from here to eternity, from darkness to light, from ignorance to knowledge. That's what a teacher is supposed to do. Covering the syllabus anyone can do. Mahabharata can be taught in one sentence. The victorious forces, virtuous forces vanquished the evil forces with the help of a person who was the incarnation of Dharma. Bharata was over. But when Vyasa was dictating Mahabharata to Lord Ganesh, Vyasa used to dictate a tough stanza so that Ganesh would put down the pen and would think about what is the meaning of the stanza. Okay. So even for Lord Ganesh to understand a stanza of Mahabharata, it used to take a lot of time. And we are here completing Mahabharata syllabus in 5 minutes. So let covering the syllabus not be your pain. It's uncovering the syllabus. Because a teacher must believe in the real definition of education. What is that? Education is that which converts an empty mind into an open mind. Please remember that. Education is that converts an empty mind into open mind. You must try to make the minds of the students as open as possible. That is education. I will leave that for a while. Come back to pedagogic transformation. Well, whether it is pedagogy, which is teacher-centered, or andragogy, which is learner-centered. Remember, learning is the focus always. You agree with me? And technological gadgets, people say. In the age of artificial intelligence, what is that we are supposed to do? Let me tell you, friends, teaching aids are there to aid teachers and not to substitute teachers. Please remember that. All teaching aids are there to only aid teachers and not to substitute teachers. The job of a teacher is to transmit the cosmic energy. And no technological gadget can substitute the radiance and warmth of a teacher in the classroom. Remember, my professor used to say in those days, we used to have overhead projector, OHP. And Professor B.S. Murthy always used to say, only those teachers who do not have anything over their head, they will be making use of OHPs. So, because that's overhead projectors. Now from OHPs, we have now come to PowerPoint presentations and the trap into which my young colleagues are walking in. A teacher should always remember his presentation should be powerful and not PowerPointed. Please remember. It must be a powerful presentation. But when you make a PowerPoint presentation, what is that's happening is, in the classroom, consumption of 55 minutes to make the presentation in the classroom. Okay, you start opening the gadget, you don't maintain eye-to-eye contact with the teachers, you start narrating something, both the student as well as the teacher wait for the bell to toll. That means how you consume it, okay? That's not what PowerPoint presentation is meant for. My colleague, Professor Ramurthy, used to work in electrical engineering department here. He was also my student in law. At the age of 55, he joined law faculty. Therefore, we used to have mutual admiration. He used to draw the circuit beautifully on the board. I think, okay, V.S. Sarkar will tell me, okay. Now, for drawing the entire circuit, he used to take 50 to 55 minutes. Now, PowerPoints are meant to help such teachers to save time by directly thinking, but not to make a teacher spend time in the classroom. Remember, you go on reading the whole thing and you get addicted to it. And therefore, my request to you is, for God's sake, don't walk into the trap of becoming a slave of gadgets. Remember what Steve Jobs said just before his death. How happy and peaceful was life when Apple and BlackBerry were just fruits. how happy and peaceful was life when apple and blackberry were just fruits. And recalling that, Bill Gates also said, what is happening in the classrooms today? When we are asking, what do you mean by Gates? They refer to Bill Gates. What do you mean by Windows? They refer to Microsoft Windows, without understanding how natural Windows and natural Gates look like. Now, what is it they are missing? Okay, that means, are you getting yourself dehumanized in the name of technology? Take advantage of technology, but let not technology dehumanize us. Now, coming to artificial intelligence, remember, all said and done, it is called artificial. It's not natural intelligence. You agree with me? And if natural intelligence does not feed artificial intelligence cannot answer certain issues. And if natural intelligence were to feed artificial intelligence, there must be human effort. You agree with me? And Professor Sharma will agree with me when I recall the words of Alfred Marshall. The most valuable capital in the world is human capital. There is no doubt about it. Economists long ago said the most valuable capital is human capital. And therefore, let not artificial intelligence convert us into natural stupids. I'm quoting Yuval Noah Harari. He said, artificial intelligence per se is not dangerous unless it is combined with natural stupidity. In fact, I was trying to understand the meaning of artificial intelligence from professors of computer science, from professors of engineering, who were all my colleagues, but I could not get an answer. But then I was invited as a judge for a debate competition in public schools in Bombay for students of 9th and 10th class. A 10th class student gave me the definition of artificial intelligence, and I cherish it. You know, she came to a dais and said, by artificial intelligence, I mean an attempt to mechanize human thoughts. That's all she said. An attempt to mechanize human thoughts. And then immediately the next question she asked was, can all human thoughts be mechanized? Never, she said. All human thoughts can never be mechanized. That's the limit of artificial intelligence. Therefore, we call it artificial intelligence. Therefore, even in this age of artificial intelligence, please remember, curiosity can be aroused only in the classroom by a human factor, not by artificial intelligence. And the job of a teacher is to awaken the curiosity in the classroom. And please understand the basic difference between school education and your college and university education. In school education, you are taught to answer the questions. But in university education, you are taught to question the answers. Remember, to awaken your curiosity, to enhance your thinking capacity. Because answers may reflect your knowledge, but questions reflect your thinking capacity. And that thinking capacity is the fulcrum of activity in the classroom. And therefore, that can be done only when there is human effort. And therefore, even in 21st century, even where you would like to have 21st century working tools, remember, there is no substitute for human capital. You make use of artificial intelligence to supplement, to complement your efforts, but not to substitute your efforts. Yuval Noah Harari, in his book Nexus, where he speaks about the evolution of communications from Stone Age to 21st century, says, I do not call it artificial intelligence, I call it alien intelligence. He comes out with a wonderful word, alien intelligence. Not because it is created by aliens from UFOs, but because it is created in a laboratory, nothing more than that. I call it alien intelligence because it is created in a laboratory. But then he asks the question, who has created a laboratory? Who has created a laboratory? Human beings have created a laboratory. Therefore, artificial intelligence itself is a product of human beings. And therefore, without the additional efforts by human beings, remember, artificial intelligence will also become numb. Therefore, human mind has not stopped growing. Human mind has not stopped evolving. Artificial intelligence is a step in the process of evolution of human minds. Please remember that. Artificial intelligence is a step in the process of evolution of human minds. And your responsibility as a teacher is to make the minds of the students as open as possible. The last point I would like to say about the responsibility of teachers in pedagogy is, remember, sir, I'm honored by the presence of all these stalwarts, okay? Okay. Two things I would like to tell you. The first one is as to how a teacher has been responsible for K.R. Narayanan ultimately becoming the President of India. Okay, if I tell you the story, you'll be shocked as to how this happened. Okay. K.R. Narayanan was a student of London School of Economics, where Harold Laski was the director. And Harold Laski was such a busy academician that people say the Prime Minister of United Kingdom used to wait for 6 months for his appointment. Because Laski always used to give preference to students and scholars and not to politicians. And therefore, he always used to say, I have given an appointment to my scholar, you please wait. Okay. And in those days, when K.R. Narayanan was a college-going student, under the tutelage of Laski, you had this assignment system which we have in our institutions today. And Laski was, remember, the mentor of K.R. Narayanan. And they were required to write fortnightly assignments and submit them to their mentors, as they do. K.R. Narayanan submitted his assignment to Laski. And Laski is such a busy person, you know. Perhaps if I were in the position of Laski, I would have asked my research scholars to go through the assignments. That's what we do here. Okay. But Laski believed in the fundamental principle of management that it's only a busy man who finds time. Remember. Because a busy person will be able to organize time. And therefore, I would say there are two institutions which should never say that we don't have time. The first institution is your mother. Has your mother ever said that she doesn't have time? Mother finds the uncanny ability to find out the 25th hour in the day to work for you. We have only 24 hours. But she finds that 25th hour. A teacher should find that 25th hour in the day for the cause of students, remember. Whatever be the level of technology, remember. You must find that extra minute. And Laski went through the assignment personally. And he was flabbergasted by the quality of the assignment of K.R. Narayanan. And he takes his letterhead, writes a letter addressing Prime Minister of India, Jawaharlal Nehru, as my dear Jawaharlal Nehru. That letter is there in the museum. And he says, I'm surprised that a brilliant young man like K.R. Narayanan is wasting his time in London School of Economics. The quality of assignment is so high that there is nothing for us to teach him here. And I leave it to your wisdom, Mr. Prime Minister Nehru, to make use of his services. He writes it on the letterhead, he puts it in a closed cover, he gives it to Narayanan, and he says, when you go to Delhi, you meet Nehru and give it to him. And this is recollected in Mathai's Some Reminiscences of Nehru book. And Narayanan comes back to Delhi, has a meeting with Nehru, then he forgets to give the envelope. he would be coming out. But last year, I already contacted Nehru over the phone and said, I have given one envelope to a student, he will give you. So when Narayanan was coming back, Nehru called Narayanan and said, did anyone give any envelope to you? Narayanan said, I'm sorry, sir, yes, my professor has given me an envelope, he gives the envelope. And he goes out. And Nehru looks at that. Immediately on that, he writes, let him be drafted into IFS. He did not appear for civil services examination. But immediately, 2 IAS officers come and tell Nehru, sir, it is against the rules. You cannot directly draft, you may be the prime minister, you constitute a committee. And a committee of 3 senior bureaucrats will be constituted, okay, to examine whether Narayanan is competent enough. And naturally, they are human beings. They were smitten by jealousy. They said, if we say yes, this fellow will overtake us. Therefore, the committee recommends that this fellow is not competent. And they submit the report. Nehru looks at the report, writes, I overrule the recommendation of the committee. Okay. Because the rule said the only committee should be constituted. The opinion of the committee is not binding on the prime minister. Isn't it? Let Narayanan be drafted. And then the committee member said, sir, we have recommended against it. But yes, you have done your job, you allow me to do my job. Okay. And Narayanan was drafted into foreign service. The rest is history. He became the president. But who is responsible for that? In your career of 30 years as a teacher, if you can unearth one Narayanan, remember, one, remember, you have to examine the assignments with the microscopic eye, please remember. You have done justice to it. That is what I mean when I said a teacher should teach from the heart. Remember, what Portia said in the Merchant of Venice in Shakespeare's drama, justice would be a casualty if you just have a functioning brain and not a functioning heart. Remember, all of you have functioning brains. You are qualified, that PhDs, MSc, so many things. But how many of us have that functioning heart? That heart to throb, isn't it? Well, technologically speaking, this is an age of innovation, right? But you know what Satya Nadella had defined innovation as? Satya Nadella said, innovation means empathy turned into action is innovation. Empathy turned into action. So with your heart, you convert your empathy into action. And make education, remember, not information, but formation. Why? Remember, we are not the first to be born. We are not the last to die. We have to hand over the baton to the posterity without allowing the baton to fall down. And understand the meaning of the word life. L-I-F-E. Learn innovation forever is the meaning of life. Learn innovation forever. So, in the process of innovation, let not technology put you in chains. Your history professor might have told you about a Rousseau statement in French Revolution. Man is born free, but everywhere he is in chains. But if the same Rousseau comes today, let us not compel him to say, man is born free, but everywhere he is in digital chains. God bless you. Thank you very much for having given me this opportunity.
I request management members to please come forward to honor Venkatrao garu. No problem. No, sir, please. మేడం డిస్ప్లే పెడతారు పిపిటి చేశారా సార్ నమస్కారం
Today, I learned such a good points from you, which I can again use them.
Thank you very much. No, I'm sorry. So be like, sir, give me the
తన్వి రండి ప్రణవ్ మీరు చెప్పేస్తారా ముందు మేడం మేడం విల్ కంటిన్యూ So in the absence of chairperson, I'll take initiative to call upon Vishnumurthy garu to speak on pedagogy transformation.
Respected stalwarts of the Gayatri Vidya Parishad and all the speakers on the dais, especially chairperson just now left, and all my dear colleagues of previous and present, because I have been associating with the GUP for last 25 years, and all my dear colleagues from other colleges, and my dear students. అందరికీ నమస్కారం. సంస్కారమైన నమస్కారం. ఇదే మన సంస్కారం. ఇదే పెడగాజీలో మిస్ అవుతున్నాం మనం. ఫస్ట్ ఎంట్రన్స్లోనే పెడగాజీలో మనం మిస్ అవుతుంది ఇదే. అందుకే మనం అందరికీ సంస్కారమైన నమస్కారంతో నాకు ఈ స్థాయికి తెచ్చిన గురువులకు, నా తల్లిదండ్రులకు పాదాభివందనాలు చేస్తూ మాట్లాడడానికి అర్హుడును అని ఎప్పుడు భావిస్తాను. అందుకే మంచి మైకులో చెప్పు, చెడు చెవిలో చెప్పు అన్నారట. ఆ మంచేదో కొంచెం చెప్పుదాం, చెడు చెవిలో చెప్పినా కొంచెం కూడా చెప్పవలసిన అవసరం వస్తుంది, చెప్పుదాం. పెడగాజీ, most of the pedagogical tools we have been using as a teacher, as an engineering teacher or a management teacher or a medical teacher. But linking miss, what methodology I have to teach? No training. Any training given to engineering teacher before he enters into the teaching profession? Any medical teacher has given training to teach the medical students. Doctors are here. And any management teacher has given training to teach the MBA and BBA students. Many times in many forums, national, international forums, we asked it, but the AICTE, UGC, and all the other national level agencies, they, yes, we implement, but so far not implemented, except BD teacher who has given training. Now it became 4 years BED integrated, 2 years BED directly, and DIET as a DED. Especially to school teachers, engineering teacher is not trained, medical teacher is not trained, management teacher is not trained before entering into teaching profession. Then what pedagogy they adopt? As we wish, we adopt. As just now Venkat Sir said, we complete the syllabus. Curriculum and curriculum with other C confusion. With curriculum, we have to. Most of the students came for attendance. If you tell that attendance is given, back door is there, they will go. Is it the pedagogy which you are interested? The real teacher is a teacher with his or her pedagogy, methodology, retain the students. That is a challenge to the teacher. I give 100% attendance, which I am adopting for last 25 years. I give freedom to the students. Don't come for attendance. If you are interested in my class, you please come and sit. Test me, then you be here. You are free. In middle also you can leave. I don't know. Any class, sir, we don't want to miss your class. That is the feedback I got it. What the methodology which I adopted. Then, who is the best teacher or measuring, evaluation, awards, rewards, everything is given. Recently, maybe, the teacher got best teacher award who attended 4 days in total year. as an assessment committee member, I have visited the village which he worked. Nobody knows. Even our district collector also don't know. When I went to the school, village and touched and everything, I got with the signature of the elders of the village and I submitted to the collector. On the spot, he cancelled the best teacher award. Of course, later consequence I faced. That is a different issue. I don't want to touch. See, my dear best teachers, pedagogy is the pedagogy which you can retain the students. Not with the curriculum, beyond the curriculum. Involve the students in participative style. Not the curriculum syllabus completion based. Experience based learning, activity based learning, we have been listening for so many years. But implementation is the problem. A teacher is a teacher, best teacher, who involve, who implement. This would be the best teacher. AI, now AI tools came for pedagogy. For last 1 month, we have been conducting awareness programs on AI based pedagogy, AI based learning, AI based. But AI based, I asked some of the students, he don't know, he forgot the thinking about it. What the thinking style? He forgets thinking. Let's wait, sir. 17 into 8, just sir, please, sir. A is not given, E given, yes, given. If A is given, if I give. This is not the best teacher which. The teacher is the best teacher in my world. అందుకే తెలుగులో ఉత్తమ టీచర్. ఉత్తమలో మా అంటే మనసు. ఎవరైతే స్టూడెంట్ మనసుని చదివి వాళ్ళ కౌన్సిలింగ్ చేసి బెస్ట్ సిటిజన్ అని తయారు చేయగలరో ఆ ఉత్తమ మా మనసు. మా తీస్తే ఉత్త టీచర్ అంతే. మనం ఉత్తమ టీచర్స్మా ఉత్త టీచరా మనమే డిసైడ్ చేసుకోవాలి విచ్ వీ నీడ్. దట్స్ వై వీఆర్ ఇన్ ఇంగ్లీష్ యాజ్ ఎ లాంగ్వేజ్ విచ్ వీఆర్ టీచింగ్. హౌ మెనీ ఆఫ్ యు ఆర్ అండర్స్టాండింగ్ ఈజ్ అ క్వశ్చన్ మార్క్. ప్లీజ్ అండర్స్టాండ్ అంటే తెలుగులో చెప్పాలా? That's why National Education Policy 2025 stressed on this mother language, local language. Up to 5th grade, it is a must now. Previously, it was not there. Education Policy 2020, not there. 2025 introduced. Mother tongue up to 5th grade. Yes. It is a psychological study said that you are the best student once you learn from 5th grade. Up to 5th grade, mother language. All this pedagogical PPT, yes, you can utilize for the time, but not. But my practice, best practice, maybe better practice, I don't know. I question my students who are here. If any answers on this part comes, I give a chocolate. This is my practice for last 20 years. What is that motivates? That motivates the student, then this. So that again they come up and ask the questions. What that? I ask the question in a case study, let them do that. I involve all the students to do this. I am a facilitator. Whenever they are out of questions, I give answer. Otherwise, I keep quiet, I listen. I am a good listener. The pedagogy which we are interested. Critical thinking, creative thinking, lateral thinking, let them involve. Let them participate. With this pedagogy, as Rajini Madam, Shashigiri, my colleagues which have been, Ghosh Garu and all my colleagues which have been associating with all for last 25 years. This is my experience. However, education policy implementation is some of the now real educational policy implemented in India. Fit India. Fit India is my suggestions to the government, both government and state government. F for funding. We need funding for implementation of the educational policy. I for infrastructure. T for training the teacher first. Training the teacher first. I for again India, I for integrating all the 5+3+3+4 system effectively. N for nationwide. See, different states are implemented different times. That's why it is not giving that much result. Results are given, no doubt. ASER, Annual Status Education Report, has given very good result. Improving. India is improving in school education and other education system. That is a good sign we have seen from the national education policy. But national-wide implementation is a must. D for digital divide. Where implementing national education policy, rural areas are not getting any access to the internet. How they can learn? Many still. So I enter into the Shashikar room and no signals. What to do? Here we are this, but in rural area, see that. Then Shashikar asked me, sir, Airtel? Yes. So with this, still, then digital divide is a D. I for industry orientation is a must. Whatever we do that, is it suitable to India industry or not, that you have to see. Then lastly, A, where pedagogy is interested, assessment. Assessment. How do I assess my student? Is it pedagogy? Is it syllabus completion? Is it the marks? Is it the placement? How can I assess? Everybody, since my childhood, I am listening. What is that? Continuous evaluation, continuous evaluation, continuous evaluation. It is continuous, but no evaluation. It is continuing, but no evaluation. Continuous evaluation is a must in assessment. If at all this, it is a Fit India education policy. It is my experience which I am sharing with you. Fit India education policy. If it is there, definitely it will give results to the India. Then Viksit Bharat is guaranteed for this. With this, I thank all the legends of the Gayatri Vidya Parishad and all the resource persons, especially I thank all my wholehearted colleagues, Rajini Madam, Shashikari Madam, Chandra Bose, and Mohini Madam, all we are colleagues, especially the legendas of the Gayatri Vidya Parishad, for giving me the opportunity to share my experience with you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. Jai Bharat, Jai Viksit Bharat. Thank you.
Now I request Dr. Vijay Babu Garu to address the gathering. Sir, please.
Can I have that PPT on the screen? Okay. Yeah. Yes, of course. No problem. Really, I'm very happy to associate myself with this wonderful program. I express my gratitude for the invitation extended to me. I pay my respects to the senior educationists who are sitting here. Namaskaram, sir. I'm very happy that always Gayatri Vidya Parishad has got some connection with Dr. V.S. Krishna Government Degree College in one way or the other, with the presence of Dakshinamurthy Garu and other senior people from our institute. I'm also very happy that always I visit this institute, there is something to learn. Today, this morning, while I was listening to the legendary figure, Venkatrao Garu, when he was the principal of Law College of Andhra University, I was studying in the Department of English. And then we used to listen to his speeches with awe and admiration. And today, this morning, we could witness once again. It's a feast to the ears and food to our minds and hearts. I don't think I'm of that stature in any way, but I have to do justice to my job. I'm supposed to speak on pedagogy and transformative pedagogy. As we are speaking about NEP 2020, which has come up almost after 3 decades of the previous education policy, there is a vision and there is a focus, there is an objective, and we have been implementing in the state of Andhra Pradesh, and we are one of the first states to have implemented NEP 2020. But always NEP 2020 is looked at with some apprehension in the minds of the state governments. Keeping all those aside, let's dive into what it is and what is it expecting from the educational institutions. I think we have something to think about. Coming to pedagogy, I title my presentation as Transformative Pedagogy. Is there something called transformative pedagogy? I'm very happy that my previous speaker, sir, you were speaking about what teachers, engineering teachers or management teachers, what training do they have? But training does not take place formally all the time, but training also takes place through what you call bio-learning. I remember the Vedic sloka, Sahana Vavatu, Sahana Bhanaktu, Sahaviryam Karavavahai, Tejasvina Vadhita Vastu, Ma Vidvishavahai, in which even the learner and the teacher, they are endeavoring together to learn and to disseminate knowledge. But now we are living in the 21st century. You know what happens? There are many questions. Is there something different that we can learn in the 21st century? Way back in 2010 or 11, I conducted one workshop in our college, funded by RELO. RELO is a Regional English Language Office of US Embassy. I used to leverage some funds from them. I was conducting one workshop, 21st century learning skills. And there were some resource persons from Delhi, and they were also conducting the workshop. And a few of my colleagues, they were laughing at me for giving the title 21st century skills, learning skills. Yes, we are different. The times are changing, the expectations are changing, and also the way we have to teach or to transact this curriculum is also different. We have to do in a different way. You cannot ignore technology. No doubt, we are not slaves to the technology, but technology is a powerful tool in our hands, and we have to exploit the potential of this particular tool. This is anticlimax. My previous speaker, the legendary figure, Venkatrao Garu, was speaking about OHP and also PPT. But they have become handy in course of time. The generation whom we are addressing is a generation, what we call Gen Z or Gen Alpha, Gen Beta, whatever you call it. But they are they're born with technology. They are with technology. And they expect something more. What you want to teach already there on the net, and they can simply browse even faster than you are, and they can have all the information on their palms. If you want to disseminate knowledge, it cannot happen in the classroom. In the light of NEP 2020, what is expected from a classroom? What is the vision of the country? We are speaking about Viksit Bharat 2047, and you want to have Atmanirbhar Bharat. But if you want to go with your age-old and traditional teaching mechanisms, you know what happens? It cannot work out with the students of the present era or the 21st century. That's why students are getting disconnected from their classrooms. Sir, give me a just hint when I am to stop, okay? I'm prepared for some 1 hour presentation. Later morning, madam told me that it's only 20 minutes. Now you tell me 10 minutes, but please stop me whenever you want. I can sum up, no problem. So, how to keep in a college like Gayatri Vidya Parishad is no problem. They come paying lot of fee. You don't have any trouble. Your students sit in the class because they come prepared and they are there for what they have paid for. But in a college like mine, where I am an administrator, academic administrator, keeping the students in the classroom throughout the day is a Herculean task. Why this disconnect between the teachers and the students? We cannot discuss these policy decisions or policy issues in the light of Gayatri Vidya Parishad or some other what we call apex or premier educational institutions. We have to think in a comprehensive way, keeping the entire education system in mind. If you go to Andhra University, or if you go to any public institute, what is happening there? What is the pedagogy of the teacher? What is the expectation of the student? Where lies the gap? This morning, the way he started, when there is a gap of communication, there is, you remember what did he say? Excommunication. Arey, what type of saying is this? That is the reality now. The actual communication is not taking place between the student and the teacher. The roles are changing, the expectations are changing, the vision is changing. Then how can you be as you are, where you are? You have to change. And that's why the pedagogy has to undergo change. You have to adapt and you have to adopt all the changes or technological, what we call resources that you have, and make the student involved into the process of learning, into the transaction of curriculum. That's why, though there is an age-old Vedic saying, Sahana Vavatu, Sahana Bhanaktu, I am trying to remind you, the younger generation people, that the teacher has to get involved himself or herself in the process of learning, along with the student. And there comes your various types of pedagogies, your project-based learning or outcome-based learning, or whatever you call it. But let's keep in mind, ultimately, that learning should take place in the process, in the classroom. I also would like to remind you about Bhartrihari. I'm very happy that Sharma Garu and other friends from Sanskrit department, they are sitting there. I'm a bit scared to refer to all this, but still, Bhartrihari in one of his slokas, Vidya Vihinaha Pashu says, and he compares Vidya to many other ornamental things. Keyurana Vibhushayanti Na Purusha. I hope you know all these, how we decorate ourselves from morning till evening, and you have different types of ornament and different types of what we call perfumes and all these. Compared to all this, at the top lies this something called education. And the term education is very often misinterpreted and misunderstood these days. And ultimately, we have to make the individual, the student or the learner, or even the terms are changing across the international scenario. Education has become a service sector, but it is not like bringing the transformation in the individual. But that is a misunderstanding. Ultimately, the ultimate aim of education is to bring in that change. In our college, we run one newsletter. We call it VSK Vibes. VSK stands for, V for, sir, we have a different term. V for Vidya, S for Samskara, we call it. And Creed, of course. What is Samskara? Is there something to be taught separately? The generations are changing, and the way the teacher is treated and the student, they are looking at the teachers, they're also changing. Thanks to the movies, thanks to the public, what we call discussions, which are diminishing the image of the teacher. Why is this? While on one side, holding the traditional values of the country, what you call, sir was also referring to IKS. Right now in Andhra University, one FDP is going on IKS. It is not something related to India alone, but all human beings, all teachers across the globe, and we're also speaking about global teacher now. Vishwaguru, and the teacher always must have that elevated state or the place in the minds of the teachers, not in what we call in designations, not in professions, not in departments, but in the minds of the students. How can you achieve it? To make them usable and useful citizens of the country. 1 hour that is spent in the classroom should make them a transformed individuals. It does not require a formal training, but it is the responsibility of the teacher to adapt to the level of the students. I use 2 words, adopt and adapt. I hope you can take it in the way you understand. Unless you keep the expectation of the student, the crux of NEP 2020 becomes a failure, unless you understand. What is expected from the classroom, the nation building, to make them useful citizens? And of late, you know very well, sir, can I take another 2 minutes? 2 minutes, yeah. Of late, these internships are introduced into UG curriculum. I don't know how you are managing with that. And we have 2,600 students in our college. And we also have other government colleges like Women's College and many other colleges like Rajamandri Arts College. I'm speaking from government perspective. Government wants to do something, but when it comes to the college level and classroom level, the students are mapped with teachers and with different companies, and they're sent to work in the company. The company says, what shall we do with these boys and girls? They're not ready to welcome because they are untrained students. They don't have any training and they don't have any skills also. But though they have to learn, they should be ready to work there. You know what happens in some companies when we send them? They use them or physical labor to carry certain weights. What is happening? So we are still at the what we call ground level. We need to build up. My presentation, actually, I didn't make a presentation because in view of the paucity of time, I had to compress my speech. In the first slide, if you have seen that, sir, can you go to the first slide? First slide. First one. Yeah. I started my presentation with a building. We need to build the country from the classroom. If it is not happening in the classroom, the whole country is failing. We are very proudly, we have been narrating many stories about our democratic dividend, but I tell you, the generation is losing hold. They're also become addictive to this mobile phone because we are not properly guiding them to utilize this powerful device. There are many pedagogical, what we call helpful tools which we can teach to our students to make use of this potential tool. There is something called flipped classroom. And these days, thanks to technology, we have got e-books. We're not providing them. And you also have many useful resources on the net. Bring them to the level of the students and make them work on those resources, come back with their thought-provoking ideas for the younger generation. They are having many ideas. That's why these days we're also speaking about startups. And we do have a very humble beginning in our college to have this incubation center, all this. But when we discuss with students, they seem to be from very humble and rural background, but when they speak out their ideas, it is like a powerful idea which we can make a business endeavor. Only thing is, we have to help them prove their mettle by creating a proper platform. NEP 2020 with its flexibility for multiple entry and multiple exit, and also a lot of interdisciplinarity and multidisciplinarity, definitely proves to be a useful what we call tool for the Generation Z, and I hope we the teachers, we can make it realize in days to come. Thank you so much for giving me this wonderful opportunity. Thanks to all of you. Namaskaram, sir.
Now I request Dr. Sir, please address the gathering. Dharmarao Garu, your attention, to Dharmarao sir's speech.
Good morning, all the dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. It's a big challenge for me now because there are so many questions directed towards me. One was raised by Vishnumurthy Garu, that whether the medical educators are trained or not. So I will come to that a little later. But before that, the question is, if you go to a doctor, what you think, first of all? Do you think that whether he has read 100 books or 200 textbooks, or did he gone through different aspects of the disease or not? Your idea is visiting the doctor is how competent the doctor is, how compensate he is, how he is going to heal you. So with these things, when you are visiting the doctor, this is what we need. That means, as an educator, what I need. That means we have to make an Indian medical graduate who can think about what we are thinking. Now the question is how this National Education Policy 2020 is drafted in relation with the medical education. Now coming to this, how many of you are aware of how a medical student learns? Now in fact, a learner, how he learns. Now for this, in the year 2013, I carried out a study. And then I realized what on the dais also there was question raised about the PowerPoint presentation. So that nullifies this study. That means there are three types of learners. One type of learner is visually active. That means he learns when he sees. Another type of learner, when he hears, he learns. And the third category is when he does, then only he remembers the things. So, as sir said VASK, now this is gone into VAK. So, the visual, auditory, and kinesthetic students. So, keeping this in mind, the NEP 2020 has, what they have done is multidisciplinary. That means medicine is no more a medicine as an education. Now it is seen as an education. That means it has to be integrated with the engineering, with the paramedical courses. Because why the engineering? Because now the technology at the heart of healthcare. Now if a medical educator do not know medical technology, then he cannot implement. Now the next question which was raised was whether medical teachers are trained or not. Now this is one of the component of competency-based medicine. Now when I was a student, then my teachers used to come and give a lecture and goes away. I never had a curriculum. I never heard about a curriculum. The teachers asked me, read the Harrison, a big 2-volume, there are 3,000 pages there, and another one, Davidson. You read the book, And many of you have seen in medical colleges, one teacher will be going in the front and followed by 10 or 20 students. Now, what is this? That means I learned in an environment which was dominated by the teacher. That means teacher-centric. So whatever the teacher teaches, I have to adopt that, imbibe that. Now, this is the NEP 2020 changes that. That means now what we are aiming the product first. That means when you go to the cricket match to watch, you are thinking that my team should win. Now, similarly, when a student joins in the medical college, he should feel that what he should learn first. So, this is the paradigm shift. That means from teacher-centric learning to learner-centric learning. Now, this is the role of teacher is now facilitator. It is no more a teacher, teacher-centric, facilitator. Now, in 2019, the medical education has been shifted to competency-based medicine. So when I was a student, I was not knowing curriculum. But now the curriculum is defined. Everything is defined. Many of you may be aware that the first year anatomy, physiology, biochemistry was taught to the undergraduates. Now this has been changed. The anatomy will continue vertically up from the first year to final year, and medicine will start from the first year to the final year. That means the curriculum has been integrated into two, that is vertical integration and the horizontal integration. And whole curriculum has been divided into competencies. Now, the same change you can see in students of grade 1 to grade 12. Every day, many of you may be hearing that your child coming to, today is class test, tomorrow is periodic test, and after that term 1 and term 2. The same has been introduced into the medical science now. So earlier, when we were a student, first year, at the end of the first year, the examination will happen, and every second year or third year or fourth year, at the end of the sessions, means term. Now this has been changed. Formative assessments have been introduced. Now, what is the impact of this now? As a doctor, he will see the patients or he will maintain the records. Now, this is the major challenge now. As a clinician, he has to maintain the records of the patients. At the same time, for the students, he has to maintain the records of his performance. So, here introduction of logbooks, portfolios, and workplace-based assessments have been introduced. It is 6 years since its implementation, competency-based medicine. Still we are struggling with the implementation of CBME. The reason is still our mindset, the educators, not for the younger ones, for the senior ones, still we want that the case-based, the old system should be retained. But there are many problems with the old system. So from there we have shifted. Now what we are doing is the medical training. the concept of medical training has been introduced, that is faculty development program. Now this has been made mandatory for all the teachers. Within 2 years of joining the institute, they have to undergo basic course in medical education. And a fellowship of 6 months has been introduced for those who really interested in teaching. And in post-graduation, what we do is we give the postgraduate students to teach the undergraduate students. So we teach them the methods of teaching learning methods we introduce, and we also introduce to the postgraduate the assessment methods also. So this is a big change from teacher-centric to learner-centric. Apart from this, the maintenance of the records, examinations, many things are there. Due to lack of time, I will stop here. Thank you. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
So now I request Professor Nadiminti Ravanamurthy garu to address the gathering. The members on the dais and off the dais, a very good morning to everyone. I am Professor N.V. Ramanamurthy, working as Professor and Head of the Department in Computer Science Engineering, AI and ML Department of Gayatri Vidya Parishad College for Degree and PG courses. And I can proudly say that I am the product of Gayatri Vidya Parishad PG College. I have done my MSc Electronics in this same college, and I am the university topper. And Dakshinamurthy garu sir is our principal at that time. And I am very fortunate today to stand before stalwarts who are sitting in front of me and the legends who are sitting on the dais. So my concept of today's session is the artificial intelligence, how it is acting as a catalyst for implementation of the national education policy. So in the good olden days, the education sector is like teacher-centric, as many of the speakers told. And from past few years, it became student-centric. But now, so everyone has to, whether you agree or not, now artificial intelligence is playing a very vital, major and important role in making a connection between the student-centric approach and the teacher-centric approach. So there are so many tools introduced in the format of artificial intelligence who are playing a big role to make the student feel easy to understand the concepts told by the teacher. And the tools are very much useful to the student in understanding the difficult areas of curriculum and to make him competitive in the very fast changing world. So the first thing, is it working? Okay. So I want to show you what is the relation between the artificial intelligence and how it is making an impact on NEP 2020. So NEP 2020, the major focus areas are, it is holistic and multidisciplinary learning and conceptual understanding over the rote memorization. So in good olden days, in the teacher-centric and student-centric approach also, the rote memorization is the major
deficiency or difficulty. So teaches the concepts and the students has to understand it, whether he completely understand the content or not. So with a great difficulty, he is understanding the things. So equity and inclusive education and technology-driven learning ecosystems. So now, how artificial intelligence is able to handle or tackle these focused areas of NEP in its own way. So it is enabling personalized learning and intelligent assessment. So there are so many tools introduced by AI which are focusing on personalized learning. Personalized learning is nothing but there are slow learners and advanced learners in a classroom. So slow learners want one kind of methodology for teaching and advanced learners want some kind of methodology for teaching. So both students should not be treated in the same manner. So artificial intelligence has developed so many tools, or so many tools are developed with the help of artificial intelligence, which are supplemented to the students of slow learners and which are supplemented to students who are advanced learners. The questions which appear on the screen for the slow learners are different, and the questions which appear on the screen for the advanced learners are different, so that the slow learners will never be demotivated and advanced learners will never be lower competent made. So it facilitates adaptive content delivery and supports inclusive education and teacher training, and there are integration of e-learning platforms efficiently using artificial intelligence. So this is all just now we told. There is a shift from teacher-centric to learner-centric and learner-centric to AI application-oriented. So this is the adaptive learning systems which AI is implemented here. So how the conceptual understanding, visualization and inquiry. So concepts mapping and visualization tools. So there are so many tools because all these tools are implemented and are trained to our students. So they are working on it. It is practically they are very helpful for everyone. So some examples are Mind Moister and AI-powered interactive simulations. So these tools help the students to understand the concepts in a hands-on learning mechanism. So when the teacher delivers a class in a theoretical manner, if the student wants to learn it practically, suppose I delivered an A-star search algorithm in artificial intelligence. So there is an f of n, there is a g of n, there is a h of n, where f of n is the evaluation function, g of n is the path cost, and h of n is the heuristic function. I deliver it in the classroom in a theoretical manner. And I give some example on the blackboard and the student will understand it in the classroom. But later after going home, if you want to implement it on his own as a simulation tool, these AI tools are very much helpful for them to understand the concepts on their own, so that they will never forget the concepts once they do it in hands-on. So these AI tools are very, very important. And AI-based inquiry learning, there are AI-based virtual labs which are established in so many institutions, because majority of the labs are free of cost, which are available in the internet for free of cost. So we are also using those AI-based virtual labs and problem-based simulations and real-time experimentations. So if we think of a concept, we'll implement it immediately in the real-time experimentation without any second thought. And AI for inclusive in education. So what are the things that AI is doing? Assistive technologies. So there is a concept called as assistive technologies for hearing impaired and visually impaired. So for these two, AI is doing a task of text-to-speech conversion and speech-to-text conversion. So depends on the nature of the students and depends on the nature of the learner, AI is able to maintain the mediatory part. For those students, this kind of learning, for these students, this kind of learning, so AI is able to do it. And personalized learning for diverse learners. As I told you, for slow learners, advanced learners, the mechanism of learning is different. This can be made with AI. So language translation and multilingual learning, this is another important thing. So in good olden days, only English, only Telugu, or only one particular language. Later, it was moved to 3 or 4 languages. But now, because of the artificial intelligence, the technology era, whatever language you want, you can transform it into that language. So, suppose in the last week, I was watching a Kannada speech in YouTube. A hero is speaking in the Kannada language. He is speaking in a very, very enthusiastic manner, and lot of good content is there in his speech. But I don't know Kannada. Immediately I have connected this video, YouTube video, to an AI tool. Immediately it has converted everything into Telugu, and that too in the manner how he is speaking. It is not a audio, it is a complete video. Whatever he is speaking, it is converted into video in Telugu language while he is speaking. So the same, that level of technology AI is in today's market. So it is helpful. And early identification of learning disabilities. So there are students who cannot understand the concept in a faster manner. So as Dharmarao Garu is know, it can dyslexia. The students who are suffering with dyslexia and ADHD and cognitive learning gaps. So all these things can be handled by artificial intelligence, and they ensure early intervention for better outcomes. So AI in teacher training, how AI can be helpful in teacher training? So AI based continuous professional development systems. So there are AI based continuous professional development mechanisms which are available in the net, like Coursera AI recommendations and Swayam online modules. In Swayam online modules also, there are advanced modules which are designed for the teachers who are doing research in one particular dominant area. And smart technology assistants like ChatGPT for lesson planning. So we used to waste a lot of time. I should not say that it is a waste, but it is a mechanism now we are adopting where we can give the information to the AI system. It can develop a teaching plan or teaching methodology for me. So it is helping the teacher. It is not dominating the teacher, but it is helping like an aiding tool for the teacher. And Canva AI for teaching visuals. So if I have so much of content in my brain, I want to draw it as a diagram. It is very difficult to draw that particular aspect on the board or in the PowerPoint presentation or something. Then I can give my thought to the ChatGPT or Google Gemini AI. Then it can visualize that in a particular fashion. So automated administrative support, teacher analytics, and feedback. So these are the two important things which are helping the teacher to take the feedback. How to take the feedback is a big task. There are students who are not attending the classes, they will also give feedback. There are students who attend the classes missing the feedback. So AI can help in moderating the aspects. So integration of AI with e-learning like learning management systems, we all know Moodles and Google Classroom AI integration, where you can convert each of the content as an e-content so that the student who misses the classes can also learn on their own at their home. And smart content creation, we can create quizzes, we can create videos, and we can create interactive modules for the benefit of the student. So there are so many examples of tools here, Quiz AI, Equipuzzle, EduPuzzle AI, like this, there are so many tools. So virtual reality and AI simulations. So there are some labs which are existing in higher institutions like IITs and labs. So those kind of labs we can create on our own in our own institution with virtual lab environment. AI is able to give us that scope. And The NEP 2020 objectives supported by AI are personalized learning, digital literacy, efficiency, and accessibility. The key AI techniques supporting this pedagogical transformation are machine learning, natural language processing, computer vision, recommendation systems, expert systems, and generative AI. So generative AI, now we are in the fourth layer of artificial intelligence. The next level of generative AI is we are going in few days, that is multi-agent systems. So where there is no involvement of human being in majority of the aspects. An agent will assign task to another agent, that another agent will assign task to another agent. Like this, multiple agents will club together and they will finish the entire work on their own. Only there will be a supervision of the AI engineer. It is only a 10% of the job, and 90% of the job will be performed by multi-agent systems. And student learning tools can be developed, teacher support tools can be developed, and inclusive education tools and assessment tools. All these are helpful in making NEP 2020 to be more lightened. And this is on the positive side. There are some negative shades also there in the artificial intelligence implementation in NEP. The negative shades are, this is a very challenging task. There are so many ethical aspects comes into the picture. So data privacy and security is very, very important here. So if a student data is given to the AI system without taking any prior measurement of ethics and privacy concerns, then there is a danger. We don't know once data given to the AI what is going to be happen. And bias in AI algorithms. Sometimes we feel that AI will give an answer like this, but there are some cases where AI is biased and we will get wrong results. So we should be very careful in that. And digital divide and teacher dependency. So majority of the times if we are addicted to AI, we will be more dependent on AI, then our brain functionality will reduce. So we have to be very careful. Up to whatever extent we have to use the technology, we should use it up to that extent only. We should not do it beyond the level. And the future roadmap of Indian education, AI-enabled smart classrooms, national digital education architecture, AI literacy for students and teachers, and inclusive and personalized learning ecosystems. And finally, the AI is going to become or serve as a powerful instrument for building equitable, holistic, and future-ready education. So whether the members agrees or not, AI is going to become or play a vital role in the NEP 2020 implementation and education policy and administrative implementations of the education sector. And finally, my conclusion is, artificial intelligence will not replace the teachers, but teachers who use artificial intelligence will transform education. It is definite. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. Thank you.
Now I request the management members and convener to give away the mementos to the speakers. Sir, please. Principal sir and Dr. Murali, please join on the dais.
I have a question on AI. అందరికీ తెలుగు వచ్చు కదా? 1960s ప్లీజ్ 1 minute సార్, అగ్రికల్చరల్ రెవల్యూషన్ వచ్చింది. ఇంటెన్సివ్ అగ్రికల్చర్ డెవలప్మెంట్ ప్రోగ్రామ్, హై ఈల్డింగ్ ప్రోగ్రామ్, ఇంటెన్సివ్ అగ్రికల్చర్ ఏరియా ప్రోగ్రామ్ వచ్చింది. ఎందుకంటే ఫుడ్ ప్రొడక్షన్ పెంచాలి, అదొకటే ఏమో. మెయిన్ ఫెర్టిలైజర్స్ అనేది వచ్చింది, హై ఈల్డింగ్ వెరైటీస్ వేసాడు, ఫెర్టిలైజర్స్ వచ్చింది. ఇంతకాలం మనం ఫెర్టిలైజర్స్ ఫుడ్ తింటున్నాం, మన బుర్రలో ఏమయ్యో తెలుస్తున్నాం. ఈ ఏదో డిపెండ్ అయ్యి మనం మన ఆలోచనలు మానేస్తే ఇంకో 20 ఏళ్ళు అయిన తర్వాత మనం ఏమవుతాం ఆలోచించండి.
Vishnumurthy garu, please. Madam. విజయ్ బాబు గారు, డాక్టర్ విజయ్ బాబు గారు. డాక్టర్ ధర్మారావు సార్. డాక్టర్ రమణమూర్తి గారు. థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్. కూర్చోండి, ఒక నిమిషం కూర్చోండి. కూర్చోండి సార్, ఒక్క నిమిషం. So once again, good morning to all of you. I'm here to propose formal vote of thanks to this session. At the very beginning, I would like to thank Professor R. Venkatrao Garu. I heard many a times that Swami Vivekananda, when he addresses in Chicago, people become spellbound. And I observed the same thing again in Gayatri Vidya Parishad Central Auditorium today. And he insisted that everything, we have to put some extra effort and we have to do everything meticulously, even assignment or valuation or whatever it may be. And human touch is very, very essential in teaching. We are very much thankful to Sir. And Dr. Vishnumurthy Garu addressed on the same again and again, saying Uttama teacher, M stands for Manassu, that is a human touch again. And I believe many of us are Uttama teachers only, okay? And then Vijay Babu Garu addressed on VSK, Vidya, Samskaram and Krida. Again, Samskaram is a part of Venkatrao sir's idea of human touch. And I openly say that Gayatri Vidya Parishad vision is creating human excellence, which is very much correlating with all these three ideas. And then Dr. Dharmarao Garu, again, he gave a new way of VSK. And then Dr. Ravanamurthy Garu says that AI remains helpful in teaching effectiveness. And AI is not a dominating factor over and above humans. Okay. Thank you all for your valuable time and effort and addressing gathering in our seminar. Thank you all. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much.
Start.
I welcome you all to the session 4, Assessment and Evaluation. The National Education Policy 2020 envisions a transformative shift in India's education system by placing assessment and evaluation at the heart of meaningful learning. Moving beyond rote memorization and high-stake examinations, NEP 2020 advocates competency-based, formative, and holistic assessment practices that foster critical thinking, creativity, problem-solving, and deep conceptual understanding. It emphasizes continuous and comprehensive evaluation through self-assessment, peer assessment, and teacher assessment to ensure students' cognitive, social, emotional, and ethical development. The establishment of PARAK, Performance Assessment Review and Analysis of Knowledge for Holistic Development, seeks to standardize and reform assessment systems nationwide, promoting quality and equity. With redesigned board examination focusing on core competencies, increased flexibility, experiential learning, multidisciplinary approaches, and skill development, assessment is aligned with real-world application by transforming assessment into a tool that supports learning rather than merely measuring performance. NEP 2020 aims to nurture confident, capable, and innovative learners, thereby contributing significantly to the vision of Viksit Bharat 2047. With this note on assessment and evaluation, I, Professor P.V. Mohani, take it as my great honor and privilege to welcome our esteemed chairperson and distinguished speakers for the session 4 on assessment and evaluation as part of the national seminar on NEP 2020, Navigating the Road to Viksit Bharat 2047, Challenges and Opportunities. I respectfully invite our chairperson, Professor A. Rajendra Prasad Garu, Dean School of Law, Geetham, and former Vice Chancellor, Acharya Nagarjuna University, whose vast academic leadership and visionary guidance continue to inspire the academic community. With great respect, I request Sir to graciously occupy the chair on the dais. Professor A. Rajendra Prasad Garu, a distinguished legal scholar and visionary academic leader, he has served as Vice Chancellor of Acharya Nagarjuna University and as Professor of Law at Andhra University for nearly 3 decades, holding key positions including Chairman, Faculty of Law, former Principal, College of Law, and Head Board of Studies in Law. He also served as Professor of Eminence at Damodaran Sanjeevaya National Law University and Professor and Head School of Corporate Law at the Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs, New Delhi. He earned his PhD in Consumer Law from Andhra University with the Best Thesis Award and has received Best Researcher and Best Academician Awards. A Commonwealth Fellow, he visited the University of Sheffield, UK, and is associated with a research group at West Virginia University. With numerous international publications and conference presentations worldwide, he has significantly contributed to legal education and policy. Today, he will enlighten us on the topic, Impact of NEP 2020 on Stakeholders in Higher Education, and his insights will greatly enrich our understanding of higher education in the journey towards Viksit Bharat 2047. On behalf of our institution, I extend a warm welcome to you, sir. We are truly honored with your presence. I extend a warm welcome to our distinguished key speaker, Professor N. Bhanuprakash Garu, HOD MBA Logistics, Indian Maritime University, for his valuable expertise and contributions to higher education and management studies. I now request, sir, please take the chair on the dais. Dr. N. Bhanuprakash Garu, Associate Professor and Head of the School of Maritime Management at Indian Maritime University, with over 24 years of academic experience, including more than 15 years in maritime education. He has been associated with reputed institutions such as University of Petroleum and Energy Studies, Dehradun, and Geetham School of International Business. His research focuses on port performance, port operations, and supply chain management, with his doctoral work centered on port efficiency and productivity. He has conducted training and consultancy programs for the Gujarat Maritime Board and several logistics organizations. As part of his official assignment at Indian Maritime University, he coordinated the work group on building maritime partnerships for the Indian Ocean Rim Association, IORA member states for the Government of India. He is also a member of the Project Schemes and Public-Private Partnerships Division of Neil Earth Vision Implementation Cell under the Government of India's Maritime Arathkal Vision 2047 initiative. Welcome you, sir. I cordially invite our esteemed key speaker, Dr. K. Venkatakrishna Garu, Assistant Professor, CSC AI and ML, NIT Warangal, and Visiting Fellow, India Foundation, whose insights into emerging technologies and innovation will greatly enrich today's discussion. I request sir to occupy the chair on the dais. Dr. K. Venkatakrishna Garu, Assistant Professor in Department of Computer Science and Engineering, specializing in Artificial Intelligence and Machine Learning at NIT Warangal. He holds an MTech from IIT Madras and PhD from IIT Varanasi. He is also a visiting fellow at the India Foundation, New Delhi, contributing to policy research and national development discussions. Dr. Venkatakrishna is well recognized for his academic and research contributions in AI and ML. Welcome you, sir. Further, I warmly welcome the eminent speaker, Professor G. Sudhir, Vice Principal, Gayatri Vidya Parishad College of Engineering for Women, for his continued commitment to academic excellence and institutional development. I respectfully request, sir, to kindly occupy the chair on the dais. Dr. G. Sudhir is a professor of mathematics and the current vice principal at Gayatri Vidya Parishad College of Engineering for Women. He completed his PhD in applied mathematics from Andhra University in 2006. He is a fellow of the Institute of Mathematics and its Applications, London, senior member in IEEE and ACM, and is a member of the professional societies American Mathematical Society, Society for Industrial and Applied Mathematics, Computer Society of India, Indian Mathematical Society, and the Indian Academy for Mathematical Modeling and Simulation. With over 30 years of teaching experience across school, junior college, degree college, postgraduate college, and engineering college levels, Dr. Sudhir specializes in time series analysis, mathematical modeling, pseudospectral methods, and wave propagation in solids. Welcome you, sir. We are truly honored to have such eminent academicians with us for this important session on assessment and evaluation under NEP 2020. Now I hand over the platform to the chairperson of today's session, Professor A. Rajendra Prasad Garu. Thank you.
Slide change. Respected Chairman of Gayatri Vidya Parishad, Professor Somaraj Garu, Director of Gayatri Vidya Parishad, Professor Sharma Garu, my well-wisher, good friend, Professor VSR Prasad Garu, invitees, faculty, and participants of this seminar. See, it is a great opportunity to present my views on this very important seminar on National Education Policy 2020. Here just I have taken the topic which is quite relevant for us and for everyone, of course. I want to show this particular NEP from a different perspective, that is a legal perspective. You might have just for one day or so, just you have seen about the sociological point of view and also economic approach. And here our legal perspective can be or could be. But the issue is about that, can we ignore? The fundamental question is about, can we ignore legal aspects when you study any concept? So you may get the doubt, how, this NEP is connected to legal issues. You all the people aware about it, stating that ignorance of law is no excuse. That is the fundamental legal principle. Followed by that, whenever you talk about this policy makers' perception, they make some sort of, they draft a policy. Do you know that, you know that policy cannot immediately be implemented unless it takes in one form or other from legal point of view. So here NEP, the policy has, made by the policy makers, and then just how to get some sort of the legal force. If there is no legal backing, then just it is not enforceable, it can't come into force. From that perspective, how the legal backing that has been just included in these policies. But I have taken up just only stakeholder, and also as far as the NEP is concerned, and is also, indirectly connected with this, the present topic for discussion. So here, this organizer told me that the 20 minutes limitation, it is applicable to everyone, include myself. Again, I also cite what well-known principle of law says is, no one is above the law. So I am also subject to 20 minutes presentation. So bear with me for 25 minutes. Here, whenever you make some legal attempt to know something, first of all, the duty of a lawman is, or a judge as the case may be, to define the term in which are given in a broader way in an enactment or anything else. So definition of the terms used either in the policy making or any just law, that should be known. The meaning of, legal meaning of the term must be known. But we know it, students will give very good definition when we come across those definitions while valuing the paper. You must be knowing how the modern students who are not bothered up, I'm not talking about all the people, how they write. There are many just instances. I will tell you one thing. The question that was asked in law paper about right to copy, define right to copy. Do you know how the student has answered this particular question? He started this saying that right to copy means, that is, I'm talking about the copyright, because the question is about what is meant by copyright. The definition that has been given by this student is, copyright is nothing but right to copy. Copyright is not nothing to deal with copying. Because why I'm just only citing this, to just want to understand about the importance of, these terms that are being used, in the legislations. Here, I'm connecting my legal perspective of this. One of the aspects of the NEP is nothing but these stakeholders. So here I also cite it, whenever you, just I mentioned about saying, whenever you just only draft a legislation, there are a policy put in the form of a law, it must necessarily have legal backing. So NEP draws some sort of the legal backing, and that too from a constitutional right that has been just long back recognized by the Supreme Court of India in a celebrated case, Unni Krishna's Union of India. This was just only decided in 1993. So you must be seeing how long that has been taken up just only to make it some sort of a reality. In between, there are some of the schemes that have been drawn, adapted by the governments. But a full-fledged, important significance has been given to the concept of NEP. Again, you see, just this term, See here, of course, it is missing. So the issue is what is meant by the stakeholders. It has been defined in this way, stating that those with a vested interest in the institution. A stakeholder means a person who has some sort of a vested interest in the institution is known as a stakeholder. Then includes whom? As far as the education institutions are concerned, who are the stakeholders? It has also been listed a category of people, right from students. We are also aware of these, stakeholders. So number one is about the students, faculty, staff, government, employers, and alumni. So these are all the stakeholders. Whenever you draw in a policy, just you must consider this, the opinions, views of these people, and also just aim for the satisfaction of all those. You must be knowing that it is highly difficult to satisfy all the people in any system, but you must do. So in this way, NUP also tried to satisfy the interest of many, because again I will go back, the legal backing which I talked about Bentham once is considered some sort of the utilitarian experts. What he talked about, whenever you draft any law, it must satisfy the particular end, the function, that is greatest happiness for greatest number. So this contribution of NEP just only to satisfy the greatest, happiness for greatest number. And in this context, we will try to see this, what are the kinds of these, stakeholders. One is about these internal and primary stakeholders, and the second one is about the external or secondary stakeholders. Basically, what has been said that internal, stakeholders, the students and teaching staff, academic staff. When you talk about the second kind of these stakeholders, they are nothing but government agencies, employers, alumni, parents, and community. These are all, have to play, very vital role as far as, the success of any institution. And especially the NEP focus the interest of all the people. What I'm trying to talk about, saying that taking out some of these aspects of NEP, how they are legally just only backed up, and what about, this law is talking about these people. In this aspect, I will try to just only take example of one because it is organized, the Department of Management. And we also correlate one of the legislations concerning about the companies, and we see that what is the necessity of making the partners of any institutions. So when you talk about the Companies Act, there is a wonderful concept known as workers' participation in management. So all the people know about this. So that's why here also there is emphasis under NEP for this stakeholders participation. So they say that just stakeholders participation is very important. So that's why you just and the second one is about whatever the legislation you draft, whatever the policy that must be drafted, it must have some sort of the uniform applications. So that's why here also again, we take its source from these constitutional provisions, especially Article 14 of the Constitution, you all the people aware of equality before law, right to equality. So that's why there should not be discrimination shown can't be shown among all the persons who are the seekers of the service of these institutions. And also here, there are some of the apex bodies that have been drawn just only to improve the quality of this education. And here, this NEP, promotes the constitution of the National Research Foundation and Higher Education Commission, and the last one is about this National Educational Technology Forum, that is NETF. So here when you draw some sort of, these bodies, and you also again you have to supply some of the rules for its operation. These operations should have some sort of the legal basis following the norms of all these constitutional principles. There should not be any discrimination. They also, observe the principles of equity, etc. And also they follow some fair principles of law. What I'm trying to say, when you talk about the education, when many, segments of the society will join and also seek its services, when you offer the service to all the segments, it is expected that you have some sort of a uniform policy. You must be knowing as the teachers, whenever you just only value the papers of the students for the examination you conducted, can you show any discrimination? You can't show the discrimination. You may not be knowing that you are following the fair principles of law. If you show the discrimination, automatically you are only subject to accountability. So that's why what I'm trying to say here, whatever the policy that has been drafted under these national education policies, indirectly they have some sort of the legal foundation. And another one very, very important thing which I want to talk about, that is about the objectives. So, when you talk about, the objectives of this, NEP, here again, there is some sort of a distinction between the private and public universities. So, when you talk about these public universities, they are constituted just only to render public, so it is expected to do this social service, public service to the members of society. As far as the private institutions are concerned, they are many of the institutions have some sort of the commercial objectives. But some of the institutions also are formed for some these charity purposes. So that's why when you have some sort of the educational institution, it may be either private or it may be under state policies. So here what has been talked about, there the public universities, it has been said that lack traditional corporate shareholders, and but the private institutions have some sort of investor boardrooms of shareholders with financial stake. So that's why the private institutions having the commercial objective, they run the institutions some sort of the commercial objectives. Wherever the state universities, education institutes are concerned, they do with the objective of doing some sort of social service with the object of promoting the the notion of social justice. So here again you will be talking about, when just you draw the source from these principles of company law, talking about when you just the board members, and you must be knowing some of these, the corporate bodies also running these law schools. For example, Kotak Mahindra or Jindal and other many corporate bodies running the institutions. In such cases, there is so much accountability as for just only to attain the objective of these policies. So what has been talked about, whether you have the commercial objective or the social, whatever it may be, you must also think about the interest of the stakeholders who are the seekers of the service of these institutions. And that's why what I'm trying to say, it has been a very good observation that has been made by this NEP 2020 by stating that hitherto we are making some sort of, earlier we are making some sort of discrimination or differences, we can say, between the private and state universities. And the recommendation that is pertaining about this aspect on NEP is nothing but just remove the name of this affiliating university or affiliate technical university or deemed to be university, and all these things must be replaced simply by university on fulfilling the criteria as per the norms. These are wonderful recommendations that has been advanced by this NEP. So here, no need to put and add the tags deemed to be university, etc. What has been advised yesterday is just only to name it, to call it, replace it with this now name, whether state or private, call them as a university, that's all. One more thing which I want to draw your attention is about the NEP, about this internationalization. So it has been talked about in the NEP, they themselves, recommended, suggested, saying that, and who drafted this particular document, there must be some sort of the legislative framework. So that's why that signifies and stating that the NEP which you are talking about or a policy just to regulate the education sector in India, it must be supported by some sort of a appropriate legal framework. Ultimately, what I say, you can't do anything unless whatever the policy or the decision you take, it has some sort of, the legal backing and supported by the fair principles of law. And one more thing which I want to just make some sort of interesting one is about, it has been said that NEP promotes quality, has to promote or promotes, institutions have promoted the quality education. Everywhere, nowadays, it has become some sort of a buzzword talking about saying that, improve the quality of education. How do you improve? What is meant by quality of education? So all these are some very ambiguous. The quality means depending upon many factors. So you must be knowing, I should not name some of the institutions, even our legal field, and having some sort of the top ranks in the country, they are excelling because of the quality of the students, not the teachers. I'm not talking about all the teachers do not have that much quality just only to impart that qualitative education. What I'm trying to say is many institutions excel and getting very good ranks, because of the quality of the students. But NEP talks about quality. Quality requires many, as I said, should fulfill many, just parameters, and it includes the quality of the teachers and quality of the management and quality of the society itself also. So there are many instances, I think this is not the right form to talk about saying that there are some, there is a very possibility some people will also misuse the services that are provided by these institutions. So that's why quality, is some sort of, very, very, you can say the relative term and requires, so simply NB talks about promote quality. And second one is about, it talks about transparency. So what do you mean by transparent? So, just you must be transparent, just only to say what is happening inside. You must be knowing just now there is some sort of improvement of policies. So, what talked about transparency, it is said that from this student's point of view, when they write the examinations, they have just have the right to ask what the marks they got it. So that's why there are many methods that have been just adapted, that is revaluation, etc. So that's why from the student's point of view, just we have also introduced some of these measures. From the managed point of view, and I'm talking about not the management, the private institutions, even the policy we adapt in the state universities. Are we transparent? That is a question that I have to make. And NEP talks about, that's why what I'm trying to say, these words require, just very, liberal meanings to, just make it just comfortable to all the people to get some sort of, absolute or true justice. Ultimately, whatever the law, whatever the policy we adapt and promote is nothing but just want to do justice to all the sectors in the society. And the next, because in the transparency of the private public institutions are concerned, if you want to know anything that is happening in the universities, by paying just only 10 rupees, you can also, file some sort of the RTI application and get some sort of information. I know many people, many vice chancellors are afraid of these RTIs. I used to say, don't worry about, because what they want, you have to supply the information, you give the information. You must know the art of giving the information. I used to give the information that way. that can't be questioned in the court of law, that even if you go to the appellate courts or appellate authority, you won't win it. So, I mean, must use some sort of your intelligence, because we are the law people, we know how to answer the questions that have been posed under RTI to the institutions. The next very important is accountability. What do you mean by the accountability? To whom these institutions are accountable? So we say the accountability is to the stakeholders. So who is a stakeholder? As I mentioned, there are many things, because employees are there, and also, I mean, the students are there, and many people I talked about in the category of stakeholders, and the government agencies are the stakeholders. Ultimately, finally, I mean, the society or the community members are also the stakeholders of all these institutions. But the issue in that context, again, just only I wanted to cite what has been said under Section 135 of the Companies Act, social responsibility, where the students of management or the students of companies law, these teachers of companies law, you're aware of these particular legal provisions. I mean, what has been talked about, I mean, just social responsibility. Company may be private or a public, but the company is responsible, even if it is a private company, responsible to society. So that's why which you talked about, I mean, just social responsibility has been highlighted here under NEP. So the accessibility. So these institutions must be accessible to all these stakeholders. So the issue is here, which I wanted to talk about, saying that, there are some, the legal norms must be complied with. And all the people have the right to question you. That is also very important. So, I mean, whether private or the public, these stakeholders have the right to question these institutions and making accountable to the society. And the next one is, which we talk about, the accessible and inclusive higher education system. These are some of the aspects that have been highlighted in NEP, but not properly defined and explained. Unless they are properly defined, explained, we can't have the proper understanding of these concepts. Simply when you say about the accountability or the quality, transparency, it appears to be very nice and sound, but just when you see in the practice, it is totally, we can't understand it, we can't digest it, we can't know the value, the actual meanings of it. That's why we say in law to our students, law in the books is different from law in practice. Law in the books is different from law in the practice. So that's why unless you put it into practice, then only you understand the problems. We may question the management, but we also understand from other point of view. The NEP or the policy maker should also understand the problems of the management. They're providing the employment, at the same time they're providing some sort of, the opportunity to study you. But the question is about it, we have all the rights, well and good. So the issue is about, you also, see the other end. But only that particular saving provision is not, we can't find in the NEP. And it is the NEP also, point out some of the deficiencies. I will cite only two. One is about, there must be a limited access, particularly in socio-economic disadvantaged groups. What has been said, one of the deficiencies of NEP is because it is not accessible to all the people in all the areas. So that's why it is also again the violation of the principles of discrimination, against the constitutional principle right to equality, and also against the norms of a constitutional preamble, that is the concept of social justice. And the next one is the NEP itself point out as one of the deficiencies is nothing but an effective regulatory system. In India, unfortunately, what is happening, the regulatory systems are not working properly. So the situation is, we can't give the absolute power to all these, the regulatory bodies, and allow them to function independently. You may say that it is independent, but you will have control over all these institutions. That's why I say the Indian mindset is nothing but some sort of suspecting all the people all the time. You, whoever may be the Indian, you see, you suspect. So why Rajendra Prasad has been invited for that? What is the I mean, just anything with him because I'm powerless. I'm not in power. I can't do anything, of course. But we suspect it. But what I have seen, I worked in England or visited many countries. What I have seen, the point is, initially they trust us. They trust. They have their controls just only to regulate our conduct. But initially they trust us. One instance, when I joined in England and I went to my department to work there, and I mean, during my tenure, nobody asked me to show any certificate. Are you from India? Where university has given the clearance? Your UGC, I mean, it's given no objection certificate. Or your UK Scholarship Commission has given any clearance. Nothing has been asked. When I say I come from India, they offer the chair, they showed me my chamber, asked me to work. But when I returned from India, my clerk in the department asked me, sir, you have got the certificate from that university where you worked in England, just only, I mean, just no objections. I mean, service certificate, I mean, during the period which you worked in the UK. So a foreigner believed me, and my just own, I mean, colleague just only asked me to produce. I said, no, I won't. If you want, I will give some sort of a declaration, self-declaration. So what I'm trying to say, what I understood is they trusted all the time, but the Indian mindset, that's why whatever the policy adopted in India, basically, and just what I say is India will change, but Indian mindset will not change. That is my just conclusion, but there are exceptions. But whenever talk about the life in the Western, it does not mean that is some sort of different and very, I mean, good or great. But all the time, I always say that India is India, nothing just comparable. So these are the things which I just only observed from the legal point of view, just about this NEP from my legal perspective. And one more suggestion just which I wanted to, which is missing, when you go through the document of NEP 2020, have you come across any provision connecting with this redressal mechanism? That is very important. That is very important. No mechanism that has been adapted, just only resolve the disputes. Suppose the private institution has some sort of a problem with, I mean, policy making bodies where they have to, again, they have to go to the courts. There is no other alternative. Do you know the latest statistic that I got it is as of early 2026, that is in January, what has been said, nearly 4.76 crores of cases pending in India, 4.76. So, I mean, when you file a case, we can't expect when you see the judgment of it. So, it's nothing but a lifetime experiment for all the people. Few years back, one researcher conducted a study and also said that if you want to clear all the cases in India, it will take nearly 350 years. Imagine. So without adding fresh cases. So the issue is about, we talk about justice to all. We talk about many things. I'm not commenting on, because the issues are like this. The issues are there. We are also, I mean, the response for everything, we are going to the court of law for enforcement of rights. But it is the constitutionally guaranteed for all of us to go to the court of law. Where to go to? You can't go anywhere else, any other body to, I mean, express our problems. So the issue is about when you are affected with the decision of these bodies, you go to the court of law, but wait. How many years you have to wait, we don't know. Then ultimately you yourself, I mean, lose patience and you will come to the compromise. Compromise is some settlement is the first priority in the Western countries. Compromise and settlement in India is the last resort. When you are vexed with all these institutions, then come to an understanding, have some sort of a settlement with the opponent, saying that I can't do anything, whatever you want to give, whatever you want to say, I do it. So that's why I can't find any provision under NEP as for the redressal dispute mechanism. That's why just my suggestion that I want to think, I don't know whether anyone has made this particular session, the constitution of educational tribunal is of necessity. We have the administrative tribunals, we have the company law, national company law tribunals, or many other tribunals we have in India. There is a necessity of constitution of this educational tribunal in India that will
facilitator there. You come prepared, you start discussion, because my concentration is on higher educational institutions. So the focus should be like both the sides should be at least to certain extent knowing about the topic. I tell my students, if I come prepared with my PPT, probably I've taken 1 or 2 sources, online sources, or 1 or 2 textbooks. But if 30 students or 40 students of the class come, they come prepared, they come with, much of information, because each one of them must have gone to different websites and get back the ideas. So when we discuss this way, the command over the subject, the command over the language, and confidence, all these things will improve, and that's the benefit for the students. So faculty need not deliberate or discuss in the class what they know. They have to actually identify what the students can do, then support them accordingly. Shift from rigid classes, you said this, I suppose most of the IIMs are already following, but it's time for us also to come back. Let's not have a fixed timetable as such. This morning it's my session. If we can have at least that process, Delhi bahut dur hai, but then if we can still start it, I trust that would be a good thing. Post please, next one. Yeah, faculty have to be only the facilitators there. Let the students come and learn, sir. They make mistakes initially, but let them learn from their mistakes. Because as a faculty, even when I go and sit in the class, ask some question to the student gives the answer, I am never satisfied. As a faculty, we will never be satisfied. And when we say that, oh, my answer is better than your answer, we try to prove it. But let's avoid that one. Because this entire NEP is for the good of the country itself. Design pedagogy in line with the industry needs. Always industry interaction is very, very important, sir. Promote self and team learnings among the students. Sir, examinations are one part, and let's reduce that examination part. Let them come and discuss. That's a better way. If need be, let's form small teams, which probably most of you are already doing it. Be open to student contribution. As I told you, as a faculty, I would never, agree if they come with some ideas, but that's where things lie. Developing syllabus to suit the skill-based learning. Implement pedagogy that allows multi-dimensional approach. Okay, I'll just, in a small nutshell, I'll say that, sir, we have students who come from different backgrounds and different abilities. Not all of them can be judged in one manner. I cannot say, answer this question, put it on a paper. Some of them may not be good at it. Some of them may be good at discussing things. When you give an opportunity, they speak a lot. So the point here is, let us reduce the examination proportion or the marks for examination. This is where we need the support of the management also. End-term examinations, let's reduce it. Yeah, there will be a complaint. Sirs, our faculty are a little bit biased. To avoid them, then and there itself, you give them the results. Boss, this is your performance. On this basis, these are the marks awarded to you. That makes simple life simple for all of us. Yeah, it may not happen immediately, but I trust that this need to be deliberated on. Identifiability, students. Okay. Adopt technology. So, technology, sir, as I told you, we are also now learners. We need to know about some of those technologies which will help them to learn. The next one, please. Not this one, next one. Yeah, examinations, as I told you. It is an aim to ensure skill enhancement among students. Flexible and customized continuous assessment, sir. Why this is important, sir? I have attended some of those online classes. In the first attempt, I got less marks. He gave me a second attempt, a second chance. Ultimately, remember, even the dull student, so-called dull student, will go out of the campus after 3 years. I'm not saying that he should go out without knowledge, but give them a second opportunity, probably a third opportunity, so that they can also perform and ultimately get out with some better, results. I always try to assess their cognitive abilities. Technology need to be used. More weightage for internal assessment, as I've already told you. Ensure transparent and assessment. This reduces the conflicts a little later. Examination, remember that examinations for students also, they are not for only marks. We are there to gain knowledge. Assessment need to be encouraging and motivating. This is for the faculty so that the students also get motivated through the way in which you are assessing them. The next one, please. The next one. Yeah, these are thoughts for the students. Be open for gaining knowledge. Boss, please remember, you are not here for marks. You are not here for jobs. Generally, when they say the first question that they ask us is, sir, naukri kahan milega? Where will I get my job? Which are the companies that visit us? Boss, if you have knowledge, you don't need the support of the university or the college to place you. You will get placed yourself. Technology is only a tool, but you are the boss. Use technology, but give scope for assessing your contribution. When you are making a presentation, when you are writing an answer on a paper, please ensure that what is your contribution in it. Then study for knowledge gaining and not merely for marks. Jobs are based on individual skills, as I have already told. What you or how you perform during the interview will give the marks. The interviewer will never be bothered about whether a particular topic is a part of your syllabus or whether it was handled in the class. No, do you know it? That's what they look for. This is already done. So, sir, humble submission for the educational institution, sir. I also faced this one, so I am telling this. If the number of failures in my subject are more, immediately I get a call. Why so many failures? It is as if my failure. No, sir. Right? So, the way in which faculty are assessed, even that needs a little bit of change. Research always brings or enhances quality of the faculty. Yeah, most of the institutions are supporting the faculty in this area, but then probably we need to scale it up. Support multidisciplinary learning methods. So without the support of the management, technologies cannot be brought into the system. then give scope for research consultancy and field works, because in these areas, students can also be, made part of it. That's overall development, and allow sports and extracurricular as part of your curriculum, because students learn while playing. So that can be also part of it. I trust I'm done with it. Yeah. Thank you. I hope I have crossed it. Yeah, I've crossed the time given to me, 10 minutes, but sorry for that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. K. Venkatakrishna Garu to address the gathering on assessment and evaluation in IITs and NITs, process issues and challenges.
So, thank you, madam. Before that, I should convey my regards to the Sharma Garu and Raj Garu and Prasad Garu and another Prasad Garu, Bhanu Prakash Garu and other dignitaries for taking this initiative of the, one workshop on the national education policy. And before going into that, I also wanted to appreciate the management, because I am not part of this institution. But when I heard from the others, one of my senior at NIT Warangal, who's a senior faculty, Professor Soumya Ajlu, he used to tell that, the Gayatri is an institution where you will be getting the values also, because nowadays we are getting skills everywhere. So to be honest, getting skills is not the primary concern, because, if you see from the 2010 onwards, we have a vast online resources, whether it could be related to any skills. But the getting values is not because the education is nowadays completely commercialized. But here you are getting the skills also, values also, that, for that I should be, appreciate, and I should convey my regards to the management. And as we all know, this NEP, in 1986, the old education policy was there. And after that, the 2020, the government has come up with the new policy, this new national education policy, because the 1986 policy is almost, I won't say outdated, but at the same time, it may not suit for the present era. So that is why Government of India has come up with the new education policy. And in the new education policy, we have, many add-ons. We have many advantages, but at the same time, I have the given topic for me is this assessment and evaluation of these, the students in the education system. I am a student of the IIT Madras as well as IIT Varanasi, and I have seen IIT Madras is one of the top tech school in India. So I have seen how the system works there, and now I am working with NIT Warangal. It's a second tier tech schools in India, and there I have seen how the institutions are working. So what I personally feel is, here also I have seen the state universities, how they are working, because I am part of some of the BOS. So what I personally feel is, what is the main difference between the state universities or the private institutions or the top tech schools? The faculty has the more flexibility there in the IITs. Suppose if you wanted to assess a student for 100 marks, it's a faculty discretion. I am not saying all the IITs, but the old IITs, and like IIT Bombay or IIT Delhi or Madras. So the faculty has complete liberty how to distribute the 100 marks, whether it could be mid marks, or whether it could be the project marks, or whether it could be the end semester, or whether it could be the lab session, whatever it is. And with that, students can, faculty can able to come up with the new ideas, how to conduct the course and how to do the, organize the course, marks allotment and all. But the question is, if we can adapt it to the private colleges. The biggest challenge is the quality of the faculty. I am not saying, we are less than the IIT faculty or NIT faculty, but the exposure what they have seen, because nowadays, as you are knowing, most of the old IITs are recruiting the foreign postgraduate. Postdoctoral should be from the foreign universities, though you have done your PhD from the IIT. So they have seen the Western universities, and the Western universities how they are working. Because why I'm saying this is, at the end of the day, what we see from any educational institution, how many placements or how many incubation cells how many entrepreneurs are coming out from the institutions. And if we look at their Western universities, I mean the Stanford or Harvard, whatever university, I mean the UC Berkeley or CMU or MIT, these universities you take any world lead companies, I mean top lead companies, most of them are graduated from these universities only. Because the training, how they are doing the students, I mean we have to come up with this, colonial mindset. I mean how we are training our students is, you study well, if you get 90% or 95%, you will get into some company, maybe the Intel or the Amazon or Microsoft or TCS or Infosys. So this mindset we are feeding to the students from the joining of the institution. So this we have to come out of from this, because why I am saying is, in new NEP, the government is strongly pushing the incubation centers in all the institutions. So as you all are faculty, we can also adopt some methodology to award the marks, or at least, or else I can also request the management. Some coursework marks can be related, or some courses can be related to this incubation center. So if a student can come forward with an idea and where he can build, because what I am saying is, this generation is completely changed. You see Infosys, Narayana Murthy garu started this Infosys, he's one of the founder, at the age of 36. And now you see this Flipkart, or you take any Swiggy, Zomato, these are started by the many IITians. And even if you take this Facebook, or you take this Open AI, we are talking now, these people who are dropped out from the Stanford, and the olden days first you learn and then you apply. Now, as earlier Dharma Rao garu was telling that, you should learn during the, while applying itself. So this generation most of these large startups coming at the age of 21 or 22. Earlier days, as I said, Narayana Murthy garu started his company at the age of 36. And because now most of the technology is advanced, and we can't even predict what will happen after 4 years. Now assume, I was observing from the morning, at least 2 or 3 speakers were talking about the AI. When the NEP came in 2020, very few people heard about this AI. In the last 5 years, now everybody is talking about AI. And interestingly, I am a computer science student. Myself and my another colleague who did our PhD from the Italy, we started AI-based news agency. So you don't need to have a journalist for the newspaper. So AI itself will be generating. So the people are coming up with the new ideas, and we have to promote the students. Otherwise, I'm saying, because you see these all AI companies, moreover focused on the US based companies. And in India, you see we are utilizing these services. Whether it could be ChatGPT or the Perplexity or the Cloud AI, whatever it is. And I'm not saying that, we are the utilizers of these products. You take Arvind Srinivas, who is a IIT Madras alumni, who started this Perplexity, and he started this company at the age of 26. He did his BTech from the IIT Madras, and then he went to the UC Berkeley. And this Perplexity, this fellow, this person, offered the Google to purchase the Google Chrome search engine. The mindset I am saying, we have to encourage the students to come up with the new ideas. And these new ideas can change, the country. And I also know that it is not easy to, come up. I am not saying all the students should come up with these ideas. Because, you take this OpenAI. Because I am a computer science student, I am talking about more IT related companies. This OpenAI started in 2015. Now it is almost ChatGPT everywhere. People are talking ChatGPT. This started in 2015 by a Stanford dropped out student, and now it is one of the most influential company in the world now. And if we cannot able to adopt the technology, certainly we will be outdated also. I am telling you. That is why this new NEP has come into the picture, because if we keep on following the 1986 education policy, we cannot lead the world. In 2000, moreover research happened on the, or more industry emerged from the internet. In 2010, pura social networks. And these 2020 people are talking about the AI. These, you take Orkut. When I joined my BTech in 2009, having Orkut account is a great thing. Now Orkut, nobody knows it. And if you see this Instagram, I mean, I used to ask my students, do you have a Facebook? They says, no, sir, this is outdated. People are following Instagram now. This, my generation, millennials, you know, I mean, we still am using the Facebook, but because new technologies are coming up, and the, you know, I mean, the new generation also, you know, I mean, they won't be adopting the old technologies. So as the earlier speaker said, certainly AI will not replace any humans. It will reduce the employment opportunities, no doubt about that. But at the same time, it will also come up with the many opportunities. But these opportunities are only for the skilled people. So if we cannot able to produce the skilled people with these, you know, I mean, with a 140 crore population, certainly will, you know, India lag behind the world countries. So the only thing, or the only way forward for us is to skill our people. This, you know, to skill these people, our educational institutions plays a dominant role in this. So as I said, I mean, I won't take much time because I may be running out of the time. So with this, I conclude my comments. And, you know, I mean, again, I convey my regards to the management and the Professor Rajni Garu, who was keep on, you know, I mean, coordinating with me. I convey my regards and thank you, everyone.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Now I request Professor G. Sudhir Garu to address the gathering on assessment approaches in the light of the advances in generative AI tools.
Good afternoon, everyone. My respects to Professor Somaraj Garu, Professor P.V. Sharma Garu, Professor V.S.R.K. Prasad Garu, then Balakoteswara Garu, dignitaries on the dais, and my dear colleagues. See, assessment is a very, very difficult task as far as education is concerned. It is not easy for assessment. And assessment is the most neglected area also in the educational ecosystem. Why? Because when we conduct a semester, we conduct it for one semester, when we conduct a coursework or a lab work or whatever it is. Finally, we conduct the lab examinations, all the labs which is to be completed in 3 days. And in a class, I think in a section, there are 60 students. If you take at least 2 or 3 minutes to conduct a viva for a student, how much time does it take? Okay, so we are not able to assess properly. So coming to NEP, NEP has been formulated with a definite goal in mind, that is competency-based education. As far as competency-based education, competency-based assessment. So before the formulation of NEP, in 2017 itself, government has set up what is known as Diksha, which is digital infrastructure for knowledge sharing. So the idea is the NEP policy came in 2020, but Diksha was established in 2017. They wanted the infrastructure to be available all over India. That process is going on. Then the government has come up with National Skill Development Center. The government has come up with many agencies for skill promotion, including incubation, innovation, that is Atal Incubation Centers. Government has set up around 100 incubation centers. Each incubation center is given a grant of 5 crores in the beginning. The total grant for the incubation center is 15 crores. If you perform well in the first 5 years, then the remaining grants will be given to you, given to the college or academic institution. Because most of the academic institutions could not put up this Atal Incubation Center is similar to IIT Research Park. Because as people, as my speakers, as they have said, incubation is very much necessary. But where will you get the funding? The funding is being given by the government. For that funding, 5 crores is not a small amount. The idea is in every college or in a district, the Atal Incubation Center is to be established. So the incubation is being promoted in that manner. And almost the idea is to have 50 centers, 50 companies in the campus of the universities or in the campus of the educational institutions. So this is a feature which is developed by the government. In addition to it, now digital, what we can say is for assessment, it has come up with what is known as Parak. Okay, madam has given the details of it, but Parak is a very good platform for performance assessment. That Parak, we are not able to use it. The problem is usage and implementation is difficult. Implementation, people, is an ongoing process. Every institution, AICTE approved institution, has to use Parak. Because in Parak, when we use Parak, they list out the gap between what you have learned, what are the curricular gaps, everything is being brought out. So it's a good, but the problem is when you want to upload the data into the Parak system, earlier they have given an Excel sheet. Now that is not available. Each individual student has to enroll it. So there the difficulties we have written to them, they are looking into it. In addition to that, the Mission AI India, that is where the beauty lies in the government formulation, because 10,370 crores of rupees is earmarked for digital AI, that Mission AI India. The idea is when the US stopped giving us NVIDIA chips, we need to have AI. That for that AI purpose itself, the government has formulated this. India has bought around some 20,000 NVIDIA chips, out of which 16,000 have been used and developed in the form of clusters. All these facilities are available to, at present, available to only government universities. They are available to NITs, IITs and all. That the usage to the private universities, now they have started looking into it. I think by 2030, the government is thinking of establishing these facilities, the common facilities which the government has earmarked for the higher educational institutions to the private universities. But it takes time. It takes time. So the NEP policy, the implementation lies with the higher educational institution. It's a very good policy, how you implement it. And rather now what UGC has done is, after the implementation, after the policy framework which was developed in the National Education Policy, I think it has given very, very good documents relating to the establishment of a research and development cell, its establishment of a grievance redressal cell. The UGC has given out with around some 100 pages document regarding how the grievances are to be redressed. So all these formulations are given by UGC. It is for the higher educational institutions to implement them. How they implement these, that is what is to be taken care of by the administration. And coming to the assessment part. So the policies which are to be formulated, see, the government has specified some rules. You need to have for every 20 students, 1 faculty. Now, the faculty is a very scarce resource. In spite of AI, whatever has come into the picture, the faculty is a very scarce commodity, especially in the field of computer science and engineering. And none of the engineering colleges in Andhra Pradesh or India have the required 1:20 as far as computer science is concerned. So then, suppose we conduct a faculty development program, we need to send around some 20 to 30 faculty for that training, suppose. If you send 20 to 30 students from the faculty, and the examination pattern, the assessment pattern, as I told, it's the most neglected one, the examinations are not uniform. One university conducts examinations at one time. Another university conducts it another time. Suppose you have affiliations to 2 different universities, or even being an autonomous first year, second year, third year, final year, examinations are at different scope fields of time. So when that is done, can any educational institution spare 20 faculty? It's impossible, but we spare. So at the cost of what? The classwork. So where is the gap? Now the students' attention span time is also limited. When the students earlier 50 minutes, 1 period. Now the people say, because of many studies which have been conducted, people say it is the attention span time was 20 minutes earlier, before the advent of AI. Now with the WhatsApp, all the gadgets which are available to the student, suppose you seat around 120 students in a classroom, then what the last benches are doing, even in 60 students are there in a classroom, we cannot see. And suppose they have a very good weapon in their hand, we ask them what you are doing, they cry. And that is a big problem to us. Okay, because we cannot ask, because if the student raises something, some question, and we say, then it is a case on us, we are doomed. Okay, so how do we handle it? The ability to handle them, it's only psychological. So we need a psychological counselor in every institution. In addition to that, the faculty should also be trained as to how to handle in the advent of, because see, the day before yesterday, we had a problem. I'll just tell you what it is. Professor Somarajagaru has given us a very good solution for it. Okay, so we were wondering what to do. See, the thing is, the girl has written it on her hand. The girl has written it on her leg. I don't know how they can look at the leg and write in the examination, but they are doing it. So when we caught them, the weapon, the terrible weapon which they used, started crying. I did not do it, So then we were saying, see, if they say like this, if the student starts crying, and the manner is, the problem is, till she reaches the house, we are in a, we are very much afraid as to what will happen, because it is a question, the moment she goes out and does something, we are doomed. No one can save us. Okay, so then what is the solution? Then what Somaraj has told is, no, don't worry. That is experience, and it is not AI. It's the working AI. See, his solution, see, it's not easy like that. What he told us was, no, you counsel them. Ippudu rayakapote nenu inko exam pedtanu. Chadivis rai. Okay, that comes through experience. How to handle that student. So when we say that we'll conduct an examination again, okay, she cools down. Whether we conduct it or not is secondary, that depends. Now, NEP says we have to conduct it. Okay, so NEP says that. So you don't leave a student just because they are not, they are not able to perform. You have to make them perform. How to make them perform? Grade it. That is what competency based. So AI helps you, as one of my previous speaker has said, AI helps you in giving you a personalized learning environment. All the tools are very much essential, and we have to use it. Okay, you cannot escape, because technology, when it comes earlier, we used to sit before a small lantern with a kerosene lamp and study. Now you cannot do that. Every facility is available. Okay, so the facilities are available. According to it, we have to change. So when AI is available, you have to make use of available. Let them use ChatGPT. What is wrong? Okay, they can use. So there are 3 modes of assessment when you use ChatGPT. What is that? Traditional one, if they want book and paper, let them write. AI assisted assessment, AI integrated assessment. You can remove the word assessment and use learning also. Allow them to use ChatGPT. Allow them to, you can integrate ChatGPT. See, ChatGPT is there are very good versions other than ChatGPT, Gemini, okay, Aria, then Claude. Okay, these are all very good things. And as far as coming to a code, students write a code, come out. Okay, so you cannot assess a code. See, the examination system, they'll write a program to find prime numbers between so and so. Okay, how on earth can any faculty write a program? He'll look at only the syntax, because the students have to use different logic. And all the 60 students in a class, when they write that program, they need not use the same logic. And if the faculty will go through all the logic, he'll go mad. Is it not? So that is not possible. So the basic thing we are examining is an algorithm. So the question paper setting is a very difficult task, very difficult task for assessment. We do not spare much time for a question paper setting. Okay, because for that also AI is available, questionpaper.ai. You just give the syllabus to it, it will set the question papers and give it to you. What you want, how many periods, that's questionpaper.ai. So that is also there. So when you let them use ChatGPT, let them use, there is an open book system. You take any book and write. Open book system, writing an examination in an open book system is very difficult, because that person should know what is the content in each and every book. So with all these in mind, we have to embrace technology. You embrace it, let them use whatever they want, but the faculty should be trained in catching it up. You write a paper, what is that, research paper using AI, you write it. It is for them. You can now, Elsevier, all the Elsevier journals, they advocate the use of AI, but the amount of percentage which you use, that should be reduced. Okay, if you use 100% AI and write a paper, see, hallucinations are part of AI. So when your hallucinations are there, it will give you new references which are not available at all. So you check the references. Okay, so human intellect is needed. So after all of us all the human beings are basically, they are coming from a beast. So all of us are monkeys. So when all of us are monkeys, education has to convert that monkey into a human being. Okay, that is the basic purpose for which the education is available. So we should not behave like a beast. So with this, I have brought a slide, but I will not go much into the slide. Okay, because the basic content is the assessment tools. The number of, and the basic, there are 3 A's normally people follow. That is adoption, absorption, and the other is application. These are the 3 A's which are normally used nowadays. And one more thing, when we started one program with the help of elders, what they told was, there is normal policy followed is knowledge, skill, and assessment. But without having an attitude to learn, these two are, you cannot get it. So what we did is, with the Somarajaguru and all, they told, why should we start with the K? You start with the A. Help the student, the jignasa, the ability to learn, or the attitude to learn. Then the knowledge, let him acquire the knowledge, required knowledge, and the skill. So the model which you are formulating is AKS model. That is the attitude to learn, knowledge, and skill. Okay, so then coming into the slides and all, I'll not go in. So application, that is adoption, absorption, and application. Just if possible, next slide. What I say is, there are different challenges when you use AI. So the faculty, major thing is how to train the faculty. So foundational course, every student of engineering or whatever it is, the foundational concepts in AI is necessary. See, for example, I'll say, now if you use a, what is that, GPU, suppose you want to use, we are all users of AI. How can we build an LLM or a SLM, small scale language model? So if you want to build an LLM, you need a GPU. If you need a GPU, either a A100 or a H100, A100 good GPU costs 11 lakhs. Okay, so GPU, but what we do is we buy a tower, and says the tower, even the hardware concept is there, wherein you say that when you're using it up, the GPU usage, how much part you use, it shows, but they are not GPUs. Okay, so how can you use a computer vision model or a very good model when you don't have a GPU? So how can you spare money for that? Infrastructure is necessary, and that is what the government is trying to provide to everyone. Okay, so infrastructure even for villages. But when we say internet connectivity is also a problem, because as the other person, the previous session, he told, when he came into Seshagiri sir's room, the Airtel, the signal was not there. So the thing is, the infrastructure is very important in the age of AI. The infrastructure is a facilitator also. AI is a facilitator, and the faculty is also a facilitator. All of us as facilitators, how we use that facilitation to ensure that the NEP policy of national education policy is implemented is left to all of us. So with these words, I end. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Now it's time. I request our respected management members, Principal Professor K.S. Bose Garu, Convener Professor S. Rajni, and co-conveners Professor M.S.R. Seshagiri Garu and KVV Murli Someswara Rao Garu to join us for the felicitation of the chairperson and the speakers. I request Dharmarao sir also to join us. Yes. Sir, I request you also to join, sir, Professor A.B.K. Rao Garu also.
Madam, I am here not for this purpose. Now, the assessment requires gamification in the modern era. So what you are going to do with that? So for that, not I'm giving the answer also. So I have introduced House C for the assessment, and which has got a very good response from the medical students. So 100 questions, you can modify that 50, 60, 100, 120 also. So what we do is, first early 5, I will not give the answers to any of the students. So they will mark A, B, C, D on the numbers. So say, suppose the lottery wise, every number will be coming. Early 5 will get the award, bottom line will get the award, middle line will get the award, and top line, ultimately whoever finishes the whole grade, he will get the award. So by this, the students are engaged and their stress is also decreased. Thank you. This is what I wanted to brought.
So I request members to join for the felicitation. Sir, I request Sarvas. Now it is for Bhanu Prakash Garu. K. Venkatakrishna Garu. Sir.
సార్ అసెస్మెంట్ చెప్తున్నప్పుడు ఇంకో చిన్న పాయింట్ వినండి. Ask the student to get 10 questions and come prepared with answers. Let him take A or anything else. You choose 5 questions. Ask them to write. Would say, not a question, problems. You can say, get 2 problems for every unit. Problem means not the numerical problems, problems based on like that. Students fail. Paper is out. He can write 5 questions. Make pass mark as 60.
Felicitation to Sudhir Garu. Vote of thanks. Jason, Somaraj Garu. Thank you, sirs. It's time for formal vote of thanks. It is my privilege to propose the formal vote of thanks for session 4 on assessment and evaluation under the National Seminar on NEP 2020, Navigating the Road to Vikasit Bharat 2047, Challenges and Opportunities. At the outset, I extend my sincere gratitude to our respected chairperson, Professor A. Rajendra Prasad Garu, for his gracious presence and insightful observations on stakeholders that set the tone for this academic deliberation. Thank you, sir. I express my heartfelt thanks to Dr. N. Bhanuprakash Garu for his valuable perspectives and scholarly insights into the evolving dimensions of assessment and have greatly enriched our understanding. Thank you, sir. My sincere thanks goes to Dr. K. Venkatakrishna Garu for his thought-provoking inputs, especially on assessment and evaluation in IITs and NITs, added value to this session. Thank you, sir. I extend my warm thanks to Professor G. Sudhir for his practical insights and academic experience have provided meaningful direction to the discussion on how assessment practices are evolving in response to rapid advancements in generative AI. Thank you, sir. I gratefully acknowledge the presence and support of our honorable management members for their encouragement and guidance. I thank our principal, convener, and co-conveners of the seminar, deans, directors, and HODs for their continuous support. I thank the principals, deans, and HODs of various institutions for their presence and support to this seminar. I thank all the participants for their active engagement and the technical staff for ensuring the smooth conduct of the program. Thank you.
Hello.
by Miss N. Pavani, scholar of Professor P.V. Mohini Madam from Srikakulam. Fourth one is for Ropasri and G. Pravalika, students of BCom. The topic is reduction in curriculum load and focus on experiential learning from St. Joseph College. And then Sneha and Pravalika, again from St. Joseph. The topic is barriers to e-learning. And then ancient wisdom in modern classroom, a study on yoga, meditation, and student performance by Dr. Sunita Rapaka, Assistant Professor, Department of Business Analytics from Gayatri Vidya Parishad. Anyone else other than these 5 papers? If anyone who is to present here, please submit your PPT to the technical team. Right. Right. Good afternoon, all of you. Welcome back to the NAP 2020 session. Now we are going for the power presentations. And the power presenters, the instructions are, you will be allocated for less than 5 minutes. So within the stipulated time period, you can schedule your entire paper to present. And the first power presenter from the Gunpur Gandhi Institute of Indian Technology. His name is Mr. Karamjit Arjun. He is a student of GUIDE, and his topic is integration of e-learning in higher education under NEP 2020. Praveen.
Good afternoon to the respected dignitaries. I am Arjun Karamcheti, a second year BBS student from GIT University, Gunpur, as I am representing Dr. Karthik Madapanna, Assistant Professor, GIT University, Gunpur. So today my topic is going to be on integration of e-learning in higher education under National Education Policy 2022. So the introduction is going to be as the NEP 2020 has marks a major reform in India's education systems, as it mainly focuses on holistic, multidisciplinary, and technology-supported learning. This policy also recognizes the digital learning is very vital as for expanding the access, improving learning outcomes, and it also empowers the students. With the new generation skills. Okay, and I wholeheartedly want to this presentation explains how e-learning bridges geographical barriers, supports personalized learning, and contributes the national development. So the NEP 2022 and digital transformation, as it brings a paradigm shift from teacher-centered to learner education. It transforms, includes virtual classrooms, simulation-based labs, artificial intelligence platforms like Byju's and Coursera have implemented artificial intelligence personalized recommendations for the students and also for better learning and also hybrid learning models. The National Education Technology Forum, NETF, supports these innovations by offering guidance on technological integration, digital content creation, and capacity building programs for the students and learners. The role of union budget in supporting e-learning. As in the budget session 2020-2022, the government has decided and also implemented a digital university, as it provides various digital and also international courses to everyone in the country. And there is also another structure called PM eVidya, as it gets funds to run 200 plus television education channels especially in rural villages. And the next slide is going to be why it matters for higher education itself, as it ensures learning continuity and access beyond classroom walls. It allows students to learn at their own pace and offers diverse multimedia resources and reduces dependency on physical infrastructure. As we see, it breaks physical barriers and supports own learning. Some of the key digital initiatives under the NEP 2020 are SWAYAM and MOCCs, Diksha app, virtual labs, LMS system, which is called as learning management system, and these foster a modern digitally empowered learning ecosystems. Digital universities and online platforms. These universities' main objectives are to provide a centralized digital infrastructure offering globally comparable online education it provides multilingual, modular, and tailor-made courses. Some of the platforms like SWAYAM, NPTEL, and Coursera partnership allow students to access various courses from the top institutions like IIT Bombay, Kharagpur, etc. Democratizing highly quality learning for all. For example, a student from remote area like Koraput have access through SWAYAM as he's learning from IIT Bombay as the same student from Mumbai itself. Academic bank of credits and flexibility. The ABC frameworks allow students to accumulate credits from multiple institution transfer across university, as they can pause and also resume their education. For suppose there is a student they have paused their education due to some of the reasons, and again they have resumed their education after some of the years by using these credits. Okay, and so the impacts on students, teachers, institutions. seeing from a student point of view, we will be getting more freedom in learning, and higher self-discipline is also required. And from teachers' point of view, they need to adapt digital tools, redesign teaching strategies, and continuously upgrade their technical skills. And institutions must see as they must invest in the servers, LMS systems, training programs, and technical support teams. So the strategies for effective integration is follows as regular TV development in online pedagogy and digital tools, continuous upgrading of IT's infrastructure, collaboration between edutech and companies for tools and analytics based artificial intelligence personalized learning. And I really want to conclude this session as colleges transforming from paper-based systems to smart computers. Thank you. I really want to thank to the Gayatri College. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Praveen. Now I call upon the next PAPO, that is Navigating the Digital Shift, E-Learning Integration in India's NEP 2020 by Dr. Naveen Prasadala from Andhra University.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Naveen Prasadala, working as Assistant Professor at Andhra University. My topic is Navigating the Digital Shift, E-Learning Integration in India's NEP 2020. Most of the organizations are getting digital shift at this point of time, but it was invented in the year 2020. But at the same time, the main accelerator for this is COVID 2019. The major impact of this is most of the students are getting critical thinkers as well as problem resolvers, apart from that, troubleshooters. Why we could able to call this as a troubleshooters? Most of the time, we don't have any kind of evidence of doing any kind of work previously. But at the same time, whenever it was shifted to the digital transformation, most of the things somebody is asking about how you are going to perform could be shown with the evidences. At the same time, whatever the work the students are performing, definitely that will be based on the evidence part as well as researchers as well. Most of the schools as well as the colleges are performing this digital transformation under the guidance of NEFT, National Educational Technology Firm, which is majorly responsible for doing these kind of transformations in urban areas as well as the rural areas. At the same time, when there is a proper perspective, we need to get how the digital is getting transformation. For example, evidence-based, we are talking about the evidence-based. So the major content is, everybody is talking about AI, ChatGPTs, right? But at the same time, even though somebody is using the AIs and ChatGPTs, definitely it could be catched easily during the time of plagiarism part, as well as somebody is copying everything from the contents from plagiarisms. But at the same time, we could able to check with the content of AI content. None of the universities are giving PhDs without checking AI report, including similarity reports. I was the basic evidence for this. Why? Because daily we are going to do the same kind of checks. At the same time, there are definitely somebody can talk about why can't we do? Yes, there are some tools like HIS, bypass or stealth writers for doing and humanizing the things. But at the same time, when we are doing this job continuously, evidence-based is a major thing students are getting, as well as a problem resolving. But at the research gap, what we found from this is urban areas is not attaining this kind of NEP as much as we can think. But at the same time, there is a problem with the internet as well. There is a problem with the technology as well. There is a problem with the infrastructure as well. Based on this, I have conducted the study on 73 subjects in different kind of popular tests in Chi-Square, ANOVA, T-test, as well as a P-test. Sorry, probably I couldn't able to see you, but at this point of time, whenever we conduct the test in a Chi-Square test, I took the challenges like how many steps we have taken, how many subjects we have taken, what is the pre-analysis as well as the post-analysis. And next coming to the second one is Chi-Square. Chi-Square was based on what are the barriers you are having. The major barrier were infrastructure is a major barrier. At the same time, based on the student structure, most of the employees need to learn about the technology. Most of the time, what was happening? Technology is going in a higher part, but at the same time, not most of the people are not even transforming. Like people who are assistant professors or professors of the organizations are not even taking care of going to displace themselves. Why? Because it was not their fault. Only the thing is the technology is moving very faster. At the same time, there was limited resources in universities. For example, for every 10 students, we should have one professor, but that was not happening. Even though it was NEPs or some other policies, the most of the time, whenever we are having proper number of resources, definitely the policies could be good. But at the same time, there was no proper policy at this point of time. I think my time was done. Sorry for taking a little bit of time. See, my conclusion is NEP is integrating with the technologies and everything, but at the same time, the resources should be allocated properly. When the resources will not have allocated properly, definitely we are just standing in the backbenches. Nothing to do with. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Naveen Prasadala. Now I call upon Mrs. N. Pavani, Srikakulam. Her topic is Impact of Technology, Integration of the Teaching Learning Process under NEP 2020. She is a research scholar of Professor P. Mohini, Madam.
Very pleasant good afternoon to respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. Myself, Pavani, scholar of Professor Mohini, Madam. And I'm working as a faculty in a government degree college for JD Siemens Srikakulam. So today my topic is, my paper presentation is related to the technology integration on the teaching learning process under NEP 2020. See, NEP 2020 is one of the drastical change in our educational professionals, and coming to the introduction of my topic is related to education is in India. Most probably changing the fast because of after COVID-19, and after COVID-19 the impact of the digitalization in education plays a crucial role, and the backbone of the our education system based on in previous 2020, I mean COVID before, we have main sources of only textbooks and etc. And now we have the lots of online series like digitalization aspects, and we have learned many things from that digitalization in teaching learning process. See, in this my topic context is totally related to the technology impact. What is the relation between or what is the impact of the integration of the teaching learning process? Teaching is one of the most passionate about some people, and we need teachers in for the society. And AI replaced teacher is not the correct statement. Ultimately, many of us final statement is the human is the best, but AI increase our potentiality, and it is helps to the how we present to students in better to communicate the better understanding to the student. And this NEP 2020 strong importance use the technology in education. It aims to make the learning more flexibility and accessibility to all the student. And it promotes digital online learning system. See, learning is one of the most important skill. It is a skill. Learning is a skill, first of all. Listening and learning is the most important skill to a student. Not only for student, even faculty or teachers also continuous learners. Knowledge is not a knowledge has not a full stop. It is a continuous process. We are as a teacher, we learn continuously. And it supports the smart classrooms and virtual labs. Nowadays, many urban areas and cities use colleges and universities follow this integrated learning system. And digital literacy of teachers and students, the main impact of the NEP 2020 technology. And the key point of my paper is new way to learn, use videos and instead of the just listening, continuous learning thought process. And we adopt the methodologies like discussion method and integrated method like blended method like offline and online system. And student is attracted to the videos and other digital tools. And it is better teacher can use the smart boards instead of the traditional blackboard and chalk piece, and things work real life and the student feel it very lively in nature. And the object of the study is teaching and learning is teachers are digital tools like PPTs or videos or online platforms, so that study of how to tool help the better the students. Understanding is manually understanding is a different level, and using AI tools like digital tools like videos or something else related to the presentations, PowerPoint presentations, like increase the capacity of the understanding level of the student. And the impact of the teaching learning process based on teaching regarding to the NEP 2020, from the teaching perspective, educators are no longer limited to traditional chalk and board chalk piece, and instead of that we have to use the digital platforms. And finally, what I conclude that when access and skill guide work together, technology integrate and under NEP 2020 can transform the education to an inclusive, flexibility and future ready system. Thank you for giving this opportunity.
Thank you, Pavani ma'am. Now I call upon Dr. A. Lakshmi Priyanka, Experiential Learning under NEP 2020 and its impact on employability skills, evidence from management education.
Good afternoon, all of you. Myself, I'm Dr. A. Lakshmi Priyanka from Satya Institute of Technology and Management. Right now, currently, I'm working as an associate professor. My topic is about experiential learning under NEP 20 and its impact on employability skills, evidences from management education. So why? Because I have chosen this topic means I am from management department. So I thought that NEP 20 mainly affect the management stream. So I chose this topic. And coming to my presentation, as per the new NEP 2020, there are many challenges facing before this NEP 2020, like the industry exposure, practical learning, like internships. These are all comes under new NEP policy. These are all inbuilt in the new NEP policy. That was very effective comparing to other streams. Management stream is very much effective. Coming to my research area, in this topic, I have selected different type of research basic foundation like research reviews or research articles. In that I have found one of the theory like framework, Kolb's framework. In that framework I have found that NEP is very much effective for the in that name itself, experiential learning. Experiential learning means through actions we can learn anything. The new NEP also impacting the through learning which we can make actions like role plays, case studies, like that internships. These are all comes under as per new NEP. And coming to my research area, I have found that there is a research gap comparing to previous NEP policies and the new NEP policies. So from that, I found a research gap. So the research gap mainly include limited empirical links, and the next one is policy over practices, whether the policies is already framed but how much we are practicing also one of the thing we have to consider, and missing the competencies also one of the research gap. And the last one is implementing the challenges, how we are implementing those challenges, how you are taking those challenges also one of the research gap which we have found on research. And coming to my objectives, my objective is mainly identifying the learning practices under new NEP policy 2020. And I have taken, yeah, sure, sir. And my research design, I have included 100 students. Based on those 100 students, I have done t-test. In that, I have found who are using NEP policies effectively by using like more number of internships like that. They are gaining more knowledge and more jobs comparing to remaining people. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And the remaining paper presentation will continue after the session.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Ashok and my friend Pinaki Bani garu to organizing these paper presentation sessions. And good afternoon, one and all. Since NEP is the inevitable for all the organizations, all the institutions right now, and as we have got different academic administrators today here, I request the academic administrators of different colleges, please come forward and share your adoption level, and as well as the tools or techniques you have adopted from NEP in your institution. That would be helpful for the August gathering here. I request any principals or directors of different institutions, please come forward. And now I request our Gayatri Vidya Parishad College of Engineering principal and IITN, and request Professor Balakoteswara garu, please share your adoption level and all in your institution, sir. Thank you.
Respected Professor P.V. Sharma garu and all my dear colleagues and student friends, bit nervous because of sudden encroachment. Okay. As I'm Dr. A.B. Koteswara, Professor of Mechanical Engineering and Principal, Gayatri Vidya Parishad College of Engineering, Autonomous, that is co-ed college located in Madravada. I've been witnessing many changes as the principal of that college past 13 years. This month end I am completing 13th year. Lot many changes in the learning styles of the students, learning and teaching styles of the faculty members. In 2013, because of our signing Washington Accord, outcome-based education was introduced in all the professional programs. In 2013, we started implementing that outcome-based education. The word outcome was coined at that time in 2012. Earlier, output was the word. Though the principles of many institutions are income-based education, the education institutions, many are established to have the income into their pockets. Whereas during that time, the word outcome-based education was coined. students are to be assessed based on the competencies gained through the 4-year curriculum in engineering programs based on the outcomes achieved. And later, from 2015 onwards, the UGC has come up with a choice-based credit system. In that, more freedom to be given to the student on the subjects which he or she is supposed to study. Then, till that time, till 2014, 13-14, 4-year structure, say I'm speaking, keeping in my mind the BTech programs, engineering programs, which are 4-year. Fixed course structure was there, whereas from 2015 onwards, most of the institutes in the country, they have converted into choice-based credit system, wherein students are given more freedom to choose more number of electives, more varieties of electives, number of electives, varieties of electives, like within their professional electives, then interdisciplinary electives, then open electives, that is student of any branch can take the subject offered by any other department. They can even take, say, management studies course floated by management studies department. A mechanical engineering student can take a course in finance management. Like that, different varieties of electives, that too more number of electives are brought into picture through the choice-based credit system. Later, through this National Education Policy 2020, much more freedom is expected so that students can gain much more knowledge. If I am forced to study so-and-so course based on the pressure given by my parents or my counselors or my teachers, I may not excel as student. So, to have excellency, student is expected to experience, to feel 100% freedom. And hence, so that holistic development can happen. The word you can see, and through this NEP 2020 policy, like multidisciplinary approach, interdisciplinary thinking, and more freedom to be given to the student so that he need not sit between the 4 walls to earn the required credits. Like, say, UGC has given an option to have 40% of the credits through online courses. Of course, in our college, through the autonomy, we have given student a freedom to earn up to 20% credits. Out of 160, up to 32 credits he can earn. They don't need to sit in the class. Whatever the courses they feel like, but they should be well within the bounds of the list of subjects which are approved by the board of respective boards of studies. So, multidisciplinary approach, then industry relevant curriculum, very objectives of NEP policy are highly ambitious. To implement these in toto, we need lot many crores. Education institutions, with the continued blessings from the respected governing body, there are certain institutes which are doing excellently well. Like, how can we integrate our curriculum with industry? Not just by having members in the board of studies, some industry people. We need to march forward, taking the advice of many people, advisory body like, then try to establish one sophisticated lab. Like in our college, for the benefit of electronics and communication engineering students, electrical and electronic students, we have made an MOU with Mossip company. We are having one of its vice presidents on our academic council. Through his help, we are establishing now a lab for chip design through the good hands of the students. With industry persons' expertise, hand holding the students, so that experiential learning also they will be gaining. So, of course, to establish that lab, around 2.5 crores is supposed to be spent. Already more than 75% establishment was done, sir. Similarly, in computer science department, we made MOU with Cyber Walnet for the students to gain the knowledge in cyber security area. Similarly, AI, lot many emerging areas are coming. If I purchase a textbook, especially in computer science department, if I go to a shop, buy a textbook, come back, study, tomorrow morning, another emerging area is coming up. I need to go to the shop, buy another book, and then come back, and then study. Like this, lot many emerging areas are coming up in almost no time. It is something like disruptive technologies. And hence, the teachers are to stand confidently in front of the students, so that with the confidence, students can start learning from the teacher who is standing in front of them. To stand in front of the students with utmost confidence, the teachers are expected to gear up to the knowledge, whatever is upcoming. For that, education institutions are supposed to facilitate not only the facilities, infrastructure related, equipment related, but also facilitate faculty learning with utmost freedom, not only on their timings, in and out. Even for the promotions or facilitating the incentives, whatever the means, ultimately teachers are supposed to get geared up to the expectations of the younger generations. Similarly, regarding innovation and incubations, whatever the students, to get an idea, I don't need to go through any textbook. I don't need to sit in a class. Through empathy or based on our walking here and there in the society, we will come across lot many issues. How best I will be able to help the society in resolving that issue with my technical knowledge. If this is the question self-posed by the student or the faculty member, certainly plenty of ideas will come here, even with no knowledge. With that idea, one can go for patenting. So, when a student comes or when a faculty comes, approaches the administration or the management, sir, this is the idea I'm having. How can I proceed further? Let it get filed for a patent. For that one, whatever the financial assistance, we are providing. Like this. Lot many things are happening, sir, in our college, with the continuous blessings from the governing body, respected governing body members, wherein students of all Gayatri Vidya Parishad institutes are getting benefited. Through our curricular reforms which we took up, open electives, interdisciplinary electives, professional electives, lot many varieties of electives are there. To inculcate the innovation and thought process, critical analysis. We have introduced, we made it a mandate to all the students, irrespective of the branches. Design thinking and innovation is a mandatory course, a 2-credit course. Of course, if we feel like this course is highly required, we can make it non-credit mandatory also. And ultimately, whatever is beneficial to the student, we need to facilitate. As was mentioned by so many expert members, teacher's role is not supposed to be confined to a textbook, and it need not be through a PowerPoint. Looking at the teacher, students shall get triggered, shall get motivated. And obviously, if we go to the class with mental preparation, content not at all a matter. They can get any content from all over the globe with a click of mouse on their mobile gadget. So it is not the content. How we are going to morally support, motivate the students, that should make them learn like anything. They will automatically excel. Thank you very much, sir, for the opportunity given.
Thank you, sir. And now I request Principal of Bhadruka College, Hyderabad, Dr. Mohan, please.
Good afternoon to the respected dignitaries of the dais and on the dais, and my faculty colleagues, students. I am Dr. B. Mohan Kumar, Principal for Bhadruka College of Commerce and Arts. Ours is a 75 years old commerce and management college, and we take the pride in being the first affiliated college to Osmania University in the year 1950. Our college motto has always been to impart quality education, quality commerce education, and we have been #1 in the state of Telangana for the last more than a decade in commerce education. As a lot of people from the last 1.5 days, we have been hearing about NEP being inevitable. We have already started implementing some of the initiatives in our college so that when NEP comes into picture, we are far above everybody in the competition. We have implemented an interactive teaching learning methodology wherein it's not only about the rote learning and the memorization of the student, we are making sure that they also practice it and have competencies as well as the skills to implement it in their job. And the results we have seen in the last 2 years, we have got 87% of our placements done, and with an highest package of 18 lakhs for a BCom graduate. Most of the engineering students might get this package, but our BCom student has got an 18 lakhs package, and our MBA student has got a 21 lakhs package, wherein we have first thing in terms of curriculum, we have added certificate courses, value-added courses, and add-on courses to our curriculum. Because as a college, we can only change the 20% of the university course, and university course is very obsolete syllabus. So we added certificate courses in the areas of business analytics. We added the certificate courses in the areas of digital marketing so that we bridge the gap between the industry and the academia. And the results we could see, the outcome, everybody talks about the outcome-based education. The outcome is our students have got placed more in number. Then coming to our next level, we have set up so many clubs in terms of so that we can add that experiential learning to them. We have management clubs, we have finance club, we have marketing clubs, to name a few. We have literary clubs also, so that the student, apart from his normal learning, he can practice many other things when it comes to club, wherein we are giving them a lot of exposure in terms of getting the guest lectures, giving presentations, group discussions, lot of case study methodology has been implemented. We will give them a case study and let them solve that case study. Through this, they'll get a lot of practical exposure and real-time scenarios. It's no more a rote learning or a memorization of the concepts. It's all implementation of the concepts we have been teaching to them in the last 2 years. Apart from this, we even encourage our students for the extracurricular activities in terms of NSS, NCC, as well as many other sports activities. Apart from this, we have adopted a village near to our place in Gatkesar called as Chaudhary Guda village, wherein every week our students go to that school and deliver lectures to the students there, as well as try to solve the problems existing in that village. One of the great case studies I would tell about our students is, our students have educated the villagers in digital financial literacy, how to use the scanners, how to link their accounts with these Google Pays, Phone Pays, and all the small scale vendors. Our people have even given them the scanner machine so that their sales would increase, as well as there is a great impact in the society. We also conducted a social initiative from our side to eradicate the plastic and give them the cloth bags in that particular village. So these are some of the initiatives which we have taken. Apart from this, we have established an entrepreneurial development cell for our students. And we have tied up with many of the organizations called as TIE, the Indus Entrepreneurial Network, the OU Technological Innovation Hub, V-Hub, T-Hub, all this we have tied up, and we have given a lot of emphasis to our students in terms of their innovations. And I proudly say here that we have 11 enterprises as of today running, and one enterprise has got 20 lakhs funding from the Startup India initiative by the Government of India. These are some of the activities which we are, I can go on for a long, but these are some of the activities what we have been doing in our college and which are online with the NEP 2020 initiatives. And I thank principal and all my other colleagues here, MSR, Sheshagiri Garu, for inviting me to this seminar. And I'm very thankful to Sharma sir for giving me this opportunity to talk about my college. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Mohan Krishna Garu. Now I request the Director of MBA Program, All Saints College, finally request you to present your as a case study of your college.
Good afternoon, everyone. At the outset, I would like to say that I was an alumni of this college. First batch, MBA program. And another thing I take as honor is my teacher is sitting on the stage, Dr. Pinakapani. In our batch, we call him Philip Kotler of Gayatri. This is not an exaggeration because you are there, sir. It's the truth, what came out of me. And coming to my college, All Saints PG College, we are affiliated to JNTU GV, Vijayanagaram. And honestly speaking, this new educational policy, the stage where it is in, it's like sailing on disturbed waters. Not traveled much, not known much, but there is a destination. We all need to go and be there. It might become a challenge. We have challenges and opportunities. Opportunities are many, but challenges outnumber the opportunities. Because here, one side the management, the other side the faculty, and yet on the other side, stakeholder students, how they take these things or the changes which come down. We always insisted on the betterment of a student's career and moving into a place where he never saw something before. And since we are in the rural side, I mean, Tagrapur also we are there. So the rural entrepreneurship, we take up some projects and all, and we try to make more of entrepreneurs than to take placements in organizations. We insist on that. And India needs much of that than the people who seek the jobs. And when we brought this into this play, you find that students are motivated because of this MOOCs course and all certified courses and all. So it is like out of the box. What was traditionally within four walls, now it is open. And we find that it's more encouraging that the students need to get into these lines. We have to streamline so that they too understand the seriousness of it. And coming to internships, what once upon a time was just an obligation, but today it has taken a different shape. We see that there is enough seriousness in the internship, which might become a final placement for them. And at the same time, the industries also receive students in a different way today. Once upon a time, it was a burden. If I'm not mistaken, all the principals or the teachers will agree with that. Internship, in most of the cases, is just making a book and presenting it in the Viva. But it holds no good. When he looks back, it is of no use to him. And coming to the AI, and as most of the speakers and the predecessors, they spoke on that. Every teacher should look like an AI tool to the students. It is not AI which is going to bring them forward, but it is not less than the student or his knowledge. So, though we have social sciences only one department, MBA department in PG, we see that no stone is left unturned to give the inputs and the insights to the students, which really make them stand out of the common crowd. End of the day, what we give in an educational institution, it should matter a lot to them in their lives. It should be an experience which can take them further in the levels of their life and living. So what I personally felt is that because maybe the people of my age, we have seen the Stone Age and also the Rock Age and the Digital Age, and now I don't know what all ages are there in front for us to see. But still, I know that the transformation is really supporting the students, the teachers, and also the managements. Maybe the challenge is that still we are in an affiliated to one university, but some colleges and universities which are about to become deemed to be university or they're becoming university. And to tell you the truth, Gayatri, almost it looks for the development of the student. Even I still remember the day one when I entered the college, management member said that if the class doesn't take place, go to the office, take the fees and go. So, coming to that point, the value-based education. We know that education could be had in any place, but the value-based education only in few places. And education and value-based education, I found it in Gayatri. I did my in my Geetham's college, I did my BBM. And after BBM was over, I was thinking about to join an MBA college. అప్పుడు మా నాన్నగారు ఒక మాట అన్నారు, అక్కడ వెలగబెట్టావు, ఎక్కడ వెలిగింపబడాలి నువ్వు, గాయత్రి కాలేజీలో చేరుపో అని చెప్పారు. I went to, for counseling, Pinaki Pani sir was there, and Dakshinamurthy garu was there. With no second thought, I joined Gayatri College. Of course, my objective was not to become a teacher, but I become a permanent teacher. And that too, I feel, still the days of my student life and the case studies and the guest lectures with minimum exposure in the college and with meager resources, college did its best to give the best to us. We thank you for that, sir. And I also appreciate once again that my words, little deviation was there. I took my history, but at the same time, I think the values which stuck me there, they are still stuck today even to me. And even, believe me, in my college, when I talk to my students, I tell the same. I tell the same. I was told like this, I am telling the same the way I was told. So it is not the case of just moving from one stage to another stage, educational policies. Whatever might be the educational policy change, Gayatri always stands for giving values and making human beings. And a perfect human being in a society is the only reason still we are able to live in the society today. Thank you very much for the opportunity given. Thank you once again. Thank you, sir. Bose garu. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We'll wind up this session. Now we are moving to another session. Now I request 1 minute. In 1 minute, I request the Professor Pinaki Pani to wrap up your session if you all have anything to say. You have received any papers, or if we have some more papers, we'll take it later. Yeah. Thank you. Give us a 2 minutes break so that we can arrange the platform here for the what is that? A session, stakeholder session.
Good afternoon to the respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. This session is somewhat different earlier 4 sessions. This session is specially arranged to take the opinions of stakeholders regarding the NEP 2020. The successful implementation of the National Education Policy 2020 depends on the active and coordinated participation of multiple stakeholders. NEP 2020 emphasizes a collaborative, inclusive, and decentralized approach to transform India's education system in line with the vision of a knowledge-based and self-reliant nation. First role, the central and state governments are responsible for policy formulation, funding, infrastructure development, and regulatory reforms. They also monitor quality, equity, and access to education across the regions. The management or administrative bodies of universities and colleges are key implementers of NEP 2020. They are expected to adopt multidisciplinary education, flexible curricula, competency-based learning, and technology-enabled teaching. Institutions also promote innovation, research culture, and holistic development of learners. Teachers are central to NEP 2020. They act as facilitators, mentors, and curriculum designers. They also focus on continuous professional development, innovative pedagogy, formative assessment, and learner-centered approaches. Teachers also promote inclusive and experiential learning. The role of students are active participants in their learning journey. They have to focus on develop critical thinking, creativity, problem-solving skills, and lifelong learning habits. Students are expected to take responsibility for their learning and make informed academic and career choices. The role of parents may encourage their children to choose flexible course choices, skill-based education, provide emotional and financial support, multidisciplinary and non-traditional career paths. They can change their mindset from controlling decision makers to supportive mentors. The role of industry partners contribute through vocational education, internships, apprenticeships, and skill development programs. Collaboration with industry helps align education with employability, emerging technologies, and workforce needs. With these opening remarks, NEP 2020 recognizes that education reform is a shared responsibility. The collective efforts of all stakeholders are essential for achieving the policy vision of equitable, inclusive, and high-quality education for building Vikasit Bharat. In this context, we invited the stakeholders from our management side, from the industry side, from the parent side, and from the student in the community. First, community. I, Dr. Sairup, Associate Professor in the Department of Management Studies. First of all, I would like to call upon Professor VSR.K. Prasad Garu, our founder member. It is my privilege and honor to introduce a distinguished academician, institution builder, policy expert, and member of Gayatri Vidya Parishad. Professor VSR.K. Prasad Garu is a distinguished academician, researcher, and institution builder with over 4 decades of service in higher education and environmental governance. A PhD in chemical engineering from Andhra University and a national merit scholar, he served Andhra University as a professor where he established the Industrial Pollution Control Energy Laboratory and guided numerous PhD and MTech scholars with over 80 research publications to his credit. He later served as a principal of ANITS, leading the institution to secure NAC grade, NBA accreditation for all departments, and autonomous status. He has held several key academic and administrative positions, including member of Academic Senate, governing bodies of reputed institutions, and chief warden at Andhra University. Professor V.S.R.K. Prasad Garu also served as a chairman of the state-level environmental appraisal committee nominated by Government of India, playing a significant role in major environmental clearances and introducing transparent online approval systems. He is a director of the Indian Institute of Petroleum and Energy by the Government of India, where he established academic system, high quality faculty recruitment, research infrastructure, and achieved outstanding placement records. A recipient of the Corps Engineer Award and a member of various expert committees for higher education governance, Professor V.S.R.K. Prasad Garu continue to mentor institutions and contribute to academic and environmental initiatives. Thank you, sir, for accepting our invitation. Next, I would like to call upon Mr. Ishwar Prasad. He is from Senior Manager HR, Toyotsu Rare Earths India Private Limited. As a part of this stakeholder perception session under NEP 2020, we are delighted to welcome an industry leader who brings rich experience from the corporate sector. Mr. Ishwar Prasad, Senior Manager HR Administration at Toyotsu Rare Earths India Private Limited, a Toyota Group Japanese multinational company with over 15 years of progressive HR experience across pharma and manufacturing industries, and previous associations with leading organizations such as Alivira Pharma, Arbinda Pharma, and Hetero Pharma. He has deep expertise in HR operations, training and development, policy implementation, employee engagement, compliance, and industrial relations, who joins us today to share the industry perspective on higher education and employability. His insights will help us understanding how NEP aligns higher education outcomes with industry expectations. Now I would like to extend my invitation to Dr. M.N. Vamsi. It is my privilege to introduce Mr. M.N. Vamsi, Associate Professor in the Department of Computer Science and Engineering at Geetham Institute of Technology, Geetham deemed to be University. Mr. Vamsi holds an M.Tech from Andhra University and PhD from JNTU Hyderabad with over 24 years of rich academic experience, 13 years of research experience, and significant administrative contribution in higher education. He is the recipient of the Innovative Teaching Excellence Award 2024 from AIMER Society, Hyderabad. His research interests including Internet of Things, vehicular network, cyber physical systems, and bioinformatics. He has published 19 Scopus indexed papers, holds 1 granted patent, 5 published patents, and 3 Scopus indexed book chapters. He is currently guiding PhD scholars and actively serves as a reviewer for international conferences. Next, I would like to call upon Dr. Sridevi Garu, who is a parent representative, onto the dais. Ms. Ravani from MBA, and Sulaksha is from BBA, is a student community. Let us now explore how each stakeholder expressed their opinions on NEP 2020. Now invite Sri V.S.R.K. Prasad Garu to take over this session. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon to all of you. Particularly, I congratulate Professor Rajani and Professor Bose for taking up this particular topic for today's seminar, and the encouragement given by our founder, management member Professor Sarma Garu and Professor Somraj Garu to them in organizing this program in a well-planned manner. After introduction of this particular session, then I will go and sit there and will interact with the stakeholders. such that they can express their views about this national education policy. Lot of the things had been said until this time, prior to this session, by various experts, all learned people, well-exposed people to higher education. There were vice chancellors, there were policy makers at the level of HAPSI, there were the various management people that were involved in education. Particularly, the way the national education policy is framed is in the right time, as it had taken almost more than 35 years for revising the previous national policy for education known as NPE, change it to NEP from 1986 to 2020. The contents, not only just a letter alphabet swapped, but there had been a lot of policy changes that had been provided in this new policy, education policy. Particularly, this gives a chance to the students who are suffering from different inconveniences, either financial or parental pressure or other reasons. One example I can give you, a very close relative of mine, he was forced to join in one of the lead institutes in the private sector in electronics and communication engineering by his parents. Then he failed. He is a very sincere student also. He was not definitely a ruffian. Really, he was very sincere, true to his way to do it. But he failed in all the subjects in his first year. Then his parents approached me. Before joining him also they approached me, but they didn't listen to my advice. Then once after they came, I interacted with that guy. He was feeling guilty. He asked me to give him another one year to clear all his first year, and then he will be in the track. That's what he said. We have to give the chance to the student because it is his career. Okay. Then he again failed in the supplementary, all the subjects. Then again they came to me, and he also came willingly to consult me. Then I interacted with him. Then he was open. He was afraid of mathematics. Then I said, how is that you are afraid of mathematics? You got some 75 out of 75 in one paper and 70 out of 75 in another paper. How is it that you are afraid? I was given the questions. I was made to answer them, and we were as good as mugging up and answering them. I got full scores, but I don't know. I am very weak in maths. That's what he said. Then, after interacting with him, I requested our Dakshinamurthy Garu to give him a seat in BBM. And he was admitted in BBM. Probably, I don't know how many of the faculty here, they knew him. And very surprisingly, he was one of the toppers in the class. And after 3 years, in the second year end, I think in the second year end, again his parents approached him and asked, he is asking to go to UK for internship training program. I said, he well deserves. You would have already lost all this amount only in 1 year of your private institute where you have joined him in engineering in the B category. So send him. They sent him. And that helped him to get an direct admission into Canada MBA. See, after MBA, he was appointed in a good company, direct to report to MD or Vice President. See how the changes in the system when the student is given a choice. but he didn't know that choice. He lost 2 years, and probably that 2 years was a permanent loss for him. And in another case in Port Trust, one of the Port Trust person, he joined his son in engineering. And suddenly all his finances, matters, everything changed. Then he was about to stop his education. We helped him. He could complete. But in some cases, he may not get that financial help. In one of the cases, he totally neglected his studies, and at the end of the final year only, the parent came to know. Then he lost the total 4 years. Though he passed 2 years of his course, he lost the entire degree and his qualification was only intermediate. Now, with this NEP, such people will have a great chance of shifting and accepting their previous qualifications and previous credentials into the new program. So they are saving their time for none of their fault, like not knowingly joining or financial problems or not interested, all these things. That's why NEP 2020 requires some good thorough interaction and information to all the parents and the stakeholders. And recently, our government, particularly Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji, he is very much interested in bringing our country towards self-reliance. That's why Atmanirbhar. To promote this Atmanirbhar, this national education policy is also framed to cater to the needs of it. That's why the incubation and innovation centers are being encouraged. As one of my predecessor speaker in the previous session said, how the money had been given to various incubation centers. That's the purpose of it. So national education policy is now to be implemented in such a way that our faculty members, if they know thoroughly well, and if the management also encourage it, and if the students are made to be part of it, then instead of job seekers, they have to become job lenders. Yesterday, I think one of our persons was saying, the institute should be training them in such a way that they get job. No, what I say is, not they get a job, they have to give jobs. In that way, we have to train. So this national education policy is to be used mainly towards that goal to be reached. And one more point I wish to touch before going to interact with our stakeholders. Why I am very much hurried and always saying time is, our time was given 1.5 hours originally, and it was because of various other sessions, our time was cut short to 1 hour, and I voluntarily accepted to that. Now it is my responsibility to see that we will wind it up within 1 hour. At the same time, without compromising the quality of whatever had to take place in the discussion. So, one more point what I wish to touch before that is artificial intelligence. This artificial intelligence, everyone is focusing on it as if it is a new subject and innovative one and other things. I take it, in my view, artificial intelligence is nothing but equivalent to mathematics. I think what Professor Sobraj Garu was teaching earlier in mathematics, it has turned into computer engineering. Computer engineering is nothing but application of maths, that's all. But hardware will be the application of physics anyway. The other components will be provided by our various metallurgical engineer, chemical engineer, and other engineers. That is our part. But what is taught, how to operate the software is simply mathematical logic. That's all. Artificial intelligence is also similar to that. Nothing more or nothing greater than that. So computer engineering, information technology, artificial intelligence, all these are coined words to attract people. But they are to be part of all the engineering and science and other, even economics, arts, social arts, all the branches, it is a part of it. not only for engineering. Artificial intelligence is required in economics also. It will be required in social management. It will be required in mechanical engineering. It is required in chemical engineering for distillation operations to be operated. So for that, if you know the fundamental subjects of all the other subjects, then you can apply your artificial intelligence to that. It cannot be a special subject. It is as good as equivalent to maths required for engineering, maths required for even economics. Previously, when we were students, economics means no maths. But now Sarmgaru will aggressively fight if you say no maths required for economics. It is very much part of it. Same way, that's why we have to, the stakeholders also have to understand this and see in what way we can take these changes into practicality. I will again take the time, if the stakeholders whom I am interacting complete this ahead of that 1 hour, the balance of time I will take again at the end to conclude. Until that, I will take a gap. Thank you. ఓకే ఇదేనా పని చేయట్లేదా Good evening, all of you. I welcome you for this session. Now, probably you must have heard number of the speakers, those who were here, they must have heard, and probably you might have been informed by some other people, friends, about what certain other people had given their opinions earlier. Today itself, now we have seen our principals, particularly All Saints principal and also our Bhadruka College principal, how they explained about the societal problems also, how they are attending. Particularly Bhadruka College principal informed that they are taking up this software to the society. Actually, NEP insists on totally concentrating and focusing on solving the problems of the society. Otherwise, the education is not useful for the society. That is what they say. In this context, first, I will put a question to Dr. Vanshi. In the context of need for continuation updation of the curriculum, how do you feel that the faculty can stay updated, and how do you feel that the infrastructural challenges and other can be met to meet these NEP changes?
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you for the opportunity. First of all, I thank Gayatri Vidya Parishad management and the organizers, because my career started, I born as an academician in this campus. I'm the alumni of this campus from 97-99 batch, then started my career here and worked for 23 years. Now I am associated with the Geetam University. My entire experiences are with Gayatri Vidya Parishad, majorly in my total career. Come to this question, sir. Updation is mandatory for any faculty. There is no updation means you cannot give a proper quality of the content to the current students. That is a standard statement you can take. Then how to update? That is a question mark for this generation faculty. This is a challenging question mark. Why? Reason is, for example, I am going for one course, artificial intelligence. That is an OE course. For that OE course, in the entire class, OE is open elective. Open elective is for any faculty student can join. 5 students are from EC background, 5 or 6 are from management, 5 are from biotechnology or some other discipline. Then the challenge for me is what kind of examples I need to quote to explain these concepts. So, for example, I try to give an example, one specific problem related example. Fortunately or unfortunately, in Geetam, students are permitted to handle mobiles in the class. They can allow. Before I post a question, he immediately check in ChatGPT or Gemini. There are a lot of answers with examples are given. Definitely student expecting a better explanation or better example from the faculty. That is a challenge. So in such cases, my preparation, maybe I am having a 24 years plus experience. Before going to 1 hour class, I need to prepare at least 2 or 3 hours by taking care of these kind of students. So updation in terms of learning tools, updation in terms of how a student can pose a question by using this tool, updation definitely in terms of the growing of the technology day by day. Not I am need not be confined to a specific syllabi that has been prepared by some BOS. Apart from that, I need to take more content related to that.
So, thank you,
Thank you,
Dr.
sir.
Vansi. Now, Dr. Ishwar, as an industry person, do you feel now our people are sending our students to you for internship? And previously, I remember still just like my other predecessor spoke, it is just like a formal thing, completing the project and submitting. But now, the things have changed. They have to learn, otherwise they will not be ready for the job. In this context, how do you feel that an internship translate to build industry relevant skills? How do you feel about this?
So thank you very much for this giving this opportunity. I think this is a national education policy 2020. Thanks to this government, after 34 years, this policy has revised. And the question was the relevant internship. I think I just go back to my college days. So when I studied my education, there are two types of people generally for education. One is for a certificate, another for is learning knowledge. The third case is there when I was in education for marriage purpose. For certificate to get marriage and for his wedding card, he has some qualification like MBA. Out of 60 people of my batch, 20 people is like that. So there's a jokes apart. The same way internship is also going like that. Since 15 years, I was into industry. I was into various industries like Arabindo, Hetero and other companies. Now I've been with Toyota Japanese company. And I'm offering so many internships from Gayatri College and some other colleges also. So many students, they just come for the certificate purpose. Simply, sir, when can I get certificate? But the day one, they are very much enthusiastic. Sir, what I learn and all. After weekdays, sir, shall I come weekly once? Sir, shall I come weekly twice? They're coming down. So that course is actually 45 days. The people are attending around only 6 to 7 days. And even so there is a mistake from our side also, like HRs and technical side also. We are not bothered them basically. So I think with this policy, we also redesign our internship programs. For example, last week I got a call from one of the Geetam College professor. She's asking for internship in MBA HR in my department. Okay, ma'am, I'll give you no problem. So this is a 45 days course. The next mail she sent, she asking for the JD. First time I have received the mail from the Geetam University, internship JD. Earlier, the people are just come with the letterhead, with the principal signature, and we are sanctioning, and the 45 days they are coming and they're asking for the lunch facility and any is there stipend is out. These are things were there. But recently, just last week, I got call from one of the Geetam professor. So she's asking for JD. Then I discussed with my management. I have prepared the JD for the internship. That was a good move. I think maybe because of this policy, so it was started. And apart from that, the industries, expecting, of course, the theoretical knowledge is well versed by you people, teaching very well. But what about the coming to industries? They need some discipline. Of course, some of the colleges are treat well about the discipline and lack of communication skills. So these two are major. And apart from that, when the coming to the industries, we are not take them into live project. So we are not giving any responsibility. So if you take them into our live project along with us, then they will take some responsibility. So automatically they will, whenever they join in our organization or any organization, it will be better for them. I will give one example. When I was in Arabindo, there are B.Pharm students, freshers, they came for interview. So the two people, so they both are girls or gents. They came for the interview and I have shortlisted them. They have given the offer letter. But I have given offer letter, same B.Pharm qualified people. One person is the production department, one person for quality department. But they don't know what is production, what is quality. They simply happy that I got the opportunity with 20,000 salary. So they both go to home. And they joined after 1 week or 10 days. After completion of 1 year, they both came to me. Sir, this girl sitting in the QA, in the AC, simply documenting, and I am sitting in the production team, I am standing. Because they don't know what's the industry, what is the department, which department they're going to be joined, which department they're going to be do and all. If they're properly completing their internship within the 45 days, they will get to know which department is my career, which department is better for me like that. So of course, everyone is educated here. After 10th class, intermediate your career path. For example, if you take MEC or MPC, you will become an engineer. BPC, you will become a doctor. Like that, after completion of your education, your first career step will be your final destination. If you want to become a lecturer, if you joined after completion of education, you will be master in that after a couple of years. If you become, for example, I have did my MBA HR. If I want to become a doctor, I won't be. Because my profession, my qualification is MBA HR. I started my career with MBA HR. Now I am growing. So if I lack of object the student, it will be difficult for growing themselves. This is my perspective.
So thank you, Mr. Yeshwar Prasad. Actually, you have given the right perspective how it is to be implemented. Particularly, probably in the future, it will be changing in such a way that the students' workforce also can be used as one of your part-time employee, just like the house surgeon in the medicine. And probably you may be ready to pay some nominal amount such that they will be enthused as if they are working for that and they are earning for their pocket, and they will be more enthused. Let us hope for that in the future. Thank you for your clarification. Then, as a parent, probably, how do you see this multiple NEP policy, National Education Policy 2020, giving the chance for multiple exit or multiple entry? I mean, after, as I said, the example, they left the college. After 3 years or 4 years, they want to pursue again. So how do you feel these chances? Is it an opportunity or challenge?
A very good evening to all. It's a privilege for me to share the dais with learned dignitaries as a parent, as one of the stakeholder. I'm a mother of an MTech graduate. As a parent, I heard of NEP 2020, or I don't know the name of NEP 2020, sir, but I just want to discuss one case with you. I'm not here to express my view. I'm just placing my doubts before you so that they can be clarified to many parents like me. One of my friend's son was admitted in Andhra University for doing his engineering program. He got a job, a public sector job. He wanted to leave the course and program, and he wanted to join in that job. Then I heard from my friend at that time that he can go for the job, come back again to do the course. Then I heard of this word called multiple entry and exit option is there in the university. Then when we both were discussing, I got many doubts on that, sir. Maybe I take this DAS to get few clarifications on that. The next question that came into my mind was, when can he come back and complete his studies? Like up to how many years he can come back? 2 ఏళ్లలో రావాలా 4 ఏళ్ళ 10 ఏళ్ళ ఎన్నాళ్ళ తర్వాత వచ్చినా అతను కోర్స్ కంప్లీట్ చేయొచ్చా? దిస్ ఈస్ ద ఫస్ట్ క్వశ్చన్ దట్ కేమ్ ఇన్ టు అవర్ మైండ్. దెన్ ఒక్కసారి వెనక్కి వస్తే వెదర్ హీ కెన్ రైట్ హిస్ ఎగ్జామ్ యూజింగ్ ద సేమ్ సిలబై దట్ హీ లెఫ్ట్ హిస్ కోర్స్ ఆర్ ద ఎగ్జామినేషన్ ప్యాటర్న్ విల్ బీ ద సేమ్. దిస్ ఈస్ ద సెకండ్ డౌట్ వీ గాట్. అండ్ అతను పబ్లిక్ సెక్టర్లో జాయిన్ అయ్యాడు కాబట్టి అతనికి మినిమం 3 years సర్వీస్ ఉంటే కానీ అకాడమిక్ లీవ్ ఇవ్వరంట. సో వన్స్ 3 years కంప్లీట్ అయ్యాకే అతను మళ్ళీ ఎగ్జామ్ రాయడానికి రాగలడు అని చెప్పారు. దెన్ ఒకసారి అతనికి లీవ్ అప్లై చేసుకున్నప్పుడు 6 months కంట మించి లీవ్ ఇవ్వరు అన్నది అక్కడ ఆఫీస్ వాళ్ళు చెప్పిన ఆర్గనైజేషన్ వాళ్ళు చెప్పిన ఇష్యూ. మరి 6 months లీవ్లో అతను వచ్చి ఒక సెమిస్టర్ పూర్తి చేసుకోవడానికి అయ్యి మళ్ళీ వెళ్ళి మళ్ళీ ఇంకో సెమిస్టర్కి రావచ్చా? దిస్ ఈస్ ద అనదర్ డౌట్ దట్ యాజ్ పేరెంట్స్ వీ గాట్ సార్.
So
I'll be
definitely your doubts are to be clarified, Amma. Though I may not be in the right position right now to clarify on this part, but one point I can tell you is all these are subject to the regulations that are made by the various universities for their admissions and completion of the degrees. Today, one of our predecessor speaker, Professor Rajendra Prasad, he has pointed out various legal problems that will be coming in between for solving all these problems. And probably, if someone is given and some other institute doesn't give, this becomes a legal problem, and that to that 4.76 crores that are pending, another 1 crore of the cases will be added. But however, as his suggestion is given today, and that is to be seriously taken by the government also, National Executive Council, similar in the case of National Green Tribunal to other tribunals, if that probably comes, because when a new policy comes, at the beginning there will be certain problems. Once after these problems are coming and raising up, and the courts are probably approached, the court itself may give a suggestion to go to National Educational Tribunal, and they will be solved. But before that, as of now, generally in the coming years, the Education Ministry definitely, I am sure, will take care of all these things to leverage the age for completion and a number of years. But the total number of years will be the same. It will not be generally changed. Total number of years of completion of the program. But for completion of age, now generally some of the courses, some 30 is there, 28 is there, 26 is there. They may be changed, suitable to the practicality. So we have to await for that. But as of now, definitely they can complete within that 8 years of the course in case of engineering, and medicine some 9 years or like that, that is there stipulated. So they are valid. And with reference to your companies, as our friend said, they will also probably in the future, they will be liberal in giving leave, because probably they may insist that if they give leave, they have to rejoin with some 2 years bond or 3 years bond, they may give. So they will evolve out that also. So your doubt will be clear in the future in this way. That is what my assumption. Then coming to the students' perception, in the Shravani, in the context of multidisciplinary approach, how relevant do you feel these life skills to be included in the curriculum?
Good afternoon, everyone, sir. Before starting, I would like to thank Sairud sir and Rajani ma'am for giving us this opportunity to sit with great people and share our opinions from student community. So, irrespective of the discipline, what we are studying, life skills are very important. That there is no doubt, because I came from a background of BSc Honors Agriculture. You know how difficult it is to talk with farmers to take back their traditional methods and come into technological innovation sector. So life skills plays a very important role in way of your communication or whatever. Right after joining in MBA in Gayatri, then I got introduced with these new programs like personality development sessions and everything, where we have to organize everyone. We have to organize an event, go present something and talk with everyone. Allocate only a few funds are given to us. With that resources, we need to arrange everything. So there I learned, okay, critical thinking. Critical thinking is very important. Like on spot, you have to think about that. With this limited resources, what we can do within just a week of time. How can we organize an event with a whole class? So life skills are very important here, sir, because in future it just bridges our theoretical knowledge to real life problems. Because right after we entering into corporate world, they would be definitely they will expect us students to give their best for their companies, whatsoever. So we should give that for them. It's not like I come to this college, I want a placement, I want this much package. That is not true if you're not able to give them back what they asked for.
So life skills are really important because, and this NEP 2020 is giving us this opportunity where we go for different internships, different programs, and sitting here and talking with you definitely increases my confidence in future. So I feel like, to conclude, education is not about like allowing you to gain marks in your exams or something, but that is gaining knowledge. It is like building your character with confidence and capability. And that opportunity is given by NEP 2020. Sir. Thank you.
Very happy, Ms. Ravani. I am seeing the seesaw change in the students' attitude, and they are now not job seekers, but they want to have the definite career ahead with their own skills development. That's very great. Then coming to the faculty, Dr. Vamshi, again, after hearing to the student and parent, NEP emphasizes research orientation, because now, as already people have said, today one of our professor principal said that when we are training the faculty, within 4 years again, the books are changing and the total curriculum is changing. That is fact. How you feel that research will be helping? What are the challenges you face in pursuing fruitful research and its translation to student learning or addressing society problems?
Yes, sir. As per NEP 2020, majorly the research is interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary. That means if I am a researcher in a specific computer science department or computer science domain, I am interested in doing my research in Internet of Things. So Internet of Things is depends, the problems which are related to IoT depends upon even machine learning or data science. So I need to learn these particular technologies apart from IoT. If I apply this particular technology to the management application, or applying the same technology to some civil engineering application, I need the domain knowledge of that particular discipline. So I am the student of late Professor Alanapara sir. He used the word translational research. Almost 20 years back, he used that word. Translational research. See, this is apart from interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary, across the disciplines. Because as a bioinformatician, I did my work in biology. So I need the biology approaches. Also, in that, I am applying the concepts related to the digital signal processing. Maybe Professor Krishna Subbarao sir is there. I think sir did a work because sir also a student of Alanapara garu. GSP. GSP is a word generating from genomics and digital signal processing, a combination. So almost 15-20 years back in Gayatri, this NEP 2020 related views are started. Already started. Myself, Professor Lakshmi Jayadamba madam and Krishna Subbarao sir sat together and discussed about the contents related to biology, computer science, electronics. We are combining these three. So the research, while we are doing current, for example, in my class, as I just mentioned the example, my students are in different disciplines. I need to take an example. Accordingly, I need to explain whatever the research results I am obtained in my work. I can able to give that explanation, sir.
So thank you, Dr. Vamshi. You have rightly said about our Gayatri, which thought about this NEP ahead. And one more point, you reminded a very good personality, Professor Apparao garu, in this contest, particularly for his advanced thinking of the translational research. And one point here, all the faculty, generally they now and then they question, why do we require research? It is not for the sake of PhD and not for the sake of simple promotion. But if you are in the research, what happens, as Dr. Vamshi just now pointed out and as NEP also insists, is you will be in touch with the latest technology developments and during your research itself. Research is not simply narrowing down into your field, but it is a combination of getting all the fundamentals of the various other subjects to strengthen your narrowed down field. So then when you are updated with the latest fundamentals, you will be imparting to the students very comfortably. That's how both are met. Well, thank you very much for that. And Professor Balmohan Das garu, sorry Andy, we are to make you wait because originally our program was destined from 2 to 3:30, but it started at 3:30. So we'll pay you for another half an hour. Please bear with us. By 4:30, we'll close within 1 hour. We have cut short our time from 1.5 hours to 1 hour, such that you will not be caused to inconvenience much. Then coming back to again the student, Dr. Sulakshya, how does continuous assessment lead to enhanced learning outcomes as you feel?
Good afternoon, one and all. My name is B. Sai Silaksha, and it's an honor for me to share my opinion. As coming to the question, I think it is very important for regular assessment as a student. I strongly believe it is very important. Regular assessment leads like for presentation, PDs, assignments, quizzes and all. It helps us reduce exam pressure on us as students, as it also helps us, it leads us with no fear, as we won't have any fear like one exam is going to decide everything for us. And it also helps us get consistent study habits. It also helps us improve in understanding. It also enhances our critical thinking. It also helps in it helps us in understanding our strengths and weaknesses. It helps us in self-awareness learning. And I conclude that regular assessment it's crucial, and we shouldn't it is important.
Yeah.
It is not like memorizing for marks, it is for mastering the learning we are revising for. And I strongly believe as a student, regular assessment is very important, as we are not in a stage for internship and all. All the knowledges we are going to get is through assessment, is from PDs, it's from projects, it's from assignments, and it's from the class tests itself. While mastering these, when we master these first, I strongly believe that we'll be ready for the upcoming internship, which helps us improve ourselves, get exposure to what the actual study is teaching us. Thank you.
Thank you, Sulakshya, you have rightly pointed out. Probably this continuous assessment also may have to be thought of in larger perspective in the future. It is not possible to go immediately beyond that right now, but probably we may have to think in the future about abandonment of all the examinations and giving certificates. So this person attended 90% classes of this, or 90% attendance this, like that. And anyway, all the people who are giving the jobs, or all the people who are taking the people for various other purposes, they are conducting their own examinations and interviews. So probably they will assess. Why should we assess? That is one point. But again, there will be another drawback and constraint in this particular thinking. What is that is, as one of our speaker yesterday, Professor Satyanarayana Garu spoke, our country is a varied, cultured and various religious, various regional, linguistic, different, divided one in that way. So probably the problems of one particular region may be different from the problems of the other region. So curriculum trained in one particular region, if you confine to that, it may cause inconvenience for the particular person to go beyond that. That's why you have to think, but still time will come in the future, probably, where this examination system has to be totally revised, and the assessment is to be totally different from what we are seeing. Anyway, that's good that you are happy with the continuous assessment system, and you are confident that it is improving your curriculum. Then I will come back to again the parent. Do you find values integrated into education due to NEP, those values inducted in this, really useful to the students and your wards? And if you feel they are useful, to what extent?
I truly believe that focus on morals should be inculcated in education for the overall development of my child, sir. He is growing in an era where huge competition is there, but he cannot face that only with education and skill. There is a necessity as a parent for us to build the entire character of them with responsibilities, with teaching the morals, ethics, the responsiveness, the integrity, or the teamwork, etc., we need to inculcate in them. ప్రీవియస్ ఇయర్స్ వీ యూస్ టు సీ అంటే జనరల్గా పిల్లలు సెలవులు ఇస్తే చదువుకోవడం లేదా ఆడుకోవడం ఇలాగ ఉండేది. బట్ ఐ హ్యావ్ సీన్ ఫ్యూ ఇయర్స్ బ్యాక్, ఫ్రమ్ ఫ్యూ ఇయర్స్ ఐఎమ్ సీయింగ్, ఐఎమ్ అబ్జర్వింగ్. ఐ వెంట్ టు అన్ ఆశ్రమ్, శాంతి ఆశ్రమ్, లోసన్స్ బేలో ఉంది. వెన్ ఐ వెంట్ దేర్, ఎవ్రీ సండే ఐఎమ్ సీయింగ్ few college students coming over there to mingle with those deaf and dumb children, teaching them something which is new, making them to play, and conducting some competitions to them, etc. So that shows that students are coming into the society to learn what are the physical problems, or they are involving themselves in the society. And similarly, I have seen few students coming with a questionnaire asking me to fill that. When I asked why you are doing that, they were telling that that is having some credits for them, a social immersion program, something like that, where they are asking me whether I'm segregating the scrap, wet to dry, e-waste, ivanni vallu adugutunnaru. So then I came to I felt that okay, this new policy has inculcated so many programs where students are becoming socio-conscious and growing as good citizens.
So thank you for your listening. Actually, the value system in the education is to be implemented as one of the principal. Saint All Saints principal, our Gayatri Vijay alumni, as he informed today, that he learnt values and he is trying to implement the same in his college after going there as principal there. That itself indicates how much importance is the values to be inculcated during education. Professor Bal Mohan Das Garu or Professor Sharma Garu, all these teachers, while they didn't separately took classes for specially giving the values, this part you have to follow, this part you have to follow. But while teaching itself, they placed themselves as role models, and seeing them, the students could get training in values also. That is the value system education that is to be developed. So in the curriculum. So nowadays, what generally students are feeling is the gap between the teacher and the student is only just whatever syllabus is there, just trying to write on the board or teach them, or as today one more, as another professor said, giving the slide. I think today Professor Venkatrao Garu touched that point in the morning, OHP, and just reading it. That is not the way we can definitely inculcate values in the students. But instead of that, probably by becoming role model, what I believe and what I always say everywhere is the teacher doesn't have the personal life. You cannot say smoking or drinking or something is my personal habit. Teacher doesn't have that right. That is my feeling. Whether some people agree with me or not, it is their choice. But because the students emulate them as role models. If we smoke, the people feel, okay, smoking is good. If we drink, the people feel that it is good, because they emulate us. That's why teachers are to be role models, and they inculcate the values. And this national education policy, how it involves this, is with the curriculum of the teacher becoming role model for these students with their value system also. Then coming to again back to Dr. Ishwar, how can industry bridge the gap between academic knowledge and practical application? This is very, very important topic. Probably all of us are struggling for this only.
Thank you, sir. So I think when I was in Aurobindo Pharma, we used to recruit BPharm students. Of course, BPharm course is around 4 years. They have very well experienced in the theoretical knowledge. But after coming to join in our organization, we have a ATDC center, like Aurobindo Training and Development Center. We used to give again 6 months training. After that, wherever the vacancy is there, and we have 20 units. So wherever the vacancy is there, apart from we'll do the skill assessment, who's fit for where. So for example, that XYZ is fit for the particular production or particular. So we will pick up and we'll place it accordingly. Some people, they're not fitting anywhere, then we will simply give the certificate for 6 months and stipend, we will send them out also. So those cases are there. So where actually the internship is the one of the best bridge between the industries and educational institutes. But generally people are thinking that theoretical knowledge, okay, but practical knowledge is more important. But we're coming to the industries, still our managers, they lack of basic theoretical knowledge. So theoretical knowledge always a strong foundation for the practical exposure. So generally what happens, if I know the driving, I used to drive, but someone is teaching me, then only I can able to drive properly, following the rules, signals and all. Everyone can drive, but who will follow the exact rules, the regulations? So that is one of the rules and regulations is one of the important factor. Coming back to that, and now industries is looking for a multi-skilling people. To be frank, today I did my MBA HR. Suddenly, like us, our companies, Japanese companies, they might take me into the finance department. So, but I am zero for finance department. But they are focusing on people management, communication skills, how I am handling the department. So no need of theoretical knowledge there. So because there is technical people along with me. So they might made me as a head of finance, but I have no knowledge. But how I am handling. So that's what from the education system onwards, if you teach the multi-skilling people, multitask, that is also we are looking for the. And when students when go to the industries, you just ask day by day questions to the who are technical people over there. In right now in my company, there are 4 diploma chemical students were there. Every week I assess them. What you learn in the last 5 days. So for habituate them, we made them into shifts. Generally they used to come the shift, general shift. But we are feeding in the shift wise along with employees. They are coming in shift wise and they are night shift also they used to come. Because they should know if the night shift how it will be. So this is why we are helping, and I request all college, I think Badruka and other college to also there. So you invite industry guest lectures. So what exactly the industries are going on. Right now the AI is there, everyone is saying, but we are not implementing immediately. We want time for industries. Maybe software industry implementing very quickly. For a manufacturing industry, we want time. And if you learn, now AI is there, now Anthropic AI. So the technology is day by day, hour by hour is improving. What about our knowledge? So the students should focus about their growth. And of course, this college, I very much appreciate that as a Japanese company, we are following the Kaizen, continuous improvement. Like that, this college also always focusing on continuous improvement, I have observed. So for ourselves also, we need to think about Kaizen, self-Kaizen. So continuous improvement about ourselves, whether qualification or experience, communication skills, whatever. So that is from my side. Thank you, sir.
So thank you, Mr. Ishwar Prasad. So actually, I recollect one of the very senior industrialists about 30 years before, he commented in industry academy interaction between Andhra University and industry when a seminar was conducted. Then I was a very junior faculty member. Then he commented, your university degrees are all waste. We don't require any of your degrees. It's all waste. We are training them and we are getting them. That's what he commented. But I know that his industry was taking the candidates with 70% minimum percentage and not 30-40% or no degree. Then I commented the same. But we can understand his agony, not that he is really bad, but what he meant was we are not training them in the proper way. But at the same time, this theoretical background, as Ishwar Prasad said, are required, and some practical approach is also required. For example, even for me, when I was just a faculty member, particularly first year I taught mass transfer 1 in one particular way, and then I had an opportunity to go to an industry on industrial visit. And then once after had industrial visit, the next year onwards, my teaching of the same subject was totally different. So here, this national education policy particularly focuses on this, and it gives, an opportunity and involves the faculty to be sent to the industry for some time, 1 year or like that. And at the same time, they are advising the people from the industry also to be appointed as faculty, as guest, ad hoc faculty or something like that. So this bridges the gap between the industry and academy, as I understand. So with this, I think we have the interaction session is completed. Now I will conclude my remarks for this session. As I promised Bal Mohan Das Garu that I will hand it over to. And before that, any questions from the audience, because this is very important. Stakeholders means you're all, not only this parent, teacher, student, industry, but society itself is the stakeholder, because it is funding for research projects. The research, whatever amount that we are receiving from CSR or DST or UGC or any other organization, it is public money which is meant to be used for research, useful for the society. That's why I invite you all, anyone, to have any interaction. Anyone? Yeah, please. So to whom also you please mention the question.
Good evening, everyone. My question is, have we noticed any plausible difference in values or whatever changes NEP has brought up before and after the implementation of NEP? Because if we think about values per se, I think the teachers or the management has always been focusing on values. So what specifically did NEP change? What do you think? Maybe faculty would be more would be the right person to answer it. I don't know.
Madam, values in the education means some certain societal rules we are following. Those things are continuous. But how much level they are supposed to be imparted or supposed to be given further, because generations are changing day by day. See, this generation, if I give a lecture, 20 years back I have given a lecture where student mindset is different. Today's generation student mindset is different. So this is changing. So in such a particular situation, if the so-called teacher or the faculty or a specific lecture, he is supposed to give a thought to that that specific generation related student. So for that there should be continuous approach should be followed for the faculty in terms of maintaining that attitude of the mindset, to such that the attitude of the students you have to concern.
Sir, but that was there before NEP as well. Don't you think?
Okay, shall I answer you?
Please.
Okay. See, value system was existing previously morally it was existing, not insisted specifically on paper. But NEP 2020 insists that value system with empathy and sympathy are to be given to the students, particularly when they are not following, give counseling and psychological inception. Particularly they are mentioning about the necessity of the psychology subject to be handled by each and every institute to help the student not to get degraded or not demotivated from the burdens or constraints or strains that they are facing during the instruction. So with this, the faculty, for example, today one of our predecessor speaker said, when a particular person is feeling difficulty in handling any particular subject, then the faculty can advise, and taking it into consideration as if he is advising his own brother or sister, he can go and advise, assess and advise them to go to the right track of subject selection and again help them. So in that way, that is itself the value system. Previously, it was almost not defined very essentially. But most of the students in the Guru Parampara, they were already following the same system anciently. And probably until 20th century also, it happened in a good way. In the 21st century, in the speed time, mainly after this mobile has come into the picture, the importance of the teacher has been reduced, and the unknown person, whether he might be matriculate failed or some discontinued education, discontinued or a pauper, his message, whom the person doesn't know, the student, they are following them rather than the teacher. So the system has again to be changed with some values and morals to be incorporated, and that's how NEP has clearly defined the value system also in this.
Thank you, sir.
And any other questions? Yeah, please.
Good evening, sir. Myself, Pavani. I'm a guest faculty from GDC Men's Srikakulam, sir. So I have a doubt, sir. Actually, IIC, Industry Institute Connection. It is very closely related internship with. So in the part of internship, I'm not talking about engineering students like mechanical or engineering something else. I'm talking about government college guys like BCom students. And especially BCom students, how they connect with industry. And students are go with BCom people, especially BCom people go with either chartered accountant or banks. They are closely related to that subject. But fortunately or unfortunately, they are directly doing that job in internship. And they go to the other aspects like they learn something else like Tally, they're learning Tally or something else. So how it is very closely related to that NEP 2020, sir?
So am I to answer you? Yes, sir. Okay. See, when a doctor treats a patient, we know, as when we take our relative to the doctor, we know that particular case. Based on that, we cannot say that we know every part of the medicine. So the problems dealt are totally different. Even in BCom also, when you are teaching, you are taking certain examples. They are doing it. But when they are sent to some chartered accountant for internship or some other industrial firm, then they will be directly given the real problems that the industry is facing rather than in a theoretical one which doesn't cover most of the real problems that are being faced in this. So that's how probably they will learn.
Actually, no chartered accountant, no bank are allowed the students, sir, because of they maintain some secrets and they have some industrial confidential. So due to that reason, no student are allowed to the chartered accountant or bank institutes.
Probably you are right to certain extent, but as I understand from our institute, our people are being allowed to various even HPCL type of industry or other industries. They are allowing them to the office and they are allowing them to work. But so we have to build rapport with probably with the industry or concerned. So do you like to add? Yeah, please.
As you said, basically we are not allowing us to students to interact with our finance because it's a confidential matters and it will link us to stocks and all. But some of the government colleges, they don't have a curriculum as an internship. I think private colleges having a curriculum in graduation, there is an internship. I think BCom students, as you said, they're stuck with this industry gap is there. So maybe NEP can fill this gap in the future. I'm expecting that future. And as well as now Tally is, people are learning. Now Tally is replaced with SAP. So tomorrow SAP replaced with something. But the basic fundamental is required. So I request all the students to learn the basics. Then whoever comes, AI or Anthropic AI, it is easy to handle. That's my opinion.
So thank you. So
good afternoon, one and all.
yeah.
I'm a banker, sponsored Dhanalakshmi Bank. I am a senior manager. I would like to tell you, answer this question. The central government has introduced a national apprentice program for the degree students. For a 12 months period, they can internship in educational institutions or any industry. They can apply through portal and gain the experience in that, so as they can come out with a confidence that they have experience on that subject or in this industrial area, whatever may be. They can approach further opportunities, everything.
Thank you for confirming my statement. And then, as I promised Professor Balmohan Dasgar, I will not take any time. I will conclude it and hand over to Dr. Sairo.
It is my immense pleasure to propose a formal vote of thanks for the highly engaging stakeholders perception session. I sincerely express my gratitude to our chairperson, Professor V.S.R. K. Prasad Garu, for guiding the session with clarity and depth, bringing the valuable academic and institutional insights aligned with the vision of NEP 2020. He said, interaction and implementation to all the stakeholders, he specifically emphasizes, should not be job seekers, should be job givers. Thank you, sir. My heartful thanks to Mr. Ishwar Prasad Garu for accepting our invitation immediately, for presenting the industry perspective and emphasizing the expectations of employers from higher education institutions in the context of emerging competencies and employability skills. He specifically mentioned redesigning the internship policy as per the NEP. I sincerely extend my appreciation to Dr. T.M. Vamsi Garu for articulating the faculty perspective, highlighting the academic preparedness for and implementation challenges. He specifically mentioned continuous updation of faculty and learning tools, growing technology, and translational research. Thank you, Vamsi Garu. Special thanks to Dr. Sridevi Garu, representing of parent community and sharing constructive reflections on quality and accountability and student development, raising the doubts regarding the multiple exit and multiple entries in one of the challenging one on behalf of their children. Thank you, madam. I also congratulate the student representatives Ravani and Ms. Ravani and Sukanya for confidently voicing your learning experiences in the perspective of life skills and continuous assessment and changing study habits, what Sulakhya said. Finally, I thank management, conveners and co-conveners, faculty members and all participants for their active involvement in making this session meaningful and outcome oriented. Thank you all for giving this opportunity. Thank you.
of insight, discussions, and collective awakening among the participants. We participated with curiosity, we listened with intent, and we learned with openness. And as we step into the validatory session, we carry with us not just information, but an inspiration and responsibility to implement the transformation vision of NEP 2020 in our classrooms and institutions and along with other stakeholders. Good evening to one and all. This is Dr. NVS Anil Kumar, and it is my profound privilege and honor to invite our distinguished dignitaries to grace the dais. I'm honored to invite the esteemed convener of the seminar, Senior Professor S. Rajani, a dynamic and meticulous academician whose dedication, coordination, and tireless efforts have shaped this event into meaningful and intellectual enriching gathering. May I request her to kindly grace the dais. Madam, I request you. Thank you, madam. It is my privilege to invite our respected principal, Professor K.S. Bose, an academician with great experience, wisdom, and administrative acumen, to kindly grace the dais on this occasion. May I request my colleagues, Mrs. M. Jyoti, Dr. M. Sachivati, Dr. M. Ramalakshmi, Dr. S. Varalakshmi to come on to the dais. With a deep respect, admiration, I deem it a matter of immense pride to invite one of the founding pillars of this esteemed institution, visionary academician, a guiding force, a mentor par excellence, whose research orientation nurtured the intellectual growth among the institutions here, and whose unwavering discipline and shaped the character and culture of this college. Now it is being discussed far and wide. May I humbly request Professor P.V. Sharmagaru to kindly grace this dais and bless this occasion with his inspiring presence. Sir. Okay. It is now my honor to invite our today's session chief guest, Professor Balmohan Das Garu, former Vice Chancellor, Acharya Nagarjuna University, an eminent administrator, illustrious author, and most admired professor among his students, whose commitment and dedication has transformed the university into a vibrant reality. As a Vice Chancellor, his relentless efforts, strategic insight, and academic stewardship have contributed immensely to the holistic development of the university. Under his dynamic leadership, the university has scaled new heights of academic excellence. Sir, I request you to kindly come onto the dais and occupy the seat. Thank you very much. May I request the Punima Madam to further prayer.
वन्दनं गिरिनन्दिनी प्रियनन्दना वन्दनं इदे वन्दनं वन्दनं गिरिनन्दिनी प्रियनन्दना वन्दनं इदे वन्दनं. Thank you.
I humbly request Sharma sir to give the presidential remarks.
Respected Professor Balmohan Das Garu, my colleagues on the dais, Professor Samaraj Garu, Secretary Gayatri Jabashar, Professor Rajendra Prasad Garu, expert, Professor Balakoteswara Garu, our bankers, my colleagues, fellow colleagues, and student friends. A great pleasure, and we enjoyed the two sessions yesterday and today very much. More than our expectations. Experts in this area of new education policy, Professor Kumar Suresh, Professor Satyanarayana Garu, Mr. Shyam Das, our retired IAS Officer Subramanian Garu, Professor Venkatrao Garu, Professor K.C. Reddy Garu, Professor Rajendra Prasad Garu, and others gave us the new insights of the educational policy and also some legal lacuna in it and the need for formation of some bodies to represent the private higher educational institutions. Policy to frame, policy paper to give is very easy and became a common feature. But when it comes for implementation, many hurdles we face, not only the Vice Chancellors, the management and the legal experts. To prescribe a patient, take apple a day, very easy to say, but how he takes. Run the institution with values. Don't expect anything from the government or from the industry. Enrich yourself. Compete with international institutions. Publish high quality research papers. Interact with the society to say is very good. But in implementing all these aspects, difficulties arise. Our intention in conducting this program is to say how best within the given or limited resources, how best to take the institution to the highest level, how others are doing it and what we can do it. Some, especially our Principal Koteswara Garu and others shared their experiences. I will limit myself for 2 minutes. Even before the introduction of the new education policy, many of the things are under implementation. Many of the things are under implementation. Multidisciplinary approach, it is since long. Professor Das knows it. It is not a new approach. Since long. Cafeteria approach is a long, outstanding thing we are using. We used to go teach statistics there. They used to say banking here. We used to learn other disciplines. Everything is there in the university. This is not a new one. But sir, what I would like to concentrate is only 1 more minute for me. The students are given freedom to select their courses. They should be very cautious in selecting the courses which lead them to get a good job. Facilities are here. But how many students are able to utilize the books in the library or even the information in the cell? Everything is available at the doorstep. But how many students are able to utilize it? Your A is there, but how many of you are able to use it? Try to be student-centric. That word alone is not sufficient. Students should be in a position to learn what all possible, leaving the other things. They came here to study, to learn, to grow. Teacher is here as a facilitator. How many teachers are going through the articles that are coming in this cell, though not going to the library and read the research journals? In the library, no student, we won't see teachers. I won't blame any teacher here. But how you are developing yourself through this technology, available technology. This new education policy enables you to learn, to develop yourself and give that benefit to the students. Kindly, my teacher friends, kindly learn, update your knowledge. Day to day, they are changing, he said. Yesterday's textbook is not today, it's not recommended today. Update yourself. Learn the technology. Don't say that I do not know the technology that is. No, learn the technology. Apply it to your course of study. Give that input to the student. Make him to learn. Give all facilities for the students to grow and get the maximum benefit from this educational policy. Sir, I thank Professor Das Garu, but I won't get any chance here to thank you. Thank Professor Das Garu. Professors here, experts who came and delivered and make this seminar a grand success. Thanks to all. Thank you. Now I request myself, Professor Rajani, please continue. Don't take your time. Others will take.
Respected Chief Guest of this valedictory session, Professor Balmohan Das Garu, if I may take the liberty of calling myself your student, sir, and Professor P.V. Sarma Garu, our mentor, presiding over this session. The reason or the way we've shaped together today, till now whatever we have achieved is because of your mentorship, sir. My colleague, Principal Professor K.S. Bose Garu, Executive Chairman of this seminar, Professor Somraj Garu, Member of the Management, Secretary of Gayatri Vidya Parishad, Professor V.S.R.K. Prasad Garu, Principals of our other colleges, Professor A.B.K. Rao Garu, and I think other senior faculty from colleges, Professor Rajendra Prasad Garu, Dean Law School Geetam, and also the former Vice Chancellor of Acharya Nagarjuna University, principals of other colleges who have come here as participants and also who have sent delegates to this event of ours, a two-day national seminar on NEP 2020, National Education Policy 2020, paving the path for Viksit Bharat, challenges and opportunities. Exactly that is where we started. There was a lot of discussion. I do not know how many were there in the inaugural. I thanked at the outset itself for the experiences, opinions that you have shared with us on different fora, which helped us, which gave us the basic inputs to shape this particular event. And of course, the main person, though I am the convener, I have been nominated as the convener, the person who has conceptualized or helped us translate it into a reality is Professor P.V. Sarma garu. Though he said no, that's why we said chairman of the seminar. Actually, this started when in 2022 December, I attended a program for leaders organized by educational leaders, organized by National Institute of Education Planning and Administration in New Delhi. That those were the initial days. There was a lot of discussion about NEP. NEP was not formally adopted also by that time. And it was such a learning experience for me because there was so much deliberation. People were so unclear. There was so much of a resistance that this is not going to stay. Only as long as this government is there, it will stay. Of course, there were people from different states. It was like one person from each state. That was how they nominated the principals. And I was fortunate that Andhra University gave us this opportunity. So they were very, very much against. But if you remember, our own state had started talking about internship, and our leadership at AP State Council for Higher Education at that point of time tried to introduce internship at the undergraduate level also. Not very, I would say in a very concrete manner, but it was going on. But after NEP came in and started, people in other states also started implementing, then we thought, yes, we should do something over here in that. Now, it's a very challenging task to talk to a audience, and that to an elite academician audience. Dakshinamurthy garu always says, you can talk to anybody, but people who are learned, that means teachers, talking to teachers is very, very difficult. Because it is just like knowing the result of an examination. We've done something with some expectations, but we do not know to what extent we have delivered and we have been successful in meeting your expectations. As we said, the objective is not to review a policy or anything. Sir also said that. Policy is just a framework of guidelines and we are implementing. So we are not such a big body to review, but we have invited experts who have presented their views in different dimensions. That was the basic objective of the seminar also, that we provide a platform for experts in institution building, academicians, senior academic leaders, as well as faculty of all age groups from different disciplines are over here and present their experiences and discuss on probably the challenges that each one of them are facing. And this provides, or this serves to be a learning platform for all of us. That point, I think somewhere, if you all agree, we have been successful because we've been very fortunate in having very eminent academicians with us over the last 2 days. Personally, for me, it was like a real feast laid out. Session after session, it was so engaging listening to the stalwarts in the academic field. To start with, we had the inaugural session. Professor K.C. Reddy garu, former chairman of AP State Council for Higher Education and former vice chancellor of Rajiv Gandhi University of Knowledge Technologies, was with us, and he set the stage for the entire seminar. The 20 minutes that he spoke was, he spoke on so many facets, and he has opened up the entire scenario. Though he was on the implementation front of the academic sector for a long time, he talked about a very important aspect, that is funding availability. The goals are so ambitious, but where are these funds and the budget allocations that are there for higher education, which made even our management members to participate and talk about. And this was immediately followed by a session on curricular reforms wherein Professor Y. Satyanarayan Garu, former Vice Chancellor of Damodaram Sanjeevayya National Law University, he gave us a very relevant point, which many of us were not aware at least. Where does the context of higher education fall in? The state purview. So where are the funds? So he spoke on the constitutional contours of the NEP and the academic reforms that the NEP has been talking about. In the inaugural, we had the opportunity to listen to Dr. Jai Mohan Pandit, the Registrar of Indira Gandhi Institute for Development Research, Mumbai. He expressed his views and also the importance of the strategic human resource management if NEP has to be adopted and has to be effectively, has to give effective results or to be successful. He gave even a model for the human resource management involving not only the teachers, the entire concept that we talk about is teacher upgradation, teacher development. He talked also about the administrative and the other supporting faculties or the other supporting staff and their role. Since then, we had 4 sessions. The entire seminar has been on 4 plus, of course, the 5th session, which is the icing on the cake. The first session was on curricular reforms. As I said, this particular session was chaired by Professor Y. Satyanarayan Garu. And another person who spoke in this particular session was Professor Kumar Suresh Garu. He's the Director, Academic and Planning in NEPA. He spoke on multidisciplinary, flexible, skill and employability embedded curricular reforms. He took up case studies and what way we could take it forward. A very broad presentation he gave, which wrapped up all these important cornerstones of NEP and curricular reforms. We had Dr. Imtiaz Arshad, the former CEO of the Skill Development Center, HPCL, who is now the CEO of Transformix, Skill Development Training Center. He spoke on the relevance of vocational training for capability building. Exactly what we were discussing in the session on stakeholders today, the need to align employability and skill development for better opportunities in the job market and also probably to start enterprises on their own and be in a position to give jobs to others. We had the second session on governance and implementation, chaired by Professor Kumar Suresh Garu. And we had Professor, in the first session, sorry, I missed Shyam Dasa Garu, who spoke on the importance of values in education, who suggested that probably we are missing out on taking Bhagavad Gita to our students, which is a manual that every student must be trained on or must be encouraged to read and understand. He is from ISKCON. He also talked about integrating values into the education. If I may take this opportunity, sir, she had a question over there. What is different? We have credits for professional ethics and values in the technology education. We also have credits for learning values and ethics in the undergraduates level also. So nowadays, that is the difference. Earlier, it was being done out of the, let us say, the ideology of the management or the colleges, but now it has been made universal for all students at undergraduate level, professional level, wherever the basis, and it is not just morals, the idea of how a person should develop with roots in our own tradition and culture. So curricular wise, they have made it, and he also touched upon that. In the second session, we had Professor D. Vishnumurthy Garu from ITAM. He spoke about the how can we take up innovation, how do we drive research orientation and sharing our experiences that we gather in research to with the students. We had Professor Ravi Saripalli, who spoke on governing intelligence, reimagining universities in the age of AI, and how could it help us? How can AI be used in governance of education ecosystem itself? Then the third session, which was scheduled for the afternoon of yesterday, was an online session because Sri R. Subramanian Garu, retired IAS officer and Secretary to the Government of India, former Secretary, Education and Social Empowerment. He spoke for about 45 minutes to 50 minutes, and he covered a very vast scenario regarding what was the actual objective and how the policy was initially driven into adoption. And he started with the concept of why is education being so much talked about in the context of Viksit Bharat? What is Viksit Bharat from the point of policymakers, and how education should be aligned to achieve the vision of Viksit Bharat. The role of teachers in this journey is what he dwelt upon at length. Today's morning, we had the opening session, the third session on pedagogical transformation, and everybody was mesmerized with Professor R. Venkatrao Garu's lecture. The present Vice Chancellor of India International University on legal education and research. Am I correct, sir? Goa. Former Vice Chancellor of DSNLU also. He spoke the crux of national education. Actually, he said, teaching from the heart and not just the book. So technology is there, tools are there, but what he said is, how does the teacher actually align with the student, understand the student, and get down to the level of the student and motivate the student to learn, or rather uncover the syllabus for them is the word that he used. Is it is not the duty of the teacher to cover the syllabus. Most of the teachers today are, especially in the semester system, are in that purview. So that helps, opened up a very wide perspective. Similarly, Dr. Dharmarao Garu talked about the changes that are happening in the medical education. We talk about outcome-based education everywhere without much understanding about what are these outcomes that a student should be attaining and what should we prepare the student for. But he put them in a very clear perspective from the medical discipline perspective. He also talked about how video, audio, and kinesthetics should be integrated into an experiential learning program. We had Dr. Vijay Bab Garu from Principal, V.S. Krishna College. As you all know, this college has been doing, one of the government colleges which has been doing excellently well over the past few years in implementing NEP. He shared his the practices that this college has been adopting, and he also talked about what they were doing in terms of what he very nicely put as VSK. He said values are important. No, he said Samskriti, yes, please. Yes, Krida. He said we are implementing all this, and he gave the model that he has proposed, which can be used for implementation of the NEP. We had the fourth session on assessment and evaluation. in the morning from 11:45 onwards, chaired by Professor A. Rajendra Prasad Garu, Dean School of Law, Geetham. He spoke on the impact of NEP 2020 and stakeholders in higher education, how all these stakeholders have to work together, or what are the guidelines for these stakeholders in implementing NEP. We had N. Bhanuprakash Garu, HOD of MBA Logistics, Indian Maritime University, who spoke on pedagogy, evaluation and assessment for higher educational institutions. And a young professor, young assistant professor, a teacher from NIT Warangal, who presented the case of assessment and evaluation in the technical institutions, NIT Warangal and IIIT Kurnool. Professor Sudhir Garu, Vice Principal, Gayatri College, Women's Engineering College, spoke on assessment approaches in the light of advances in generative AI. This session was, the 4 sessions, they were coordinated by our teachers. First session was coordinated by Professor K.S. Bose Garu, our principal, along with him Dr. B. Ashok and Satyavani, sorry, not B. Ashok, Dr. Madhulata and Mrs. Jyoti. The second session was coordinated by Professor K.V.V. Murli Someswar Rao and Dr. Ashok, Dr. Satyavati. Third session, the online session was coordinated by Mrs. Gautami. The fourth session, that is pedagogical transformation, was coordinated by Professor M.S.R. Sashgiri and Dr. B. Mahendra Reddy and Dr. M.B.S. Ramlakshmi. The session on assessment and evaluation was coordinated by Professor P.V. Mohni, Dr. Varalakshmi and Dr. G. Ramkrishna. Details of these sessions would be presented by one of these coordinators about what papers were exactly presented. But before signing off, I would like to tell you the amount of participation that we got. There were close about 130 delegates from 13 colleges. Sir. I'll complete this, sir, and I'll go to that. 130 delegates from 13 colleges from AP and outside. Faculty and research scholars were also part of this. 58 papers were accepted for presentation. The colleges include St. Joseph College for Women, ITHM, that is Aditya Institute of Technology and Management, Srikakulam, Samatha College, Satya Institute of Technology and Management, Guide College, Gunupur, SRK Government Arts College, Spectrum Institute of Management and Computer Science, Srinivasa Institute of Management Studies, Badruka Institute of Management, Andhra Loyola College, Government Degree College for Men, Srikakulam. We had, as I mentioned in the beginning, we had a stakeholder session. The icing on the entire cake, facilitated by Professor V.S.R.K. Prasad Garu. I thank the persons who have participated in this, especially Professor Vinay, sorry, not Professor Vamsi, and the parent, Sridev Garu, and the students, the industry, from the industry we had from Toyotsu Railroads India Limited, Mr. Ishwar Prasad, who were here. I think that engaged the audience a lot, sir, because many had lot of questions in this area. And I myself came to know so much because they were directly talking about their experiences in terms of a stakeholder representing industry, parent, student and the teacher. So before that, sir, I would thank all the principals and the deans and directors from the different colleges, managements, who have nominated their faculty for 2 full days to be here with us and participate in this seminar. Sometimes teachers are interested, but then management may not be ready to maybe give them this permission or allow them to come here and participate. So I think basically this is our good fortune that we had such a thunderous participation over here. In terms of the speakers who have so graciously accepted our request and have been with us, as well as the participants who have been with us throughout the sessions and who have very actively contributed, listened, contributed out of the hall. They were sharing their opinions. I think we will make an effort to compile all this, sir, so that we can make it available for others to go through. Thank you, sir, for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Rajni ma'am. Respected Chief Guest, Professor Bal Mohan Das Garu, former Vice Chancellor, Acharya Nagarjuna University, Professor P.V. Sharma sir, who graciously presided over today's sessions, distinguished dignitaries, eminent speakers of the days, Principal Professor K.S. Bose sir, Convener Professor S. Rajni ma'am, esteemed speakers, faculty members, and dear participants, a very warm evening to one and all. I am deeply privileged to present a gist of the session on curriculum reforms. The session began with the words of welcome by Professor K.S. Bose sir, Principal, Gayatri Vidya Parishad College for Degree and PG courses, with her significant opening remarks on curricular reforms in NEP 2020. The first session collectively examined higher education reforms in India through constitutional policy and practical dimensions, emphasizing the transformative vision of the National Educational Policy 2020. In his address, Chairperson Professor Y. Satyanarayana Garu, Founder Vice Chancellor, DSNLU, analyzed curriculum reforms from a constitutional and federal perspective. He explained how the shift of education to the concurrent list and the recognition of elementary education as a fundamental right have significantly influenced educational governance and policy formulation in India. He underscored challenges such as federal complexities, cultural diversity, implementation gaps, and lack of institutional sincerity. He stressed that sustainable reform requires constitutional alignment, cooperative federalism, and long-term institutional commitment. Building upon the policy framework, key speaker Dr. Imtiaz Arshid, former CEO SDC, HPCL, focused on vocational training and capacity building. He emphasized the urgent need to move from degree-centric education to skill-based learning to address youth unemployment and employability gaps. Highlighting the impact of automation, digital transformation, and evolving workplace models, he argued that adaptability, continuous upskilling, and evolving workplace models. He argued that adaptability, continuous upskilling, and practical competencies are more critical than traditional qualifications. Under NEP 2020, vocational education is being mainstreamed through early exposure, multidisciplinary pathways, and lifelong learning systems. The key takeaways was that the future lies in empowering youth to become opportunity creators rather than mere job seekers. Complementing these perspectives, key speaker Professor Kumar Suresh, Director PND NIEPA, discussed about multidisciplinary and employability embedded curriculum reforms. He stressed the shift away from rigid disciplinary silos and rote learning towards flexible, outcome-based, and skill-oriented education. The key pillars included curriculum flexibility, internship integration, Indian knowledge systems, internationalization, and regulatory restructuring. He highlighted that meaningful curriculum transformation is fundamental to produce globally competitive, socially responsible, and employable graduates aligned with India's developmental aspirations. Together, the three sessions presented a cohesive vision for higher education reforms in India. While constitutional clarity provided the structural foundation, vocational capability building ensures relevance in a rapidly changing world, and multidisciplinary curriculum reforms translate policy into institutional practice. The session concluded with an engaging question and answer segment where participants sought clarification on federal coordination, practical implementation of vocational integration, regularity, flexibility, and institutional readiness. The interactive discussion reinforced the shared understanding that meaningful higher education reforms must combine constitutional coherence, skill development, and curricular innovation, supported by collective effort and long-term institutional commitment. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. Now I proceed further for session 2. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, all the dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. I am Dr. M. Satyavati, Assistant Professor from MBA Department. I would like to present a brief summary of Session 2 on Governance and Implementation, conducted on the first day of National Seminar on NEP 2020. The discussion provided meaningful insights into institutional reforms, technological advancements, and value-based education as outlined in NEP 2020. Now I would like to briefly present the key highlights of the three speakers of Session 2. The chairperson, Professor Kumar Suresh, emphasized on the Higher Education Commission of India verticals and institutional development plan under NEP 2020. He explained 4 key verticals: regulation, accreditation, funding, and academic standard setting, and also highlighted the clear separation of these functions ensures transparency, accountability, and efficiency in higher education governance. He also stressed the importance of multidisciplinary education, strengthening internal quality systems, and preparing a strong institutional development plan to ensure holistic and sustainable growth of institution. One of the key speakers, Dr. Ravi Sarpalla, focused on artificial intelligence and its growing importance in education and research. He shared insightful case studies, including the example of a professor from Harvard University who published a case study with 71 days by effectively utilizing an AI tool, a process that would traditionally take years to complete. He explained that AI reduces the time spent on literature review, repetitive tasks, allowing the researcher to focus more on critical analysis and innovation. The session clearly connected AI integration with the vision of NEP 2020 and emphasized the need to modernize teaching and learning research practices to make our institute future ready. Another key speaker, Sri Syama Madhava Dasa, focused on ethics and moral values in education. He emphasized that as long as with academic excellence, institution must inculcate character, integrity, and social responsibility among the students. He explained that NEP 2020 promotes a value-based education and holistic development. In addition to insightful deliberation by the speakers, we pleased to share that 9 research papers we received on the theme of governance and implementation. Although the number of submissions was limited, the theme demands deep, insightful, and administrative experiences. Topics related to the governance and implementation are often addressed by senior academic leaders such as principals, directors, and vice chancellors who are directly involved in a policy execution. Thank you. I would like to convey my regards to the management, principal, convener of the seminar to giving this opportunity to present the summary on the session.
Good afternoon to all the dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. I'm Dr. MVS Ramalakshmi, Assistant Professor from the Department of Management Studies. As we conclude the enriching session on pedagogical transformation under NEP 2020, we reflect not merely on ideas discussed, but on the responsibility we carry as educators shaping the future of India. If Viksit Bharat 2047 is our destination, then pedagogical transformation is the road that we take us there. Today's deliberations clearly establish that NEP 2020 is not just reforming curriculum, it is transforming the very philosophy of teaching and learning. Our respected chairperson, Professor R. Venkatrao Garu, reminded us that academic excellence without human excellence is incomplete. Education must produce good human beings, not merely qualified graduates. A teacher must teach from the heart, not just from the book. The classroom is the most sacred space where character and dignity are shaped. Teaching aids and technology must assist teachers, not replace them. His message reaffirmed that pedagogical transformation begins with the transformation of the teacher. Our key speaker, Professor Vishnumurthy sir, suggested that students must be actively involved in participative sessions, experiential learning must be systematically implemented, the digital divide must be addressed, assessment systems should align with competency development. He reminded us that pedagogical transformation requires institutional commitment and innovation. Dr. Vijay Babu Garu emphasized that pedagogy must evolve according to technological advancements. Teachers must adapt instruction to suit the level and diversity of learners. Education must be inclusive and equitable. Responsible teachers leads to responsible citizenship. He highlighted that transformation is not optional, it is essential. Dr. Dharma Rao sir elaborated on competency-based education aligned with NEP 2020. Skill-oriented and outcome-based training is the need of the hour. Experiential learning is required rather than rote memorization. Producing socially responsible and differentiated professionals is the objective of the institutions. His insights demonstrated that how pedagogical reform directly impacts professional excellence. Professor N.V. Ramanamurthy sir explained how AI supports pedagogical transformation, shifting from teacher-centric to student-centric learning, enabling personalized and adaptive learning paths, establishing AI-based virtual labs, providing assistive technologies for differently able learners, using LMS platforms for self-paced and continuous learning, addressing ethical challenges such as data privacy and security. He clearly stated that AI will not replace teachers, it will just augment them. From today's discussions, we understand that pedagogical transformation means to transit from rote learning to competency-based learning, teacher-centered to learner-centered classrooms, from passive listening to active participation, from uniform teaching to personalized learning, from syllabus completion to outcome achievement, from information transfer to value creation. Pedagogical transformation is not about replacing teachers with technology, it is about empowering teachers with tools, training, and vision. I'm also delighted to share that this session received 20 research papers from scholars, faculty members, and research students from various institutions. These papers are of impressive quality. Those reflect the growing academic engagement with pedagogical transformation under NEP 2020 and demonstrate that vision of NEP is actively being examined, debated, and operationalized in our institutions. On behalf of the organizing committee, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our chairperson, Professor R. Venkatrao Garu, our key speakers, Dr. Vijay Babu sir, Dr. Dharma Rao sir, Professor N.V. Ramanamurthy sir, and Professor Vishnumurthy sir for taking out time from their busy schedules and sharing their knowledge and experiences with us. Your insights have enriched our understanding and strengthened our commitment to meaningful educational reforms. We also thank all faculty members, coordinators, student volunteers, and participants who made this session a success. I thank our management, Principal Bose sir, convener of the seminar Rajni ma'am, and our session coordinator Sheshgiri sir for giving me this opportunity. Thank you all.
A very good evening to all the dignitaries. Myself, Dr. S. Varalakshmi, Assistant Professor, Department of Management Studies. I feel privileged to present the highlights of Session 4, Assessment and Evaluation. The two-day national seminar on NEP 2020 featured insightful deliberations from eminent academicians on reforms in assessment and evaluation. The session brought diverse perspectives on transforming traditional examination systems into holistic and competency-based frameworks. The chairperson of the session 4, Professor Rajendra Prasad Garu, emphasized the legal foundations of NEP 2020 with the deep constitutional insights, especially its constitutional and regulatory dimensions. He explained the legal basis of national education policy rooted in the right to education as a fundamental right. He focused on certain deficiencies such as limited access in socio-economic disadvantaged areas, regulatory inefficiencies, and the absence of strong educational grievance redressal mechanism, suggesting the need for educational tribunal system. One of the key speaker, Dr. N. Bhanuprakash Garu, stressed about the practical strategies for implementing assessment reforms in higher education institutions. He focused on continuous and comprehensive evaluation, outcome-based education, and structured feedback mechanisms. He highlighted the importance of integrating technology in assessments, including digital platforms and blending learning tools. He further spoke about the role of faculty in designing innovative evaluation methods aligned with learning outcomes. Another speaker, Dr. K. Venkatakrishna, elaborated on multidisciplinary learning and flexible academic structures proposed under NEP 2020. He stressed on assessment patterns of IITs and NITs and their implications rooted with NEP 2020. Project-based learning and experiential learning and research-oriented assignments were suggested as effective evaluation tools. Another speaker, Dr. G. Sudhir Garu, highlighted the evolving role of technology and artificial intelligence in education system. He discussed how generative AI tools are influencing teaching, learning, and evaluation process. While highlighting their benefits in enhancing creativity and productivity, he also cautioned about maintaining academic integrity. He suggested redesigning assessment models to focus on higher order thinking skills, originality, and application-based tasks to adopt the AI-driven academic environment. Also, we have received numerous five research papers related to this topic from faculty, research scholars, and the students from various institutions. So the session collectively emphasized that NEP 2020 envisions a progressive, learner-centric, and skill-based assessment framework. The speakers highlighted the importance of innovation, flexibility, technology integration, and ethical practices in transforming the evaluation system in higher education. I thank management, principals, and convener of the seminar for giving me this opportunity to present the summarize of session 4. Thank you.
Good evening, respected dignitaries, delegates, colleagues, and students. I, Dr. DSB Pallavi, take the privilege of introducing today's chief guest, Professor Bal Mohan Das Garu, who is an eminent educationist, distinguished academic leader, and an inspiring personality. Born on 15th August 1947, India's Independence Day, Professor Das Garu rose from humble beginnings, having once discontinued his schooling to become one of the most respected academicians in the country. He joined the Andhra University teaching service at the age of 21 and went on to become the youngest professor in the Indian university system at just 31 years of age. During his illustrious career, he served Andhra University in several key leadership roles, including head of the department, dean, principal, and in-charge vice-chancellor. He later served as the vice-chancellor of Acharya Nagarjuna University from 2005 to 2008. A prolific scholar and mentor, he has guided 37 PhDs, 22 MPhil scholars, authored 15 books, and published over 120 research papers. His widely acclaimed textbook, Indian Industrial Economy, co-authored at the young age of 25, became a prescribed text in several universities and ran into multiple editions. He has been associated with premier national bodies such as UGC, AICTE, NAC, NBA, and UPSC, contributing significantly to academic standards and civil services selections. A recipient of 28 prestigious awards, including the Best Teacher Award from the Government of Andhra Pradesh and an honorary D.Litt, Professor Das Garu continues to serve society as president of the Gandhi Center and Swachh Bharat brand ambassador for Visakhapatnam. With the brief introduction, I humbly request Professor Bal Mohan Das Garu to address the gathering. Thank you.
Thank you, Pallavi. My salutations to
the founder, my Dronacharya, Professor Sarveswar Rao, and friends on the dais, off the dais, participants, good evening to all of you. The President, Professor Sharma, just little 2 years older to me. He is a 20 years old man. In Telugu culture, age is counted afresh after 60. So if he is 80, he is 20 only. And Pallavi introduced me my date of birth. I am 18, younger than to many people. The dais consists of good friends to me. Rajani said, permit me to be your student. Consider that I was your student. She was not my student. She was my grand student. Because she did her PhD under the guidance of Professor J.V. Prabhakar Rao, who was the Vice Chancellor of Rayalaseema University. He was my student. So, student to student becomes grand student. Srinivas Bose, who is the principal, he was my student in a way, but then 50%. Sharma and myself, we were the joint guides for his research. So that way, Sharma, Rajani, Srinivas Bose on the dais, నాకు అత్యంత ఆప్తుడు. Another man who deserves to be many things. I wish that he becomes chancellor of this university when Gayatri becomes university. Somaraj Garu. And many friends, the program sheet says 15 minutes are allotted to me. My good friend Sharma said, you can take any time. I usually take 2 hours. And I am sure all of you will leave in between if I cross 30 minutes. I will try to talk even lesser than that. Because what has happened in this seminar, 2-day national seminar, has already been provided by Rajani and the 4 who have summed up the proceedings. I don't need to dwell upon that. 2-day national seminar is generally considered to be a sumptuous meal. Sumptuous meal. And every technical session is an item in the meal. 2 days. You are eating for 2 days. And the inaugural session address, or inaugural session as such, that was taken up by my good friend Professor K.C. Reddy, was hot soup. Hot soup. When you have hot soup, you take it very slowly, and the session can go on for 3 hours, 4 hours also sometimes. But valediction is ice cream. And when you enjoy ice cream, if it is delayed, ice cream ceases to be ice cream. So always valedictory session should always be lesser than the inaugural session. So that is the basic lesson that we should learn from national seminars. What is education? I was in Berlin with the Berlin School of Economics in 1978. During the course of the program, we were taken to one of the concentration camps in Berlin. There was a board, and the board depicted a beautiful letter by somebody. Those days we didn't have the mobiles to take a photograph of that. So I sat down, wrote down in 1978. Sometimes I read it for the benefit of our friends. What is education? At the end of the World War II, this letter was found in a concentration camp. It is addressed to teachers. It is addressed to teachers. V.S.R.K. Prasad chaired the stakeholder session. All the participants were telling about teachers, their role, the values, etc. There was a program recently in television. A word is given and the alphabets are known through that word. You can change the sequence of the alphabets, bring out new words. So the anchor said teacher. I was looking for what other words would be there with the same alphabet, sequence change. Some participant gave cheater. Cheater. T-E-A-C-H-E-R, sequence change, C-H-E-A-T-E-R. Some of our teachers are teachers. Some of our teachers are cheaters. Lucky Gayatri College doesn't have them. You have only teachers. This letter said, "Dear teachers, I am a survivor of a concentration camp. My eyes saw what no man should witness. Gas chambers built by learned engineers. Children poisoned by educated physicians. Infants killed by trained nurses. Women and babies shot and burnt by high school and college graduates. So I am suspicious of education. My request is, help your students become human. Your efforts must never produce learned monsters, skilled psychopaths, educated illiterates. Educated illiterates. Reading, writing, arithmetic are important only if they serve towards making our children more humane. More humane. That is the purpose of education. That is what is expected of any policy in projection and its implementation also. I will also tell you something related to a small story like a man died. All of us died. So based on our Papa Punyams, we go to hell or heaven. He went to hell. There he finds different hells with different country names. So he went into a German hell. What is done here in this hell, in German hell? The reply was, first they put you in an electric chair for 1 hour. Then they lay down on a bed of nails. Then the devil comes and beats you for the rest of the day. electric chair for 1 hour, 1 hour on a bed of nails, and then afterwards the devil comes and beats you. He didn't like, oh, I don't want to this. There are many hells, German hell, Indian hell, like this, American hell, French hell, they were there. He kept on moving to different hells, more or less the same thing. But they were empty. Then he saw a board, Indian hell. Indian hell. There was a big queue. Why? He was surprised. Why there is big queue for Indian heaven? What is done here? The same thing. Put you in electric chair for 1 hour, bed of nails, and then the devil comes and beats you for the rest of the day. But why there is big queue? And he found out the reason why. Because the maintenance here in this hell is very less. The electric chair, no electricity. So no problem. No problem. Oh, 1 hour you're there, but it doesn't work. Then he was put on bed of nails. Nails have been removed by somebody. So bed without nails. No problem. Then after 1 hour, the devil comes to beat you for the other hours. The devil was earlier a government servant. He comes and signs the register and goes to canteen for coffee. So that is why there is a big queue for Indian hell. Does this story represent anything about our education institutions? I'm not talking about Gayatri College. How many colleges, how many institutions are like this Indian hell which I represented just now? No teachers, no equipment, classes are not run, exams are conducted, are said to be conducted, marks are inflated. These things are happening, unfortunately, in this country. Quality. I visited about 110 institutions in the country as chairperson of NAC, as a peer committee chairman. Quality. Quality. The alphabets that combine this quality. The Q represents quest for excellence. Quest for excellence. The U represents understand the concept. Then A represents action orientation. Then L, learner-centric. Is your education learner-centric? You have to question. Then I, innovative. You should always strive for innovative approaches. That is why we talk of best practices of institutions. Then T, technology upgradation. And technology upgradation should not displace teachers. You need to use artificial intelligence. But the very word artificial intelligence, but you are all intelligent. So artificial intelligence should help the intelligence of the person, the teacher, not to supplant the teacher as such. Then the T is the Y. Y is year-round activity. Every day is a quality day. Every day is a quality day. How many institutions are like this? New education policy. The first, it is called new, sometimes national. In your seminar, you find the title National Seminar on National Education Policy. Nation has been repeated twice. Good. But there are some people who say that new education policy. The N stands for new. When I joined my service at Andhra University in 1968, we had a national education policy in 1968. That was replaced by 1986 national education policy. Now we are talking of national education policy 2020. We had Abdul Kalam, our great president, talking about 2020 vision. Vision 2020. His idea was different, not for the year 2020. When you have your eye defects problem, you go to a doctor. Doctor will make you to sit before some board, ask you to read that A, B, C or or say what is this animal. What is the distance? 2 meters. Generally, it is 2 meters away from the board. When you are allowed to sit 2 meters away from the board, close your left eye. Tell me your vision. Close your right eye. Tell me your vision. If you are able to read that, you have correct vision. That is appropriate vision 2020. National Education Policy 2020 also, because of the age, in the year 2020, it has been announced. What is today? 2026. 6 years we are still discussing, sir. When you are going to implement this? National Education Policy report says, Kasturi Rangan Committee, he report says, by 2030, our gross enrollment ratio would be increased from 27% to 50%. Okay. Now, what you said, your title of your project is, I think, Navigating Road to Vikasit Bharat 2047. National Education Policy says by 2030 we should achieve this, or 35 even, doesn't matter. But you have taken it to 2047. We are not living that time. Why should you require so much time? Why you have spent so much time, 5.5 years after this announcement? What is that you have done to the earlier commissions? Hunter Commission, 1882. Acharya Narendra Dev Committee, 1929. Radhakrishnan Committee, 1948-49. Then the Secondary Education Commission, Mudalayar Commission, I think it was in 1952. Then we had Kothari Committee in 1966. Then National Knowledge Commission, Sampetroda Commission in 2005. Then based on that, TSR Subramaniam, ex-cabinet secretary, in 2006, they had some other task force committee. Then you have this Kasturi Rangan Committee 2018. And based on the report, the education policy has been contemplated in 2020. I don't know what is going to, why so much delay? Higher education in India, 1947, we had 17 universities, 636 colleges, 2.38 lakh students, and literacy rate was 14%. 1951, they increased to 30 universities. By 2022, 1,168 universities, 45,473 colleges, and 12,002 standalone institutions, and 2.34 crore students. And as of 2025, 1,338 universities, 52,627 colleges. Out of this, 82% are private sector. 18% of education, higher education is only public sector. 82% is private sector. So I don't want to talk about this background of NUP and all that, what it has been, why it has, what has it proposed, what is to be done already covered. And I have read it completely. I have read the completely 356 pages, the report as such. There are certain good things and there are certain things which we don't require as such. But then, how can India's higher education system be revitalized? Enhancing access to and GR, gross enrollment ratio, should be increased. Yes. What is this gross enrollment ratio? What is literacy? The definition, read and write, is enough. What should be the percentage of higher education? Do you want to produce engineers, doctors without jobs? How many jobs our economy can provide? Sarmagaru, an economist. Supply and demand, there should be match. Without I think if you ignore the supply and demand, things will go wrong. Unemployment will be there. So how many engineers we want? How many doctors we want? How many chemists we want? How many management experts want? If you don't do that, there would be no management, but only mismanagement. That has not been done, unfortunately, in this country so far. Now with this policy, government wants to impose Hindi. Why you should change it? It's not national education policy. They have named it something called Adhisthan. I don't know you noticed it or not. The policy is called Vikasit Bharat Shiksha Adhisthan Bill 2025, introduced in Parliament on 15th December 2025. How simple it is, education policy, Higher Education Council, but now it's called earlier it was called National Higher Education Authority. That was called English name. They just changed Vikasit Bharat Shiksha Adhisthan Bill 2025. Why, I don't know. And then enhancing the access and GR, faculty development and research ecosystem. Right now, in the country, I'm not talking about Gayatri College, many universities, including central universities, how many faculty are there? 40%? 50%? Good. Pallavi said, Bal Mohandas has been the youngest professor of India. Yes, I became professor at the age of 30 years, 1978. How I became? Not because of my efficiency. I was at the right time, right place. Nobody to push me down when I'm trying to go up in the ladder, and there is nobody to pull down my legs. And Sharma was happy that I became professor. So that is how I became professor. Those times, we used to have something called vacancy position of the universities or colleges. Vacancy come how? People retire, people resign, people die, so you get vacancies. Andhra University used to advertise every 6 months. Post or applications are called for. The last appointments in Andhra University were done in 2006. 2006, when my good friend Professor Venugopal Reddy was the Vice Chancellor here, and I was the Vice Chancellor at Nagarjuna University. So we did. After 2006, no appointments, only disappointments, excepting backlog vacancies. So that way, I was on the board of management of 2 private universities. And whenever you go for the meetings, they put before us appointments, so many appointed. But what happened to the public universities? Andhra University today has got 157 on rolls. Permanent faculty, 157 on rolls, maybe lesser than Gayatri College. What happens to this? Why appointments are not being done? So you should have teachers. I am afraid that in the name of use of artificial intelligence, the teacher is dispensed with, and only you will have a mobile and a board, artificial intelligence. So friends, this is another problem. Then skill integration and employability. That can be questioned like anything. But anyhow, the time is up. I made promise to be fulfilled also. I should conclude. And the bill has been submitted in the Parliament, and a joint parliamentary committee has been set up. And this parliamentary setup, luckily for us, the chairperson is Purandeswari, our own MP, Telugu MP from Rajahmundry. And Bharat also is on the committee. I think 21 from Lok Sabha and 10 from Rajya Sabha. So from Telugu, from Telangana somebody, and from Andhra Pradesh, Bharat has been there. And they said the committee will submit its report very soon, before the last day of the session, this budget session. But Purandeswari madam asked for extension already. She said, okay, no problem, you can submit it in June. Which June? We don't know. Thank you very much. Any participant has responses from participants? Anyone? Otherwise, we'll close it.
Balmohan Das sir has given ice cream to all of us, cream. This is the cream of our education system that is existing. Be aware that Gayatri has more people, more responsibility. It is ours. I congratulate every one of you, and you have done an excellent job, Department of Management Studies. And I thank Balmohan Das sir, and really inspiring at the last hour, a hot tea is served with lot of satisfaction. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Somaraj Garu. But then I have a question to Gayatri. How many students and faculty can recite Gayatri Mantra?
not partially. I want full. I think the management should come forward saying that we have a Gayatri center where you can learn Gayatri mantra. Every Gayatri student and faculty should be able to render that. Why not your prayer that? Somebody told me that it cannot be done as a prayer. No. You can do that even when you take your bath. You can do that even when you eat your food. I wish you will take it up. Somaraj garu తీసుకుంటారు. Sharma garu support చేస్తారు.
Definitely, sir. We will adopt it.
Respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, this is the time for certificate distribution. I will call one by one. Name please. MGV Shankaracharyalu. Arjun Karmachetti. Next, Y. Deepika. Shankaracharya. Y. Deepika. Bindu Niharika. S. Shiva Parvati. Gayatri Indrakanti. M. Rajmohan. M. Prasanna, Satya Institute of Technology and Management. Na kitchen. Yes. M. Prasanna. Rajmohan. Y. Dinesh Kumar. Y. Dinesh. PVS Lakshmi Jagadamba. Dinesh. T. Radha Krishna. CVK Banu. G. Henry James.